Life, Hashem, Dash. Double honors unto the apostles and the bishop elders at Great Millstone, who well and salutes unto the Archim, who continue to push the word in truth and in sincerity. And it's another camp there. We're just going to get into the scriptures, man. Again, praise to your whole Dash, man. Yeah, always. So we can start out with, you got something? Yeah, go ahead.
Right, so this is second Ezra 1, and he answered me saying, the Most High have made this world for many, but the world to come for few. I will tell thee a similitude, Ezra's.
Yeah, the world was made for many, man. You know, the many is the warrior, man. These peoples out here, man. Namely these Edomites. Like, everyone's fucking enjoying this world, man. You know, you got Qatar, wherever it is out there at World Cup, man. You know, yeah, let's go over to Qatar. You know, everybody's got like their own fucking simulation version of like, this is what life is about. This is what the world is about.
Yeah.
So this world was made for many, man. You know, the majority of people in this world are fucking satisfied here, man. You know, the job, they got the wife, they got the children, they got the car. You know, whatever it is they're into, you know, the world caters to the majority. This world, anyhow.
Yeah.
Why? Because it was ruled by the hand of the wicked. Let's get that and hold that. Job 9, 24.
Book of Job, chapter 9 and verse 24. It says, the earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covereth the faces of the judges thereof.
Yeah, people have been psychologically programmed to be in tune with what the wicked want, man. You know, so the earth is given into the hand of the wicked, and the people of this world are under the vibration of the wicked. Therefore, this world is for the majority, man.
Yeah.
You know, because the majority of people have been programmed to like wickedness, man. It is what it is, man.
From an early age, they've been indoctrinated into everything that's against the scriptures.
You know, now there's more than 2 gender types, man. You can do what the hell you want to do. You can eat what the hell you want to eat. You can go where you want to go.
You can marry who you want to marry.
You know, you got people marrying. I saw a documentary of a woman. She's in love with infrastructural cranes.
What?
You know, like building cranes that put up buildings. You know, she goes and hugs them, and she's married to cranes, apparently. She got legal documents that she's married to a specific crane. You know, you got people that get married to trees, animals, cats, dogs, goats. Okay. You got people that are, I forgot the name of it, but they find planet Earth is attractive, and they fuck the Earth. They dig holes in the ground. You don't put a seed in the earth, man. That's the wicked world we're living in, man.
Taking the whole woman concept a bit too literally.
Literally, mother nature, as they would say. All kind of madness, man. But why is that? Because the earth is given into the hand of the wicked. Read that again, man.
Job 9 and 24 once more. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covereth the face of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he? So who is this he that's speaking about? Speaking about the wicked. So who are the wicked according to the Bible? Malachi 1 and verse 4. It's like I just jumped on that.
That's what, man. You know what? I'm in love with a crane. I'm gonna go to the authorities, all right, and get legal documents that I am married to a crane. And the authorities are okay. All right, you know, you could do what you want to do. You can identify what you want to identify as, man. See, that identification thing is real crazy, man. Because anyone can run that to any lengths into the ground, man. You know, like there was a guy, right? He was doing memes, and he was out there in America videoing people. And these Edomites said, these 2 Edomite bitches said, I don't like being filmed. And the guy goes, I identify as a camera dog.
Okay.
And then, so he got them in checkmate. And then they started laughing. And he goes, well, I find that, I'm glad that's funny to you. You know, as if to say, why are you laughing for? Because now anyone can identify as anything.
Yeah.
I can attach a camera to my head and go around videoing people, and they can't say anything now because with my legal right under identification, I can identify as a cameraman, and the camera's a part of my body. But then it's an issue when we identify as Israelites
Exactly.
and identify you as the fucking devil. But other than that, it's okay to do what you want to do. That shows you the warped nature of this world.
Yeah.
Again, Job 9:24. But you got it in Malachi.
Yeah. Can I just say something about the Bashar? Wasn't there? Aren't you supposed to consummate a marriage?
Yep.
Like when you get married to someone, like you consummate the marriage through having sex, right?
Yep.
So how the hell does this woman who's married to the crane consummate her marriage? It's all vanity and folly, but again, that shows they're not dealing with things from a scriptural perspective. And when you start dealing with, what does it say? Man's wisdom is foolishness with the Most High. So Esau's wisdom is foolishness, but you've got all these people following after it. This is Malachi 1, verse 1. The burden of the word of Yahweh to Israel by Malachi. I've loved you, saith Yahweh. Let ye say, wherein hast thou loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother, saith Yahweh? Yet I loved Jacob, and I hated Esau, and laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness. Whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places. Thus saith Yahweh of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down, and they shall call them the border of wickedness, and the people against whom Yahweh hath indignation forever. Yeah. So basically, yeah, that's how you identify who the wicked is. So basically, going back to Job 9:24, the earth has been given into the hand of the wicked, and he covereth the faces of the judges. Now, I want to segue into some point. You see, people don't understand what this earth is for. They don't understand what their life is for. They think that, oh, well, you know, we're just here to have fun, be merry, have a good time. But no, the earth is a place of judgment, man. So on this earth, you basically go playing out the judgment that was given to you when you died in your past life, and you come back here and you play it out. So really, this place isn't supposed to be for us as the Israelites. This isn't supposed to be our happy time. We're supposed to be suffering the punishment of our iniquity. So this really is like, you know, a prison house for us. But ultimately, it's going to be turned around when Yahweh comes back, and this place gets turned back into a paradise, where we'll be able to enjoy the fullness of the earth. Going back to what I read in 2 Ezra 8 and verse 1, there be many. This world be made for many. Going back. Yeah, this world was made for many, but the world's come for few. So who is that few it's talking about? The Israelites, starting with the elect, because the elect are going to be the first to enter into the kingdom. And the kingdom of heaven is not going to be some fantasy place up in the sky where, you know, you see people sitting on clouds and playing harps. No, the kingdom of heaven is going to be on this earth. And our heaven is going to be hell for the wicked, because this is the wicked seven right now. This is their rulership, their blessing, their gift that was given to them by our forefather Isaac. You know, this is their time to rule, to have the dominion over the earth. But in due time, the Most High is going to set up one over the earth that's profitable, starting with Yahweh Shai, you know, the King of Kings, then through King David, and then the elect, then the rest of the nation of Israel. We're going to have our rulership. So really, the point I wanted to make is that if you're on this earth now, as an Israelite, it's because your punishment isn't fulfilled. Like, if you was to die, that would mean that your punishment as you've accomplished the set measure that the Most High gave you. But we're still here, so therefore we have to suffer this thing. And it's not an easy thing, because every day it's just pure vexation and frustration, man. Even just trying to get down to the camp, you know, talking to this brother, the journey is irksome, man, because you're surrounded by all these fucking wayward spirits, man. It's like the level of iniquity and wickedness is through the roof, man. Like, I saw on the way here, standing at the bus stop, I saw one fucking old ass Edomite and one young Edomite, well, not young, probably about 25. They come and stand up next to me at the bus stop, and the old man had a balding head. And then the young guy starts fucking stroking his head, and I'm thinking, what the hell is this, man? They didn't look like they were related. No, they weren't related. They were obviously, you know, into that sodomy stuff. And like, I have to stand around and see this shit. I'm thinking, why, man? Yeah. But you know what? This is the fact that I saw that and the fact that it grieved me in the spirit,
Yeah.
that was part of the punishment. You know, because as I said, we're going to suffer our punishment, man.
Hold on, you said that Mike is 7 man.
Yeah, I'll bet the indignation of the Lord. Yeah. That's why, you know, we have to understand why we're here. Because this world will just have you thinking folly, yeah, you know, like the brother said, yeah, World Cup season, you know, go on holiday, yeah. But no, man, this is for our mirth, man. This is Micah 7 and verse 9. I will bear the indignation of Yahweh because I have sinned against him until he plead my cause and execute judgment for me.
Yeah, plead my cause, to the Lord judge my cause, man. When you judge something, man, when you go in the courthouse and they get sentenced, the judge will judge what amount of time they've got to pay. And then they have their release date, and then they have their probation and their reviews, and if all goes well, then they get released at the time the judge says. So when it says, unto the Lord plead my cause, unto the Lord judge my cause, man.
Yeah.
So I mean that, yep, this soul, this spirit has paid enough. You know, it's time for them to cease from pain and punishment.
Exactly.
You know, to the Lord, complete my cause and execute judgment for me. Meaning that now all the people that got you, the Lord gonna get them, yeah? Individually and as a nation. Okay, you know, and all you nations, man. Let's go back to was it 2nd Ezra 8? Yeah, all you nations had a hand in our destruction, which shows that you're of the world. That's why it said this world is made beautiful from the top.
Yep, 2nd Ezra 8 and 1 again. And he answered me, saying, the Most High have made this world for many, but the world to come for few.
Yeah, for many, man. You know, that conglomerate spirit, that Catholic spirit.
Yeah, universal.
Yeah, let's just all get along.
That's how the Bible show.
You know, that universal, demonic, dirty vibration of no matter what, it goes, man. You know, that's just this world, man. But it says, but the world to come for few. As the Bible said, the few are the Israelites, starting with the elect. Alright? And in our world, you're going to have to abide by what we say, which is what the Lord says. Okay? Let's pull that out of both 2nd Ezra 8, but that's scripture for out of Zion. Shall go forth the law, man. You know? You think in the kingdom there's going to be like coalition governments, so you can do what the hell you want to do, man. General elections, you know, where in the next 5 years it's going to be, you know, maybe the Edomites will rule next. Let's see. Nah, man. The scriptures say the Lord is going to rule with a rod of iron, man. There will be no say so or no opinions. You have to go by what we say, okay? On what Zion says, which is the elect, man.
Let's read 2 verses into this context. Isaiah 2, starting from verse 1. The word that Isaiah, the son of Amos, saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem. So who's Judah and Jerusalem? That's talking about the northern and southern kingdom, the whole house of Israel.
Is that bullshit? One person, you that bullshit in chat?
One of I was talking shit about Jews aren't Israelites.
Yeah. Come on, man.
It wasn't me personally.
Yeah. That was some bullshit, man. Come on, man. You got guys trying to reinvent the wheel and all kind of shit, man. Oh yeah, but the Jews are bro. Shut the fuck up. Okay, the scriptures speak about the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel, man. You know, but they're all Israelites. Okay? You know, you got people that say, oh, the northern kingdom aren't Israelites. And you got bugged out people that say the southern kingdom aren't Israelites. Only the so-called Latinos are Israelites. And then Judah, Benjamin, Levi are Hamites. You got all kind of madness going on out here, man. You know, but the scriptures make it clear. Go read verse 1 again.
Yeah, Isaiah 2 verse 1 again. The word that Isaiah, the son of Amos, saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem. And it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of Yahweh's house.
Yeah, so the mountain in the scriptures, mountains represent governments, rulerships. Okay? So when it says the mountain of the Lord's house, it's the government of the Lord, man. Who was the governor of the Lord? Under the Most High, his son Yahushua, okay, King David, 12. You know, the rest of the 12, and then the rest of the elect. That's the mountain of the Lord. That's the governing body, man. Okay? King David's going to get established again. All right? You're going to have the 12 seats, the gates, with the names of the 12 apostles, you know, entering the city of Jerusalem on the walls. The rest of the elect, man. Okay, that's the creme de la creme. That's the governing body. All right? That's going to be the government. Like now you got your what's it? Your Theresa May's, your David Cameron, House of Commons, Houses of Parliament, and House of Lords. Yeah. House of Lords, man. Members of the Parliament. The members of the Parliament is going to be the elect. That's the members of the true Parliament, man.
The scripture on that, which is the government of the Most High is well ordered.
Yep. And then you got the shadow government behind him, which are, because they're the puppets, right? They're doing the main monitoring them, they're all the puppets, and then you got the shadow government that actually manipulates behind it. You ever saw Punching Judy?
Yeah, the puppets.
Yeah. They're man with the hands, they're the man that are doing the thing, you know? That's the elite.
So lucky, man, just say something about the shop. And also the bar sometimes talks about, you know, what do you call it? Italian culture and stuff like that. I was watching Godfather recently. You know the poster for that film that shows a guy holding flipping puppets strings.
Right.
Have you seen that? Like, it's just a hand holding the strings. It's just the Godfather.
Oh yeah, I've seen it.
But it shows that he's manipulating things from behind the scenes. But really, that's how the Most High feels. The Most High is a power that hiding from himself. But he's actually orchestrating everything that you see take place on the earth. He's the ultimate puppet master. But Esau tries to mimic that with his shadow government, as the brother Ariyah said. But the thing is, their plans ultimately are the Most High's plans on the left hand side.
It's one of the Most High.
Yeah.
Even on the left hand side of the road, see it, man.
Yeah, so back in Isaiah 2, it says, and it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of Yahweh's house shall be established in the top of the mountains.
So yeah, so what does that mean? It means we're actually going to set up governments in the other lands, man. You know, we're going to select Elamites, Moabites, not Edomites, by the way. We ain't gonna have shit. But all the other nations, yeah. You know, we'll own nothing and be devastated. We don't want you to be fucking happy.
Yeah.
You know, but we're gonna flip that phrase on you. But all the other nations, we're gonna select top men out of them, and they gonna get the legislation, man. They're gonna come to us, and we're gonna have meetings with them on how to run their lands, man. You know, we're gonna tell them about, listen, you can't mix seed, man. After every 6 years, the 7th day, you go rest this land. You know, the Sabbath, man. And all of that. And then we're gonna set up like other nations within other lands, right? To basically monitor, man. And we gonna know anyway. And then we're gonna do surprise visits, man. You know, we're gonna do surprise visits in the land of Edom, in the land of Moab, in the land of Ammon, in the land of Ham. All these lands, man, we're going to do surprise visits, man. We just go check what, you know, like back in school they had Ofsted inspections.
Yeah, just turn up.
You know, just turn up. You know, all the teachers got, students, you gotta be extra good because Ofsted's coming.
Yeah.
We're gonna have fucking Ofsted in the kingdom, man. You know, examination boards, making sure things are kept top tier.
Yeah.
And anything that goes wrong, we're gonna have executions. Okay, there's gonna be public hangings, public stoning, because the scriptures say that people shall be together righteous. The captives, thy people, Israel, other nations, they ain't gonna be perfect. They're gonna mess up on the Sabbath. You know, you might have a Moabite that try to fire a rat or something, you know, and they get catched. You know, they get put to death for that. Yeah. They're gonna be public hangings. There's gonna be public stonings. All the biblical execution styles. Certain crimes mean you got shot through bow and arrow.
Yeah.
Okay. Others you got 39 stripes, meaning you got whips. There's gonna be all of that, man. So the beginning of the kingdom is going to be very terrifying for these nations, man, because it's going to go from complete wickedness, from a world that was made for many, to now complete righteousness that suits a few.
Yeah.
But now you're forced to keep the way of the few.
Yeah.
You know, just like in this world, to certain extents, we're forced to do things we don't want to do.
Yeah.
You know, go fucking work and shit, man. You know, you didn't clock in today. You know, but what's that? You know, oh, you can't travel here. You ain't got the bus pass. All that kind of shit, man. From small things to big things, we gotta be subject to the way of the wicked, which is the way of the majority. So in the kingdom, you're gonna be subject to the way of the few, and righteousness is gonna be hard for you, man.
Yeah, they're gonna feel it.
You're gonna feel it when we gotta do certain things we don't want to do. It's hard for us, man. It pisses you off. It makes you want to cry at times, man. But in the kingdom, righteousness is going to be like hard for them to get their head around first and foremost. Now, years later down the line, they're going to thank us for it because the scripture says thy gates shall be continually open. They're going to come to a realization that, oh shit, these Israelites were hard on us, but it actually works. So I like this. Let's go and gift them. But that first maybe 100 years or so in the kingdom, man, readjusting, you know, rewiring. You know, like when people get released from prison, they say, I've been corrected. Yeah, your mindset's gonna get corrected, man. From wickedness to righteousness. That's what's up, man.
So, if I may, you touched on the point that I wanted to make. It's gonna be like, imagine like you haven't worked out in a really long time.
Yep.
And then someone says, okay, you got to hit the treadmill. It's going to be very hard to hit it because you're out of shape. These people have basically grown fat and waxed, you know, abundant with wickedness. So when we put them on the treadmill, like, hey, you got to get in shape now. You got to keep the laws. It's going to be hella hard for them to begin with. But you know what? We're going to break them with a rod of iron pertaining to, what is it, Revelation 2? Is it 25 on down?
Yeah, that's a good example because let's say you get on a treadmill, yeah, and like before you was working out, and you could run, I don't know, like 10 minutes straight, you know, fast-paced run on the treadmill. But then you stop working out, you stop getting on the treadmill, you start eating wrong,
Yeah.
you know, you can put on weight, and then you get back on, right? You're not going to be able to do 10 minutes flat like you were when you were healthy.
Yeah.
You're going to have to build up to it. Okay,
Yeah.
I can run consistently for 2 minutes and stop.
Yeah.
The next training session, I can run consistently for 5 minutes then stop. And then you build yourself back up to that 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It may take a couple of months, but you build yourself back up slowly. But in the kingdom, there ain't no slowly but surely.
Yeah,
You're required to do 10 minutes straight
Yeah.
as a fat motherfucker. Okay, they ain't no, oh, we're gonna allow you to sin because we're easing you into righteousness.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to be all the way righteous from day up, man.
Yeah.
And when you fuck up, let's say you're on a treadmill, yeah. You know how you see them videos on TikTok and Facebook and all that shit. People that fall off treadmills.
Well, they turn it up too fast.
They turn up too fast, and then they, oh shit, boom. And the treadmill just slides them off halfway over the other end of the room. It's gonna be like that in the kingdom. We ain't going, oh brother, we gonna go on 2% of the law, statutes, and commandments. And then when you master 2%, you up it to 7%. And then 25, no man.
Yeah.
You break any of the laws, and that's gonna be your ass flung off the treadmill, man. So what did Esau say? Oh, that's traumatic. Yeah, you can learn through trauma, man.
Yeah. Trauma's the best teacher, man.
You know, oh, don't hit the child, just talk. Well, no, sometimes you need to get shouted at, man.
Spare the word, spoil the child.
All right. Why the hell was executions public in the law so that it would put trauma into everybody else?
Yeah.
You know, for example, what's the punishment for a daughter of a priest that's a hoe?
Burn them with fire.
Burn them with fire. So let's say you got Abigail, the daughter of priest number 1, and she was found to be the whore. She got burnt with fire. Her friend from around the corner, Jessica,
Who's contemplating
being a hoe, and her dad happens to be a priest also, she gonna say, fuck no. Because my friend, what was the first name? Abigail. Yeah, Abby, all right, just got her ass burnt alive. So I ain't gonna go fuck around because my dad's a priest too. So that put trauma into her to act correct, man. You know, but Esau's on this, no, let's do what you want.
Yeah.
Just do what you want. And now, when it goes wrong, or it's against his bullshit system, then you go to jail.
Yeah.
Nah, man, if you fucking put people in order straight away, half the shit that's wrong wouldn't happen. But
Exactly.
why wouldn't Esau do that? Because he's the fucking wicked. Yeah? He wants that shit to go on.
Can I just say something? That's a good point, because I was watching one video clip of, was that shown this morning or Good Morning Britain?
Oh yeah.
It was a while back, but Piers Morgan was on it, and he was talking to some woman, and she's saying, you know, this woman was on there. She's basically saying, look, man, we need to be more respectful to children and babies' rights. So what parents should do is, before they change their baby's nappy, they should ask for consent first. Yeah. And he's like, how the hell are you supposed to ask a baby that can't talk for consent to change the nappy? And she's like, oh, but the process of changing the nappy is very traumatic. See, that's how fucking, look, man, that's on national television. That shows you the level of the mindset of these people. That they're sitting there thinking, oh yeah, this is great,
Baby.
you know what I'm saying? It's fucking ridiculous, man. Sometimes I have to ask myself, did these people actually, do they have any intelligence whatsoever? Because why isn't there more of an uproar?
You know what it is? It's a demonic spirit.
Yeah.
That's what it is. They've been possessed by a demonic spirit. You know, where they're fully infatuated and convinced by the thought of what they're saying is true. You know, the baby, you see, because the baby, you gotta undo the baby, the romper suit, you know, you gotta take the nappy off, and then you're gonna see the baby's private parts.
It's very traumatic.
Traumatic. So you're exposing the baby. You gotta ask them. See, that's the spirit I got taught. Yeah, you gotta ask the baby if I can, you know, can I see your willy, you know, or for the, you know, as a little girl, can I see your JJ?
They actually hate children anyway.
Hey, that's a good point.
They do. You know better. You know better.
But that shows you that's wicked, man.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta ask your own child for consent to. Come on, man. Like it's not logical. The baby doesn't understand you, okay? And you come on, man. The baby wants to be changed.
The baby sits in its own dirty
Rashes.
rashes. He gets sick, man.
All kind of
He gets
stuff.
sick.
But that shows the foul nature of Esau, man.
Yeah.
He actually likes filth, man.
He does.
You know.
Anyway, back to
Bro.
Isaiah, yeah?
Bro.
It says,
You start talking about Esau, you just go mad and shit, man. He's a weirdo, man.
yeah.
Esau's actually a weirdo. The stuff he does, the way he thinks, the way he wants things to progress, which is really digressing in society, he's just a flat out weirdo.
The spirit that is in him is
not
not
upright.
upright in him.
Yeah. Fame, man.
God.
Right, so back in Isaiah 2, it says, verse 3, and many people shall go and say, come ye, and let us go up to the mountain of Yahweh.
So we established the mountain is what? The government. They're gonna go up to Israel, man. Yasharallah, the elect. Not to the small guys. Not to them. You know. Hold on, man. If you fucking small hats are the people, why are the nations going to you?
Exactly.
You know, why you got floods of people of these nations going up to how do they say Jerusalem? Why they going to Jerusalem, all right, and the Shomrim and all that kind of shit, you know, Banyamian Ben Yahudi, Levi, teach us. Why is that not happening, man? No, Israel should be full of, that should be the world center, man, for legislation and law.
Yeah.
You know? All your rabbis and shit. Why are the world leaders coming to you? See, the prophecies of the Bible don't fit you, man.
Just like the mask don't fit.
Yeah. Every second you're gonna take it off and you know, doing that bowing, knocking their head against that wall. And that wall ain't even a part of the temple, man. That wall is what? The remaining wall of a Roman garrison that was built. Okay? So you knocking your head against, that's not the remaining wall of no temple, man. The scriptures say that not one stone should be left upon another.
There you go.
So for the fact that that wall's there, that meant Yahweh was lying. The prophecies were false. So that ain't a part of the temple. Oh yeah, I don't know.
Talking about they're going to build the physical third temple.
Get out of
They're
here.
waiting, innit?
Yeah.
They gonna clip the video now.
we haven't actually said their names.
They
so.
said their name. Go on, go on.
Right, it says, and many people shall go and say, come ye, And let us go up to the mountain of Yahweh, to the house of the God of Jacob,
Yep.
and he will teach us of his ways.
Or his ways, man. You know, just like they do now in the schools, man. You know,
What do they call it? Curriculum?
curriculum.
Yeah.
They've readjusted the curriculum so that now your 5-year-old son and daughter come home, mommy, daddy, we learned today that there's non-binary,
Yeah.
there's binary, there's this, there's that, there's L, there's G, there's B, there's T, there's Q, X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
You know,
Fucking confusion.
that's what they're learning out there, man, because they're being taught of the ways of the wicked. You know, they're being taught, ham sandwiches, shrimps,
Yeah.
pork. You know, they're being taught that despite your autonomy, you know, your within your lower extremities, if you identify as the opposite, you can walk into that toilet.
Yeah.
You know, that's what they're getting taught in these schools, man.
Yeah.
You know, oh, don't call me him or her. I want to be known as they and them.
Yeah.
That's what they're getting taught. So the scripture says that in the world made for few, back in 2 Ezra 8, okay, you got to stay on that. The world that's to come is for the few.
Yeah.
In the world to come, which is for the few, you're gonna learn of our ways, man. And it's actually it's sad, but it's real that we're gonna have to recondition these people that there's male and female.
Yes.
There's boy, there's girl, there's up, there's down, there's left, there's right.
There's hot, there's cold. See the works of the Most High there too.
See, so like, we can't just jump straight into the law about Sabbath and farming and irrigation and monetary laws and social laws and housing. We're gonna have to actually get into there's boy, there's girl, there's up, there's down. That's how low and how far this world has gone. You know, no point talking about feast of first fruits and this and that and that. No, we're gonna have to tell them there's boy and there's girl, because this world has warped that.
Can I say something about the show? Just 2 quick points on this, because this LGBTQ thing, right? I heard a statistic yesterday. I don't know how true it is, but this is what I heard. Only 1% of the world is transgender, right? And what happened is, I was in a toy shop one day, and there was a man and his daughter walking through the shop. And the guy saw some wrestling figures, and he was like, "Oh, Hulk Hogan, yeah." And he goes to his daughter, "Look, Hulk Hogan," because he was excited, because obviously he was from that generation who grew up with wrestling. And she's like, "No, I don't want that one. It's a boy. I want a girl toy." And I thought, you know what, man? He started laughing. I thought, you know what, that girl's right. She wants something that she can relate to as a female, right? Now, there was I'm not sure if it was Mattel, one toy company tried to make a range of dolls that was non-binary, where they weren't boys or girls. So they basically, they look gender neutral, and they're trying to push this thing. Guess what? That whole concept flopped, because none of the children wanted to buy it. Because children, boys want to identify with boys, girls want to identify with girls naturally. But he's just trying to push this fucking confusion on the children, so where they don't know what to think, then they grow up and then they end up being bugged out. So that's what I wanted to say on that point.
And that's what the scriptures say: train up a child in the way they should go, and when he is older, he shall not depart from it. Man, you're meant to observe children, man. Like if you see your son, right, you know, doing a bit of weird shit, because hey, you know, you watch these. Hey, I wouldn't even let my son watch a fucking cartoon. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't, man. And anything that they watch on TV, I'm watching it before them.
Yeah.
And then obviously new episodes get released. I'm gonna sit down with the child and filter it, man. I'm gonna make my woman sit down with the child, man, and watch that cartoon or that CBBS, whatever the fuck, because they be putting homosexual agendas in there.
Yeah, like in Sesame Street.
Yeah, and then now all of a sudden you may be doing something in the house, and you observing your child, your son or your daughter, and they're doing some off-key shit. I didn't teach them that. Yep. Yeah, because the box did, the TV taught them that, man. If you see your son acting a bit feminine, hey, cut that out, man.
Yeah.
Don't be doing that, man. Or your daughter's a bit too masculine. Or, hey, no, baby, hey, stop that. Don't do that. You know? And it ain't to say you got to smack the shit out of them and shout at them. But the point is, when you cut something early on, All right, it stops it from growing, man.
But
Playing the branch while it's young.
All of that, oh yeah, like YouTube was made for that, man. Oh, my baby's first steps. He did this weird, funny thing. Now I see my child do some weird, funny, off-key shit. I'ma check that.
Exactly.
I'll just say something. There's no real cartoons for children now anyway. Because even I remember before someone sold me, before I was on YouTube and I checked everything out, as far as symbolism, like symbols and sexual organs and all the things that they put in there in the background, and it's like they feed the child subconscious, so the child is oversexed before you know, at the appropriate time. So everything's defiled, man. You know, they're mingled with a perverse spirit. That's Isaiah 19. Yeah. So the children are gonna, one way or another, they're gonna be affected. But now they're really right, mother, father, child. Let me just say, in the kingdom, they'll be right, man.
Yeah, in the kingdom, we're gonna have our women looking after our children. They're gonna have nannies. They're gonna have nurses. The scriptures speak about that, man. And they're gonna be raised in righteousness, and they're gonna be free. A child ain't meant to be sitting in front of a TV all day long. The scriptures speak about it. Their children shall play with the lions.
Yeah.
Even they're gonna have spiritual power, man.
Yeah.
You know, it ain't just gonna be, oh, the elect have spiritual power. No, the elect will have spiritual power. The rest of Israel will have spiritual power. Adult women will have spiritual power. Adult males will have spiritual power. Our babies will have spiritual power, man.
It's gonna be a beautiful thing.
The whole nation's gonna have spiritual power, man. Okay, in righteousness, and we're gonna be able to, you know, there's different levels to it, but the whole nation's gonna be above and beyond, man. You know, excellence. Okay, that's what it's gonna be, man. Ain't no regular Israelite in the kingdom, man. Oh yeah, he's just him. No, man, everyone's gonna have that spiritual power, man.
Yeah. And the other nations are going to tremble when they come up to Israel. Because imagine that coming up to that city with what a power and power, man. They're going to be scared, man.
Oh, keep continuing,
man. If I may just say a quick thing as well, because it's a beautiful point you made about our children having spiritual power, because that's going to put an end to all this fucking Edomite fucking curb calling.
Oh yeah.
You know, sitting outside the primary schools. Yeah. Hey, do you want to see my puppy? They used to do that when I was a fucking child, man. You get these weirdos sitting outside the school. Hey, do you want to see my puppy, or do you want some sweets? Yeah. And my mum would be like, you never talk to them guys, man. Because they make you look slide. They made us look. You see these fucking Edomites calling around the park. Befriending children and shit. And every year, without fail, on the news, oh, this person's gone missing. Then there'd be a 2-week manhunt or something. Then all of a sudden, the child's body's found in a ditch somewhere. So, now, those are fucking ritualistic sex murders, man, that Esau does on the left-hand side. Imagine him trying to do that to one of our children in the kingdom, man. He's going to get his ass fucking handed to him, man. And that's going to be a beautiful thing, man. See, all the fucking things that Esau loves to do, i.e. dressing up as a woman, having sex with little boys and girls, committing murder, he's not going to be able to do any of that. Everything that he's taken pleasure in, he's going to have no pleasure in no more. So, reading on, right? And it says, Isaiah 2:3, and many people shall go and say, come ye, and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob. He will teach us of his ways, and we will walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth the law.
Zion, to Zion, the monument, the Lord's monument is his people. Out of his people shall go forth the law. God.
For out of Zion shall go forth the law, and the word of Yahweh from Jerusalem. And he shall judge among the nations, and shall rebuke many people. What does that mean? A lot of people are going to get hurt, man.
And even the name Yerushalayim, man,
City of Peace.
City of Peace. Like, where can you actually say there's a city of peace in this world, man? Nowhere. You know, nowhere, man. You can go on a little holiday and have the beach, and yeah, it was so relaxing, but you see wickedness.
Yeah.
That already bites into peace, not peaceful anymore. The city of peace, you know, like, come on, man. Sometimes we just say, oh yeah, Jerusalem. No, the city itself is going to have a vibration. Revelation tells us of the gemstones, the foundations upon which the city is going to be built. Like every time, and they tried to simulate that in Wakanda. They tried their level best, you know. It's like the raw elements, right? The raw elements of the city is going to be healing, man. Like when you approach Jerusalem, you're automatically going to feel relaxed, man. You're not even in the city yet. You're just approaching it. Like you were saying, the vibration. The vibration of the actual city. The whole world, but specifically Israel, Jerusalem. Approaching Jerusalem is just going to calm you. Not that you're sick, but it's just going to have a healing vibration to it. The holy city, man. You know, like certain gemstones, well, I say certain, all gemstones carry certain vibrations to that particular one. Some like the sapphire, you know, the emerald, they're known for like peace, love, rejuvenation, you know, the script Revelations, you can probably get into that later, you know, the city of peace, man. But for there to be peace, there has to be order, there has to be regulations, which is the ways which we will teach, the law, statutes, and commandments, man. That's coming back in a heavy way. All of that, the Old Testament, that's out. Now, the Old Testament, that's not even an accurate name for it, man. It's still relevant. That's going to be very much relevant in the kingdom, in the world to come for few. Go on, that.
I've got a quick one.
Yeah, okay, go on,
mate. Relating to what you're saying about the kingdom, right? Something to talk to. We're at chapter 5 and 6. For thy departed from thee on foot, and were led away of their enemies, but God bringeth them unto thee, exalted with glory as children of the kingdom. For God have appointed that every high hill and bank of long continuance should be cast down, and valleys filled up, to make every ground that Israel may go safely in the glory of Yahweh. That's what it's for. Moreover,
Israel shall go safely, man. We ain't gonna have to, you know, like you step out your house, man. You gotta throw up prayers, man.
Yeah, you don't even know if you're gonna come back.
You know, certain brothers anoint themselves every single time they leave the house and every single time they come in the house, because they want that. They want that vibration of covering, man. You know, boy, I gotta go outside. You think we're gonna have that in the kingdom, man? You know, I'm gonna check this brother, man. I'm gonna just pull up like in the kingdom. I'm gonna pull up like a screen, you know, just pull up a screen. Yo, man, just dial Ariane, man. Like, hey, I'm gonna come check you, or come to my palace. You know, and the brother's gonna be on the screen. I mean, I want to, but I don't know if I can come out today because, you know, nah, man, there ain't gonna be no safety issues in the kingdom, man. You know, on my mic, I might just pull up my screen, you know, Lord willing, Lord willing, we make it, man. Lord willing, first and foremost, Lord willing. I may pull up the screen, you know, they have Hey Siri, you know, dial brother Caleb, man. You know, Caleb, he just answers his screen in front of him, man. Yo, what's up, Yeah, man, you wanna go fucking like breathing underwater in the Mediterranean? Let's just go check some dolphins, man. Yeah, brother, I ain't too sure today. Fuck that. You know, imagine ain't no too sure in the kingdom. Yeah, because of safety issues. I leave my house. I'm not sure if I'm gonna come back. No, we gonna do on safety, man. We don't have a care in the world for our safety. Go on,
may go safely in the glory of Yahweh. Moreover, even the woods and every sweet-smelling tree shall overshadow Israel by the commandment of God. Yeah, because trees, talking about the vibration, trees give off energy. They give off what's the word, man? Oxygen. So the energy they give off, sweet-smelling tree. You know, you've been up north. Yeah. Certain places when you go and it's nice and you've been a lot of places. And you just get the nice vibe, the energy. The trees give off energy, man. They ain't gonna be affected. Last one. Yeah,
you know what's funny, yeah? And it ain't me, man, because I got put on the thing. You know, nice to me. Was it not last week, the week before? I was coming to the camp, right? And this he probably a Jake, probably a Punjab. He had their turban thing. You know, we got our own turban. They got their turbans. You know, our ones open up their head. Their ones they come. It was a Punjab Indian looking kind of thing. It was a Jake, right? And he goes, I don't know what your perfume is, but you smell like a god. Well, and I said, oh yeah? He said, what is it? I said, hey, I'll tell you what it is. You know, I told him what it is. But that links in with this, man. You got vibration, because a lot of the good perfume come from trees, man. They give vibrations to them, man. You know, so we're gonna have, it says, shall overshadow Israel.
Yeah.
So all of that, we are gods, man. In every,
Yeah.
in the look of us, the clothing. You got
Yeah.
people that laugh at our garments. Oh, your fringes are all out of place now. Your garments, okay, we're wearing garments of mourning, man.
Yeah, exactly.
But in the kingdom, our garments will reflect that of a god. All right, you know, the creams we use, the oils we use, are going to reflect that of a god. Our physical visage is going to reflect that of a god. Our speech is going to be that which reflects a god. We will be gods, man. All right. If Yasharala, Yah, he, Shah, Prince, Allah, power. He is the prince of a power, man, of the power. All right. So if the Most High is at God's status, then what would his sons be? It's like you having sex with your woman and she gets pregnant, and you gotta wonder: is she pregnant with a cow? Is she pregnant with a snake? Is she pregnant with a goat? No, she's gonna be fucking pregnant with another human being, man, because that's what the seed is. So if you are the son of a person, you're going to be what that person is. So if the Most High is a God, the God for your understanding, then what would his children be? Gods.
Sounds
Israel are the commandment of God, for God shall lead Israel with joy in the light of his glory, with the mercy and righteousness that cometh from him. So we took that tree. And one example is the pine tree, right? There's a lot of them. You know about the wood and all that. But I'm learning about new trees all the time. The pine, you've got the cone pine, right? You know about the pine. It's like an acorn. Like, I got a couple of them. I was just drawn to the tree, and I was going to take it to them, next to my residence. They give us nice scent. But also the pine tree has pine resin too.
Yep.
Same way you can burn. So boy, man, all that.
You can talk to trees, man.
Yeah.
You know, some brothers actually do that. You can like go to a plant, right, or a tree, you know, or you maybe, I've done that before, man. When I was up in the Midlands, man, you be praying and shit, you be out there walking, you know, and then you like, you know, you buy a tree or something, and then it will just start, the wind will blow, and you hear something, man, and the tree will just point this way, and it's like, yeah, that's the decision I needed or something. That's, you know, the scriptures speak about that, man. Yeah. The trees talk to each other.
Yep.
You know, and you can talk to trees. You can talk to animals, man.
Yep.
There's examples as well of people that have depression. These are Edomites, and they've looked into Gad. You know, with Gad, they're all about nature, so nature, and they hug trees. Yep. They say, "Oh, I hug trees every day. I hug trees," and it sounds about that, but we ain't gonna need to be going to that extreme. And I've done a video on it, but they know that they give off energy. They take it, you know, extreme, but you can hug trees.
I'm going to say just 2 quick points. First point on the trees, the scriptures say that even the trees will rejoice when Esau goes down, because they'll say, no fellow has come up upon us. So when the earth is rejuvenated, the tree's vibration is going to go back to what it originally was, because everything's a lot weaker than it was. Like, for example, our stature is smaller. Yeah. You know, like in the ancient world, it took, 2 men to carry a cluster of grapes. Yeah. So we're going to go back to the ancient way of things. So everything's going to be back in its fullness, its strength again. Now, the other point, the brother Urami was talking about the sons of God. Yeah, we're the sons of God. Psalms 82, verse 6. Yeah. It says, I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are the children of the Most High.
Exactly, man. You are the children of the Most High. You do not get your woman pregnant and contemplate what manner of species she's going to push out of her vagina. That's Greek mythology. That's bullshit, man. All right? The scripture says in Genesis, every seed according to his kind. Yeah? The kind of the Most High is that he is a God. So therefore, that which comes from him will be of his kind. Ye are gods. Go on, man.
Yeah. I have said ye are gods, and all of you are the children of the Most High, but ye shall die like men.
Yeah, because we've been put in this state, man. The chains of darkness, man. Dying like men. You know? Go on, man.
You shall die like men and fall like one of the princes.
Die like men, why? Because of sin. Okay, we fell away from that which kept us to live forevermore. Alright, which goes back again, it goes back to the covenant, the law, statutes, and commandments. You nations will have to keep that in the kingdom, man. Where was that in Ezra? Was it Ezra 8?
Oh yeah, back in Ezra 8.
Yeah.
Second Ezra 8 again.
This earth, like, you made a beautiful point. This earth is given like maybe 1% of what it's capable of, man. If that, man, the oxygen really ain't real oxygen, man. It's capable, you know. I saw a video for you brothers I'm into aviation. I saw a video this week just gone, and they were like, what is those white lines that sometimes come out of airplanes?
Yeah.
And they was trying to explain it to be basically high pressure of heat and cold air that creates a water-like vapor that looks like a cloud or a straight line. It's fucking bullshit. That's chemtrails,
Yeah.
man. You know. So the oxygen is messed up. The water's messed up, the land is messed up, everything's messed up out here, man. The earth is ain't giving much, man. Why? Because the wicked are in rule, man.
The earth is defiled under the inhabitants thereof.
Like, you drink water, you're actually meant to feel oxygen circulate your body.
Yeah.
Now it's just like, well, there's just liquid in my stomach now, but my throat ain't drying. Now you're meant to feel it in your cells, man. You know?
It's dead. Water is what you call dead.
Yes.
Dead water. And the food is dead. I was walking around there looking at people, and why do people look? A lot of people look so dead because I'm gonna say the chicken. Maybe I can say the name, but the chicken what they're giving you is dead. What they're selling in all the butter chicken, all the dead food. It's like you're supposed to really be alive, and as you say, to be hydrated. You need live food, live water. Be hydrated so you can be live.
And they're even trying to what are they having? Is it the G? Is it the COP 27 or G something summit they're having? I was watching the thing that one of the brothers put in the chat. I think it's Order Laban, and they're talking about how they want to cut carbon emissions down and cut meat consumption down. That's why they're pushing all this vegan shit. Now, a couple of weeks back, not to digress, just quick one. A couple of weeks back, before camp, I thought, let me get a sandwich, right? But they had nothing that was lawful for me to eat there. It was all fucking pork and prawns and shit. So I thought, okay, I'll get the vegan one. I ate that shit, right? And it's like,
That's not me.
do you know what, man? It was like I didn't even eat anything. Because it had no substance to it, man. But they're trying, that's why they're promoting all this veganism shit. Like, oh yeah, it's good for the planet, yeah. No, it's just because they want to get you not eating anything. You know, as they say, you will own nothing and be happy. They want to destroy everything that you
But it's just, if I could just say, this so-called vegan, the ones that are already made in Iceland, it's just processed shit anyway. Like, you've got most of the food in those places are, you know, if it look good, but it's just pride. I went vegan for a couple of months. I bet on myself. Like, I do stupid food like that sometimes. So I tried it, and I looked at a lot of these places. It's all processed shit. If you really want to go vegan, you can do it, which is not necessary. But if you want to, and you can yam up the lamb chick every year. But it's best if you're gonna do it, right? It's best to do it when you're eating live food, like live plants and live so-called food that you can get. But it's not necessary, as you know. Food you need to be eating food that is living and alive. Chicken every now and then is all right. Good chicken is all right. You can do that. I'm not knocking chicken, but live food in the body so that it can be oxygenated and hydrated.
Okay. So we want me to go back to 2nd Ezra 8 and 1, and it says, and he answered me, saying, the Most High have made this world for many, but the world to come for few. I will tell thee a similitude, Ezra's, as when thou askest the earth, it shall say unto thee that it giveth much mold, whereof earthen vessels are made, but little dust that gold cometh of. Even so is the course of this present world. There be many created, but few shall be saved.
And many created, man. The earth is what its highest population. Yes. Right now, man. You know, many people have been created, but few shall be saved. People are going to die. There's a lot of death that's going to happen now. Let's get that. The dead body shall lay in the streets of that great city, which is spiritual. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of death getting ready to come out here, man. You know, Let's get in that spirit, man. Death spirit.
Lamentations morning.
You people gonna be upset about that. Yeah, they came on the camera. They said let's get in that death spirit. Well, yeah, let's get in that death spirit because we're here to tell you what the scriptures talk about and what's coming, man. All right, prophets ain't here to, that they in the churches, man. It was good to be in the house of the Lord. Yeah, man, you come around here and you gonna be upset to be in the house of the Lord, man. Them stupid, corny ass, dumb ass, bonehead nigga Christians, man. With stupid pastors, man. And then you got church members. Oh, pastor preached a good sermon today. Yes. Amen. Hallelujah. The Holy Spirit working with him. Yeah, me I like the last one, but this one ain't good. Yeah, okay. You don't like us, man, because we gonna tell you what the deal is, man. Okay. You just tremble when the prophets came around, man.
Come and stand peaceably.
You know what, man? Hey, I don't give a fuck, man. I'm in that spirit today. All right, Salaki, if I'm coming across, Salaki, man. But it is what it is. My woman said to me this week, "Oh, you're depressed. You're depressed." She tried to offer, she want to take me to that. Let's do something that you like. Let's go to a bar and just chill. Have a few drinks and go home. But you're depressed. You need to do something. I looked at her and I walked off because, but it's like I don't want to explain to you. Quite frankly, bitch, I don't need to explain to you. But the reason is because we carry a very heavy aura around us, man. Brothers be out. I know you brothers can attest to that, man. People looking at you strange, or it's like, or as soon as they see you, it's like they get sobered up. They're drunk off the wine of Babylon, but then they see you and it's like, yeah, because you carry a very heavy spirit about you. Let me just say it like this: it appears to be a dark spirit about you, man. A very sobering, like, nah, this ain't man to play with, man. Whatever fun and games, fun fair, Mickey Mouse bullshit, that stops. When they see you carry a very heavy aura around you, man. Why? Because the aura of the scriptures is heavy, man. Okay? They perceive it as darkness, but it's really light, man. Oh, why has this guy always got a serious face? Why does he always seem like he's, you're depressed?
I read something earlier, and I read it again because it touches upon what you're just saying right now. This is the beginning of Isaiah.
And we don't want to be here, man. So you can, but if I don't give a fuck, you can say I'm depressed. I don't want to be here, man. The only reason I'm happy to be here is to do the work. Yeah. And pray to the Lord that he keeps my ass in the truth until the end, man. And I see his return. Yeah. That's the only reason I'm happy to be here. Other than that, I don't want to be here, man. Yeah. What is there? Like we said a couple of weeks ago, once you've had some alcohol, once you've had some pussy, and you reach about the age 25, you've experienced everything in this world, man. That's it. After alcohol, pussy, and good food, you should just die. Yeah. Because there's nothing else to live for. Everything else ain't for you, man. That's the reality of this world, and that shows you how shallow shit is. Yeah. Alcohol, sex, and good food. After that, you might as well just get put 6 feet under, man. Because this world has nothing else to offer.
That goes back to what Zerubbabel was saying about what is the strongest thing in the truth. Because they went through wine, they went through women. Yep. And you said the king is wicked, women are wicked. But the truth is the only thing that really matters. Yeah? But a quick point on what you just said, right? Because you said about people seeing your aura because you're in this truth. I'm going to read Zechariah 9:1. The burden of the word of the Lord. See, it's a heavy burden. And people can sense that about us. Like, for example, what you said literally happened to me yesterday. I was coming out my house about, 4:30 in the afternoon. I had to go to the chemist. Come up my house now. I was about to step up my gate. There was a guy walking towards me. You see? And all I was doing is stepping out the gate. He literally did that. Yeah, you see?
And people always be doing that because they feel that burden, man. They feel that weight. That's why the scripture says, in regards to Yahweh Shai, we know that thou art an austere man. You couldn't be around Yahweh Shai on some happy-go-lucky shit all the time. In the adverts, you do that. Yeah, do that shit. You couldn't do that around the Lord, man. the Lord carried a very heavy spirit around him. So the disciples, they had to adapt to that, man.
Yeah.
We know that thou art an austere man. That's why when the woman with the issue of blood for 12 years, you know, like your house, I was walking, right? And you had people, you know, like a celebrity trying to get hold of him.
Yeah.
Your house, yeah. The Messiah, the one that does miracles. Yeah. You know, and your house, I was just walking through the crowd like, yo, man, yo. And then people was touching him.
Yeah.
And then that one woman touched him, but she touched him with faith.
Yeah.
You know, in fact, let's hold everything we got. Let's go to that. Let's go to that. You know, you want to talk about something, the spirit take aim. It's cool. Let's go to that, man. You know, that austere spirit, that heavy spirit, the spirit of the prophets, man.
Gotcha.
Let's get into that, man. Like how the prophets of old used to roll.
Right, so this is Matthew 9, starting at verse 20. And behold, a woman which was deceased with an issue of blood 12 years came behind him and touched the hem of his garment. For she said within herself, if I may but touch his garment, I shall be made whole.
Now, see, sometimes here, like faith, real faith, that's why they say we're bugged out. Oh, you put on these robes and you come out here with a sign with some weird writing on it and cameras. You know, faith can make you do things that seem off, man.
That's true.
Faith can make you do things that to everybody else seems off. You know, riding a bike is normal, walking a dog is normal. You know, crossing the road, like the green man is normal. But standing outside just talking to cameras, that's not normal. And wearing weird funny garments, that's not normal. Exactly. But then here what? Even according to the law, what she did was off.
It was, because she was unclean.
She was unclean. You're not meant to touch anyone. You're not meant to touch anything. You're meant to be secluded in a separate house until your cleanse has come. So for an Israelite woman to purposely touch a man when she's bleeding, that's off, man. But she said, my faith is that if I touch the hem of his garment, I shall be made clean, made whole, man. Keep reading up.
And it says, for she said within herself, if I may but touch his garment, I shall be made whole. But Yahushua turned him about and said when he saw her, so let me read that again. But Yahushua turned him about, and when he saw her, he said, daughter, be of good comfort, thy faith has made thee whole. And the woman was made whole from the hour.
You see, so there's the Gospels here. People say the Bible is contradictory. Because Matthew said it like this and John said it like that. No, the way the Holy Spirit works with the apostles is to in the Gospels is to write the same thing but emphasize on different points.
That's right.
Okay, when you check it, Matthew wrote the Gospel in terms of like very chronological. This, then this, then this, then this. So when you read the book of Matthew, it shows you what happened in order. All right. When you read the book of John, it shows more the compassionate side of the Lord in those situations. When you read the book of Matthew and Mark and Luke, it shows more the austere side of the Lord. So in one account, the Holy Spirit worked with one of the disciples to write the part where the Lord turned around and said, "Who touched me?"
And they said, everybody's touching.
Everyone's touching it, you know. That shows the austere side of the Lord. But it's the same account. Like, for example, that's why the scripture says in the mouth of 2 or 3,
shall the matter be established.
It better be established. Let's say we see something happen right in front of our eyes. And then, you know, what happened, brothers? He's going to give his account. I'm going to give my account. He's going to give his account. It's all going to be the same thing in different words.
Yeah.
Now, he may emphasize on a part that I didn't emphasize on.
Yeah,
Like, I may emphasize on a part that this brother never emphasized on. But it's all the same account. All accounts are true. You know, as they say, 2 heads are better than 1.
and if I may, it's just kind of like the song. Because like when you got if you do like obviously music, you've got different instruments playing, but they're all playing in the same tune, they're all in the same key. You know what I'm saying? They're all complementing the overall picture. For example, one singer might sing lead and one singer might sing harmony. You know, so it all complements and makes the comprehensive picture. Because I remember one time, one guy in the world was scoffing at the Bible and I was trying to teach him about it. He goes, but there's no books actually written by Jesus. Like, he didn't write anything. He didn't. So how can we believe it? Well, as the brother just said, in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses shall the matter be established. Furthermore, it says, "Lo, I come in the volume of the book. It is written of me."
He's a nigger.
He was a nigger.
Yeah. He wants Jesus chapter 1.
Yeah.
I've got the same account here because we're talking about
Yeah, you reading this account.
in
Where's
Luke,
that from?
in Luke's position, not doctor, position. So let's hear what Luke how he breaks it down. Luke chapters 8 and 43 says, "And a woman having an issue of blood 12 years, which had spent all her living upon physicians, neither could be healed of any, came behind him and touched him, the border of his garment, and
Lord, so she touched the back part. Lord had blue and fringes on it, just like we have, man. Okay, she touched the bottom of his garment, man. So,
came behind him and touched him, the border of his garment, and immediately her issue of blood staunched."
yeah, so the blood that was coming out from between her, it stopped, man. So,
And Yehoshua said, "Who touched me?"
now that's that. See again, that would sound bugged out. Well, you got a whole crowd around you.
Yeah.
Everybody's trying to. Another account says the crowd thronged him.
Yeah.
When you look at the word thronged, it means to
Press
overwhelm
against him,
and to
yeah.
press on someone, man. So everybody's to the Lord, man. But then there was that one touch of faith, man.
Amongst all those, the multitude, one touch of faith.
You see, that's why I'm an Israelite. Yeah, I'm Semitic, and the Amazon
The 12
movie.
tribes of
Yeah,
Jews,
so
yeah.
the 12 tribes of the Jews. Yeah, but there's those. Yeah, that's fucking bugged out, man.
Yeah.
Is what it is. But yeah, all of that stuff, right? But then you've got those who touch the garment of Yahweh Shai with faith, man. People coming to you, I'm an Israelite, and yeah, look at me. We had guys that used to be around us that they were in the truth because they were happy to show niggas on the road, I know more than you. All right, two brothers, three brothers in particular, that used to be in the camp. But 2 of them, you could see that proud spirit on them. They just, yeah, I'm an Israelite, and you don't know, so yeah, what? You can be in the crowd trying to touch the Lord, but how are you touching the Lord, man? Is it with faith? Is it with sincere hopes of being healed? Because we're sick motherfuckers, man. In the flesh, in the mind, we done some sick shit in our lives, man. Some things we may, the scriptures say that confess thy faults one to another. The prayer of an effectual saint, or a fervent saint availeth much, something like that.
Yeah, I know.
Roughly paraphrasing. There's certain things, hey bro, in the past I used to do this. There's certain things you can't even tell brothers, man. That's just between you and the Lord. Maybe. Okay? So when we, Lord willing, we're sincere and of the elect, right? We touch the Lord, we seek after him, we throng him, which is the volume of the book, in sincerity and hopes of being cleansed, man. Coming to the truth on that I know more than you spirit, that ain't the right way, man. Because everybody was touching the superstar.
Yeah.
When he turned water into wine, I got to touch him. Like when you watch tennis, man, Wimbledon or whatever, man, and the winner, he'll do this, he'll take off his armband, roll it up and wear the crowd. And everybody's there like, I got it.
People's elbow.
I got Federer's armband.
Yeah.
Well, they're gonna. Some might keep it, but people just want money, or bragging rights, or money, whatever.
May I say something about Bishop on the topic of this woman with the issue of blood? Because it's actually a bit deeper than what we're saying, right? Because let me bring out this precept and explain why it links to this woman. This is John 9 verse 1. And as Yahushua passed by, he saw a man which was blind from birth. And his disciples asked him, saying, Master, who did sin, this man or his parents, that he was born blind? And Yahushua answered, neither have this man sinned, nor his parents, but that the works of the Most High should be made manifest in him. Let me read that again. But that the works of the Most High should be made manifest in him. I must work the works of him that sent me while it is day. The night cometh when no man can work. So basically, the disciples asked, why is this man born blind? Did he sin in his past life or his parents? But he was born blind just for the fact that Yahushua will come across him and heal him. So this woman who had the issue of blood for 12 years, that was all set up in the spirit. The Most High gave her the issue, and she didn't allow. The Most High didn't allow any physician to heal her, just so she could actually be there that day when Yahushua was there, touch the hem of his garment, and be healed. And Yahushua would have known this because he knew the works that he had to do on the earth. So all the people that he healed, Yahushua knew who he was dealing with and who was set up to follow him and who wasn't. So that woman, obviously she had the faith. You know, that was all set up in the spirit.
Yeah, I've kind of done a video on it, and the point I brought out. But let me just carry on anyway.
Sorry, did I cut you?
No, it's all right. We're gonna carry on because you read Matthew, yeah, and getting that point of view and Luke's point of view, yeah. And Yahushua said, "Who touched me?" When all denied Peter and they that were with him said, "Master, the multitude thronged thee and pressed thee, and saying, Thou who touched me? And sayest thou who touched me?" Question. And Yahushua said, "Somebody have touched me, for I perceive that virtue is gone out of you." So the point you made is that Yahushua was going to be a teaching moment.
Yeah.
But there's more than one lesson in there. But we, for the sake of talking about the prophets, the prophets and the power and the steerness of Yahushua. 46, and Yahushua said, "Somebody have touched me, for I perceive that virtue is gone out of me." And when the woman saw that she was not him, she came trembling and falling down before him. She declared unto him before all the people for what cause she had touched me, him, and how she was healed immediately. So, quite I'll focus kind of on the virtue side. Just by touching on you, right? You get that healing, man. But her determination, that she showed, she went back through a lot of people just to get the and Peter learned a lesson from it. It was a teaching moment. We might call a controversial teaching moment. Bring something of learning.
That's cool. So where was I before that? We jumped there. It was in 2 Ezra 4:8. Yeah, I pretty much finished the point on 2 Ezra 8. It says, "There be many created, but few shall be saved." So that's the point he was making on that.
Where's that scripture? The dead bodies was gonna go there.
Oh, yeah.
Dead bodies, so
Back in Revelation 11. I've got it. This is Revelation 11.
oh shit.
Oh yeah, you wanted to get into the austerities of the prophets.
Yeah.
Right, so this is Revelation 11, starting about verse 8. Yeah. And it says, "And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of that great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified. And they of the people and the kindreds and tongues and nations shall see their dead bodies 3 days and a half, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put into graves." Now, what does that represent? So who are the dead bodies? The dead bodies are the elect of the nation of Israel, because for a period of time we was in a dead state. We lost our identity, we lost the names of Yahweh and Yahushua. We were sold into slavery. We even forgot who we were as a people. So we was in a likened as being in a dead state. But they didn't suffer our bodies to be put into graves, because it's like they were just keeping us out as zombies, just to work up, build up Esau's empire. So for 3 days and a half, that represents 350 years. So what is that from, like, what is it? How do you say? 50 years? 17, 18, 19. Yeah, so we was in hardcore slavery from, like, was it 1492, 1500s to around 1600s. So roughly 350 years later, taking us into around, what is it 1960s? Around about that time, the truth started to be brought back to us through the Most High, through Elder Rabbi Albert Bivens, through the men under him, King Marshall, Elder High Priest Yaakov, all those elders, and we're following in our elders, who were the apostles of Great Millstone. The word has come back to us, so we've been revived. So that was the representation of the 350 years, and it says, "And they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them and make merry, and shall send gifts to one another, because these two prophets tormented them that dwelt on the earth. So basically, the nations were glad and they rejoiced over the downfall of the nation of Israel. Those two prophets represented the northern and the southern kingdom of Israel. So the other nations, they rejoiced over our downfall, and they continue to rejoice over our downfall. You know, they love seeing like, you know what Esau puts on the map, for example, he puts everything, all worst of Jake gets promoted. For example, World Star Hip Hop. Why the hell is that website so popular? It's because the other nations love seeing Jake doing wickedness.
Being clans.
Exactly. They love seeing that shit. You know, so and even in the world of entertainment, what is Jake mostly doing? You know, Jake's mainly singing, dancing, being a comedian, basically being a court jester for Esau. That's how they get their flipping. Jake gets a little bit of an advantage in the sport by basically being, you know, a buffoon, like, you know, your Lenny Henry's. I mean, Eddie Murphy's a good comedian.
Dave Chappelle and all them.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, they're funny, but at the end of the day, they're being court jesters, you know.
But it's lucky, because they walk a fine line. Now, I was watching Dave Chappelle the other day, going in on the Ye thing and the Irene thing. It's very funny, but he actually, before he opened up, he said, "I'm gonna write my note," and he said, I will not say anything about the school hat being." Yeah, he didn't say that. He said the word. You know, but basically, he's getting on them, but very diplomatically. Yeah. But the idea for you to be successful, you can't say nothing, as we can see now, right? The Ye thing, you're not supposed to say nothing about them.
Yeah.
But you can belittle your people and yourself.
Exactly.
That's the word what they use. I remember listening to this what's the former boxer Mike Tyson. He went into basically lecturing, which was basically a form of comedy.
Yeah.
And he had to belittle himself. When you listen and you listen, you know, I listen. Yeah. And you know that is, you can't really act like the man he really is.
Yeah.
I can knock how the fuck is that? Yeah, you two, you laughing? You know what I mean? If I was up there, that's what I'd be saying. But they got to belittle themselves.
Yeah.
So that they could be, as you say, they're palatable. Yeah, and entertaining, to be crossover. Michael Jackson's crossover. Appeal to pop. Oh, I'm the king of pop. Really, was it when he started out with the Motown thing? Yeah. Enough of his tunes was pure proper soul music. What they call soul. Yeah. Or they call it R&B. But adding to your point though, they have to be self-deprecating. Yeah. Belittling themselves and their own people.
And if I may say, I mean, in my own personal life, that's what I experienced, because when I was growing up, I knew some Edomites. Yeah. And they were cool with me, so long as I had low self-confidence. Right. When I started to be more assertive and be like, nah, man, this is what it is, all of a sudden all these Edomites are looking at me like, he's just like, who does he think he is? You know what I'm saying? They don't like it when a so-called Negro... Yeah, they don't like it when a so-called Negro knows who he is. Yeah. And that's basically these small hats was fair that Jake's going to wake up to who he is. And that's basically the cat's out the bag. You can't stop that. You can do nothing against the truth before the truth, because the more they try and censor these celebrities, the more they're overreaching and exposing themselves as to who they aren't. Because a lie can't last forever. Eventually, the truth will always crush every lie. Yeah. Now, there's another point I want to make on this, if I may. It's like please. Yeah. So like
I was going to say that. I know that we have.
I just say this one last thing.
Yeah, go on.
I saw a video from Elder Apostle Tahar yesterday about this, and he was talking about when Nick Cannon done the thing, and they had that small hat turn up on his show, and Apostle Tahar, he said it's so funny. It's like, if that isn't an example of hate, I don't know what it is, because he says the small hat was sitting there looking at Nick Cannon like he wanted to tear his throat out or something. Simply for the fact he said that, hey, we might be people of the Bible, we might be the Jews. What's so hateful about that? Yeah. Anyway, back to precepts.
Yeah, let me give this one out. Yeah? Psalms 2, talking about being there. Now, a stand-up comedian, this is what we're going to be saying. You know, we ain't going to be no comedian in the kingdom, but you know what I'm saying. Psalms 208 says, ask of me and I shall give thee the heathen for thy inheritance.
That's why them comedians be doing them type of things, because they go to the word comede, which means food for food. So they're making jokes, but they're actually thinking that they're telling us the truth. Yeah.
Yeah, and he actually said that. He said, I'm going to be careful. Dave Chappelle said, I'm going to be careful. I have to be very careful. I'm walking a fine line here. And so, yeah, man. The utmost parts of the earth for thy possession. Thou shalt break them with an iron rod. Thou shalt dash them to pieces like a potter's vessel. Yeah, the point you actually made earlier. I remember you said that break them in. We're going to be breaking them in psychologically, mentally, physically. And sometimes when you had a bad day, you know, I know you'll get it. You come out of the world and you think, what's the elder prophet? The bar uses the word therapeutic. When you break someone, mentally, physically, and even physically, right? You get away with it. You don't get away with it in this kingdom. We don't do that, but in the kingdom, we're gonna be healed. We're gonna feel good. We're gonna feel. It's gonna be therapeutic. Letting off that frustration. Yeah. Be wise now, therefore, O you kings. Be instructed, ye judges of the earth. So we're judging. Right now, we're still judging. Right now, on the left hand side, on a level where we ain't got the power though. For the most, I think we're gonna have to experience this life on the left hand side. We're living it. We're about that life on the left hand side. We're living it. When we judge now on the right hand side, when we sit down on that throne, Lord willing, with men, the 144,000 in our lots. We're gonna know how to judge, man.
Yeah.
You know, we're gonna know exactly what it feels like. And I'm gonna read this one again. I'm gonna pass it back to you. Yeah? Psalms 2 and 8 says, "Ask of me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, and the utmost parts of the earth for thy possession." Man, we just have to ask, man. And we are. You can ask now. You know when you say you need some nice one, and you say, "I play that." Same thing I sometimes I do when I see something that I don't like. All right, I get up. The other day I mentioned it last week. I was in this shop, and I don't have to go into the details, but I walked out and I wasn't happy with the way that was spoken by an Ishmaelite. I said, this shop, it was in my mind to say it before I went, but I said a little prayer so I don't go, don't go overboard. I said a little prayer, and this is how if this happened, I'm going to deal with it like this. So he said, and what I expected him to say, you know, when you can tell when someone don't really respect you, don't really go to someone deal with you. So I said, all right, this shop is cursed. Where's the other people that used to run this shop? Now this is, and I went outside, I remember when it was and I said, and I put my hand like that and I closed the shop. Nothing more to say, nothing more to deal with. End of story. Done. So we're judges and we know what it's like to be treated in a bad way. Yes, and when we judge, and the men that we get, we claim men, we claim people, we claim situations, we claim stations that I've claimed a particular police station. Back to you.
The scripture says asking. Yeah, we can
Yeah.
do like that, but you're not hearing asking. Doing the work is a form of asking. You're out here for a change of environment, man. A change of roles, man. You know, we're out here to just preach and then be happy in the simulation. This itself is a plea, it's a prayer unto the Lord, man. It's you beseeching the Lord.
Yeah.
Speaking it into existence. So that's right now, as well as all of that.
Yep.
This is the ask. This is the main version of the ask. To be out here in the houses and the highways, man. Asking the Lord to come and save us. The scripture says, "How long, O Lord?" Yeah. You know, we out here basically saying that, how long? You don't have us out here in these fucked up conditions. Come back. That's why let's get it in the hold that we can get it at Revelation like the last chapter, the last verse, even so come quickly. Yeah. With the whole, and that's the whole sum up of the Bible. We fuck pay the punishment. Okay, we get it now. Even so come quickly, Lord. That's what it's all about. Getting the hell out of here, man.
Give him no rest until he make Jerusalem a praise in the earth.
Yeah. Like the last two verses.
Hold on, quickly, man. The Lord is with you.
Really quickly. Revelation chapters 22 and 20 says, "He which testifies these things saith, Surely I come quickly. Aman, even so come the Yahushua and Mashiach."
Yeah, so he says, "He that testified, I come quickly." So the Lord says he's coming quickly. So on the earth, it's like, oh, year after year, whatever. But really, it's nothing, man. He said, "Even so, Aman, so be true." Okay, they say amen. will be true, or let it be that the Lord comes quickly. That's what it is, man. So as the Lord is coming quickly, we're asking, man. If someone's coming quickly and ain't making preparations for it, then what's going on? But anyways,
Right, back to Revelation 11 and verse 10. And they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them and make merry, and shall send gifts to one another, because these two prophets tormented them that dwelt on the earth. And after 3 days and a half, the Spirit of life from the Most High entered into them, and they stood upon their feet, and great fear fell upon them which saw them.
yes, those who stood upon their feet were the prophets. The breath and life that entered into them is the Spirit, the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to turn back to who we are, man. The Israelites, okay, not blacks, not Nubians, not what else do they say, man? Coloured, Garveyites, followers of Malcolm X, Louis Farrakhan, all of that, man. Nah, man, coming back to the truth, okay? The breath that entered into them, alright? And they stood up on their feet, which is what we're doing now. We ain't sitting in no house, man. You had guys talking, I caught one of them niggas, man, alright? I don't even go there. I don't want to go there, man.
Give us a little advertisement.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Go on.
I caught one of them niggas in a Sainsbury's, man, out there in South London. One of them apprentices of Ashan, all right. And that's when they were still with him, and they weren't going out, man. I said, what the hell's going on? Why? Yeah, well, we're keeping it indoors for now. What do you mean you're keeping it indoors for now, man? In the comfort of your house, man. That's some bullshit. Now, all props to him. He departed and started going out, which is good. But now you gotta get the doctrine straight now.
Right.
Guys, hey man, check people's pages out and shit. Doing some off-key shit. Again, it's not about I'm an Israelite and going butt wild with I'm an Israelite. Yeah, you gotta get it straight, man. So all props to that dude I'm talking about. He left Ashan and then started going out. Now he's got his own group going, but you gotta get the doctrine straight, man. Guys holding on to dreads and all kind of shit, sticks, conducting Israelite weddings on YouTube, all kind of weirdo shit, man. Doctrine ain't straight, doing all kind of madness, man. Alright. Read that again, man.
Revelation 11 and 11. And after 3 days and a half, the Spirit of life from the Most High God entered into them. Revelation 11 and 11 and again. After 3 days and a half, the Spirit of life from the Most High God entered into them. And they stood upon their feet. A great fear fell upon them who saw them.
We stood upon our feet, man. With our apostles and elders on down, man. We've been out here, man. Brothers been out here.
Doing the sidewalk shuffle.
We out here, man, in the cold, man. You got people rubbing their hands together. Oh, it's cold and shit. We out here, man.
Yeah. Not playing the funk.
Yeah, we got, put some extra layers on, get your winter coat out, your gloves on, We out here, we standing up on our feet, man. Okay?
Great fear fell upon them.
That's why these motherfuckers, they're out here like, who is that? Oh, who are they? What are they doing? Yeah, because fear fell upon you, man. Because you saw the man of the Lord, no matter what, preaching his word, man. Okay? So the breath is the wisdom, the knowledge, the understanding which came into us, having been taught by men above us to be out here, man. Okay, and we don't take no breaks, man. In the spirit and power of the Lord, we don't take no breaks. Oh yeah, brother, it's coming on to November now, so we're going, keep it indoors for now. Just do indoor sit downs. Nah, man, we're gonna be out here in the winter, man. Alright, it gets colder in December, it gets colder in January. We're gonna be out here in the spirit and power of the Lord. Let's pull that in season and out of season, man. means
What one for you, yeah?
that diligent. We're gonna go there before we get anything else. Let me just finish this. That diligent spirit, man. We gotta pray for that to stay upon us, man. You know, okay. All that keeping it indoors for now, shit. Now let's say come out here like brothers. Let's say one of us drove or whatever. We came here and there's torrential rain. All right. Oh, let's say that. Let's just say it's hard rain. We still gonna be out here in hard rain, even when it's raining heavy. But let's just say it's really torrential, real bad, man. You know, we gonna get drenched. The camera's gonna get destroyed. You know, the sign gonna get fucking melted. Washed away and shit. Then we gonna sit in the car and do a sit down. You know, but given harsh conditions, no matter what, even when it was summertime, that's harsh conditions.
Yeah,
You know,
that's true, brother.
you're sweating, you losing
man,
water out of your body.
Yeah, man.
You start feeling weak, nauseous,
Yeah,
headaches. Because that England sounds not enjoyable. It's like a microwave. There's no breeze, there's no nothing. So you're just there, fucking melting away, talking for 6 hours, man. So that's harsh conditions. But we were still out here. All right.
That's just a precept as well.
No, hold on. Before you say that, let Ariel read this.
This is second Ezra chapter 7 and straight to the point. And then
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
Then answered he me and said, This is the condition of the battle, which man that is born upon the earth shall fight.
So this is the conditions of the battle, man. You got all kind of demons. We was talking about it before we set up, man. You come out on these trains, you're getting heart palpitations, your heart's racing. You don't know what the hell is going on with these spirits. Well, you do know, but it's like, whoa, this is weird, man. Filth. You can, feeding people spirits on them. All kind of madness, man. And then they feel your spirit, and you in a carriage stuffed up like sardines. That's the people, and they're realizing there's something different about him. And look at you different. That's conditions of the battle. Coming out here in these elements, man. Demons messing with your mind, all kind of things, man. Pain, sicknesses. I just thought conditions of the battle. Go on, man.
Yeah, so I'll read that one again. And then I'll carry on. Then answered he me and said, This is the condition of the battle, which man that is born upon the earth shall fight, that if he be overcome, he shall suffer as thou hast said, but if he get the victory, he shall receive the things that I say.
Yeah, so if the thing overcomes you, then you lost, man.
Yeah.
You fucking lost, man. You got guys that I don't go out as much and you lost, man. We need to we're compassionate with each other, but again, we don't have that bullshit spirit, man, where anything goes, man. You fucking lost.
Yeah.
And most I forbid, the spirit is taken from me, so the same thing would fall upon me. I would have lost. Most I forbid, man. Whatever the circumstance, it's too cold outside. Remember, there was a guy that was with us for like 1 week or so, man. 1 fucking week, and his auntie saw him out there in Peckham, man. And then he never came back, and he reported to one of the brothers at the time, oh yeah, my aunt saw me and said if I'm out there, then there's gonna be repercussions, so I can't do it because my family members see me. That's some bullshit, man. When I first came in the camp was right next to my house, man. Basically, man, at that time. Okay? Brothers been seeing family members, man. Your brothers, your sisters, your cousins, okay? When I first came in the camp, we was at my doorstep, man. Literally 2 minutes away, my auntie lived there, man. My cousins used to walk past and shit. And I ain't saying, look at me, I stood firm. No, fuck me, I could have folded. It's the spirit of the Lord. Ultimately, why you don't fold is the spirit of the Lord. And why you do fold is the spirit of the Lord. It's if you're wanted or if you're not wanted. Alright? No. Before we finish this,
Just one more now, yeah? Second Ezra 7 and 59 now. For this is the life thereof Moses spoke unto the people while he lived, saying, Choose thee life that thou mayest live.
The verse before.
Yeah. That
Yeah, the verse before, that's heavy.
58. For if ye be overcome, ye shall suffer as thou hast said.
Yeah, so if you overcome, if you're overcome by the temptation or the hardship, you've lost. But you lost, man. You know, you lose. That's it, but go on.
But if ye get the victory, ye shall receive the thing that I say.
Which are the rewards if you get the victory, man. You know, you could be in the bed, you know, and it's like, oh, I gotta get up. Fuck it, let me just stay in bed today. You know,
Overcome.
you didn't overcome, you lost. Yeah, you were overcome and you lost. But then if you get your ass out the bed and come to the camp in the cold, then you shall get the victory when the Lord comes back.
And that's beautiful, brother, because when the brother Caleb sent that message out today, he's running a little bit late for camp. I was still in my bed,
Yeah.
and I had to fight to, you know what I mean? I had to fight to come up. And I said, oh shit, I have to get up.
Yeah, hey, this brother called
You see what I'm
me.
saying?
He called me and said he's here,
Yeah,
and I just basically got out
I'm
the shower.
telling you,
man.
brother. You see what I'm saying?
It was a struggle to
And because
to
you're
get out of
working
bed.
on top of it too, that's
Yeah,
all
yeah.
another thing too.
Most I know.
So, you know,
You wake up here and it's like,
Yeah.
man, and then you shake that spirit off of
you shake it off, brother.
you know, because hey, Lord willing, when the Yahushua comes back, we get the victory. It's
Yeah.
speaking about.
Yeah,
It's all about you're overcome by the battle, you lose, or you overcome the battle, you gain the victory.
Yeah.
And
You know?
everything in this life is a battle.
It's a battle. The scripture says that them that got the victory.
If I could just say, it says in 57, for this is the condition of the battle. Now, to become one of any of the special forces, army rangers, navy seals, rebirth, they put you through these courses, and the objective is to put you through the courses, and they might get individual obstacles or conundrums in front of you to try and get you to quit. The objective is to try and get you to quit. Now you put assault courses, obstacle courses, assault courses, all kinds of things, right? Mental challenges, physical challenges. Now they're not looking for the most intelligent guy or the most physically muscular man. They just basically want the person that's not going to quit.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
for example, if you're a Navy SEAL, you got they put you through water challenges. They block you water conditions that you have to survive. They may get somebody to come down when you go under the water and take off your water apparatus. And they know what they've been trained what to do, but they want to see what you do. When in reality, would he panic or would he just go back up and not put anything into practice?
Right.
So back to the spiritual warfare now. With Satan, you mentioned about the bed thing, right? And,
Yeah.
and everybody's got their thing.
Yeah, man.
Everybody knows what thing they got. You just have to be aware that Satan say to me, he's going to try this.
Yeah,
And when he
yeah.
tries it, it's for me to get me to quit.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
In your mind, you say,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
I know the game, I know the play, I know
Yeah.
the ploy. He's trying to get me to quit. Now, you could be good at it, but he just wants you to quit.
Of course, man.
And then once you quit now,
Yeah.
as you said, the man that they tapped out, man. Now, enough of them man they tapped out and had a lot of knowledge in their head, but they still tapped out. So the idea is that in your mind, as you said anyway, as we know, the
Yeah.
elect ain't going to tap out.
Yeah.
The elect ain't going to tap out. Lord willing, with those men, we ain't going to tap out.
Can I back you up, brother, on this? Yeah. Can I go on, brother? Go on.
Amen. Proverbs 20 verse 4. The sluggard
man.
will not plow by the reason of the cold.
Yes.
No. Yeah, that's one. Yeah. Proverbs 20 verse 4. The sluggard will not plow by reason of the cold.
Yeah, because you're in the bed, man. The house is warm, the bed is warm, and then the thought of I gotta go shower, I gotta get dressed, and getting here is a battle in itself.
Yeah.
The demons on the bus, the
Of
demons on
course.
the train.
Yeah.
You know, then you have to come out here and stand out here. It's like, oh man. So the sluggard will not, what do you say?
The sluggard will not plow by reason of the cold.
Because plow is like farm work, man.
Yeah,
You gotta
man.
get them
Of
farmers. They
course.
get up early, man.
Yeah.
All 3 a.m., 4 a.m. They're
Yeah,
out
man.
there, you know, on
Yeah,
the
man.
field,
Them
man.
farmers.
You know, they were just in the bed, but now they got to attend to the ground. So we're spiritual farmers tending to the ground, man. Making sure that what the Father gave us and
Yeah.
Yahushua gave us, we're keeping it, man. You know, but the sluggard won't plow by reason of the cold, meaning that the conditions weren't fair for him.
All
You
right.
got those Israelites, man.
Yeah.
You know, it's springtime, man. Fair weather Israelites. You know, it's not too hot, it's not too cold, it's just about right.
That's what the Apostle Paul
And
said
that's-
to his disciples. He
Yeah.
said, you should work against the faces and hearts and analysis and reprove with all long suffering. So we're going to suffer in this thing. What I'm teaching you, you're going to suffer in this thing.
And I tell you something else, if you don't mind me intervening, yeah? Intervene. When it comes to this truth, man, you have to make up your mind.
Yes, you
You have to make up your mind. Can I bring up the scripture, please? Yeah? And it's the main thing. This is the main ultimate goal here. Revelations 12 and 11. And they overcame him by the blood. It's about not tapping out. You can't, in this truth, brothers, we cannot tap out. You know what I mean? And they overcame him by the blood, because Yahushua has to be through you, of the Lamb, and by the word of their testimony, and they loved not their lives unto death.
Read that again.
Revelations 12 verse 11. And they overcame, not tapping out, him by the blood of Yahushua HaMashiach, the Lamb.
Now hold that. What was you at before we said they got the victory?
Oh,
Because
Heavy.
Yahushai's got the victory, man. So if you're of Yahushai's, then you've got the victory. He said that in John 17, none of them which you gave me are lost.
that's powerful.
If you tap out, then you weren't of the heavenly
Yeah,
Father.
man.
That means Yahushai never had you, man. But because Yahushai, they said they overcame by the by the blood of the Lamb.
Wow.
We got that up.
Yeah,
We got-
2 Ezra 7 and 57 says, 58, that if we be overcome, he shall suffer as thou hast said. But if we get the victory, he shall receive the thing that I say.
Now, who's the first to get their victory, man? It's Yahushai.
Yeah.
He's the first to get to receive the reward, man. So if once he's received, then all those under him will
That's
receive,
it.
man. So when we overcome, it's not because I got it like that. It's by the blood of the Lamb.
That's it. Through Yahushua.
Yeah, going up.
Book of Revelation 12 and 11. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. And they loved not their
By
lives.
the word of their testimony, which is this Bible, man. You know, here is the good way, walk ye in, man. You know, by following the scriptures, having faith in the Lord and doing the work, the scripture says that they were saved by their works and by their faith.
Mhm.
You know, putting it into practice and having faith in the Lord will sustain us and keep us to the end. All right, that is how we overcome. And they love not their lives unto the death, man.
He
Meaning
said-
that go on.
And by the word. And by the word.
And who's the word? The word is Yahweh.
Hey, that's a
John
heavy
1:1.
precept.
You know, in the beginning was the word, and the word was a power,
Mm-mm.
and the word was with the Most High. All things were created by him, and through him nothing was made, that which was made, man. So the word is Yahweh Shai, the victory is Yahweh Shai, the overcoming is Yahweh Shai.
Yes, overcome.
That's why we're the elect. We're dealing of that number. We're known
Yes.
as the body of Yahweh
Beautiful,
Shai.
beautiful, beautiful.
Because our success ain't because of us. You know what? I fucked the bed demon today. I got out of that war
Yeah,
bed.
yeah.
And I made it to the king. No,
Yeah,
it's not you, it's not me. It's Yahweh Shai that got you
That's
out of
it.
bed.
That cuddling spirit.
Yeah. There's that Saturday morning bed demon.
Yeah.
You know, the bed just seemed extra comfortable that day.
Friday to Saturday night.
It's always that cuddling spirit. All of a sudden, the pillow feels good. Yeah. All the feathers and the part in the pillow, you're flicking it, you know.
Yeah.
You know, it's lucky. Last week, I think I mentioned this to some of the brothers. Last week it was so nice. You know, I felt like there was a mild tremor.
Yeah, you said
I
that.
was thinking, let me go and check the news, man. It's like I felt a mild tremor, and I said, what? When I just went, I got out this morning, like,
Yeah.
man, it's sweetness.
Sweet, you
but, but that's now. I use back to what you said. The most, if you're of that number, most like it's about you don't get the victory because you did it.
Yeah,
I'm so strong. I dealt with the demon. I overpowered
yeah,
it.
man.
Most I got it in the choke.
Yeah, because you try and deal with the demon, and the demon will deal with you.
Big time.
You know, like what was that? That demon said, "Paul, I know the vagabond."
But who are you?
Yahushua,
Who are
man.
you?
And the demon jumped on them and fucked them up, man.
Big
So
time.
like we don't fight these in our power, man. We fight these obstacles, like you're saying, the assault forces, the things that purposely are
Yes.
put in your path to try and throw you off. Or what's he gonna do here? Decision making.
Yes.
When you jump in the army, there's certain things that they check, man. composure,
Yeah.
in discipline, decision making, you know, upset reversal. You know, yeah, a standard it should go A, B, C, D, but what if it's mixed up? How well does he focus on rearranging things to make it right? That's how we
under
got
pressure. How you
under pressure.
Yeah.
You know, that's how we're taught in the truth, man. Not everything's a plain sailing, man.
Yeah, man.
The scripture, let's prove that. If my son, if thou come to serve the Lord,
Prepare thyself for temptation.
you know, the scriptures let us know from day one it's going to be upset training, man. It's gone wrong. How do you make it right? You make it right through the one who overcame first.
Yeah, man.
Yahweh Shai.
Yeah, man. And these demons are intelligent, man, because I tell you something, when one come and you try to beat him down, he go anyway for 2 seconds, you know, and he's come back on another one.
And the demon.
Intelligent. And when he got third one, he's coming and fought. I tell you, he's not giving up, man.
Because the idea is in these back to this illustration. The idea is if you don't quit in the contest, in the training, right? You most likely you're hired. They hire you.
Yes.
You didn't quit. Most likely in the heat of battle, under pressure, you won't quit.
Yeah.
So they say this is the soldier we want. And all them big soldier man, them big muscle man, somebody.
Man.
Nah, he quit. You know, he ain't good under pressure. But some of them are strong, but under pressure they might not perform. So that's the idea. When we get these trolls, we all have ours.
Yeah.
We're gonna what's going on there? You know.
Yeah. Man.
Trying to be in the zone, even under pressure.
Yeah, man.
Spoke about the zone last week.
True, brother. True.
Right, this is Surah 2 from verse 1. My son, thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation. Set thy heart aright and constantly endure.
Upset training, man. Like in aviation, you learn, you get in a simulator before you actually get in a real aircraft. You get in a simulator and stuff, you know, and they're always teaching you how to react for things going wrong.
Yeah, man.
Not about, oh yeah, you know, you take off and then you landing gear up and you get to cruising speed, and that's easy. Anyone can do that, man. The majority of your training is for situations when things go horribly wrong.
Yeah.
So when they do, you know what to do.
That's true.
You know?
It's true, brother.
So it tells you, my son, when you come to serve the Lord, don't prepare for no, you know, smooth sailing, like we said earlier, the whistling spirit, the skipping spirit, tapping your feet together. Nah, man. The Christian spirit, the Lord says, prepare your soul for temptation. You know, that things are going to go wrong.
So when things go wrong, it makes the heart better.
Beautiful.
That's what the Most High wants to do. He wants to make this. He wants to make the church better. So when he comes back, they're fully set in their mind. The spirit most important to receive their salvation. You know? So that's what I can say.
And this is why we have to love our beloved brother Elder Pastor Har, because he said that when you come into this truth, you must learn to love the pain. He said, I can't remember word for word, but he said you must learn to love the pain.
He also said,
It's something like that. He said.
be comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Oh, that too. He said too. He said that too.
Apostle Barnes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let Caleb finish on this.
Right, read it again. This is Surah 2 from verse 1. I'm going to make an interesting observation. My son, thou come to serve the Lord. In that verse, it says Lord with small caps. It's talking about Yahweh Shai. If thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation. Set thy heart aright and constantly endure, and make not haste in times of trouble.
Yeah, let's talk about Yahweh Shai. All right. In fact, hold that. Get the account where Satan messed with the Lord in the wilderness, man. Because that was at the beginning of the Lord's ministry, man. He just finished, got baptized by his cousin John, and then he went to the wilderness, and straight away, as soon as he actually started his ministry, straight away Satan came to him. Teaching the word, man. He got baptized and he left, and the Spirit led him into the wilderness, and boom, what's the first thing that came to him? Well done, brother. You actually starting now, and now, man. Yeah. Like that Christian shit. You go in that the little swimming pool thing, and everyone's shaking your hand and hugging you, man.
Yeah.
Oh, you got baptized. Every day with Jesus is sweeter than the day before. No, not according to the scriptures, man.
No way.
As soon as you come into it, Satan gonna jump on your arm.
Straight away, brother. Yep.
And it's very true. Yeah, I'll read it. I don't think Satan wasn't watching. Satan was like laying back in the cart watching. As soon as he got the green light, jumped on him.
Yeah, because Satan was hoping the Lord never started his ministry. Okay? Satan wanted to take him out when he was born. That didn't work.
Herod, yeah.
You know, through Herod. You know, best believe Yahushua never had, like, we didn't have no, you know, smooth playing in upbringings. Brothers went through all kind of things. You think the Lord never went through all kind of things, man? You know, the scriptures tell us that he was a carpenter under his father, Joseph. You know, but he would probably been experiencing things, all kind of, you know, but then Satan was looking at him like, well, he ain't started yet. Yeah, he ain't started yet. Man, this nigga's 29, he ain't started yet. You know, then the Lord hit 30 and started saying, oh shit, now I've got to jump on him for real, because now he's in the truth. You know, and it's the same thing with us, man.
Yeah.
Satan be watching you in the background your whole goddamn life, man. It's like the weird bystanders, like, he ain't really doing nothing.
Yeah.
But as soon as, you know, you walk past the camp, Israelites, Yahushua, Yahweh, you know, 12 tribes, I'm an Israelite. Satan, oh shit, get that nigga.
Yeah.
You know, he assigns demons, man. Make that wrong. Go make that wrong.
Yeah.
That's the scriptures going, man.
He's like the spiritual saboteur.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they showed you that in the Passion of the Christ, man. When he was in the Garden of Gethsemane praying, he had Satan with that fucking baby, walking past like this,
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And the snakes on the ground
and snakes on the ground and shit. And that I mean, they ain't going off.
Yeah.
The Lord would have been seeing apparitions and demons and all kind of stuff in that garden, man. You know, but Satan was watching him. Like, yeah, he gonna tap out. And then they did it again. Remember in the whipping scene?
Yeah,
When they had his mum behind the barrier and all the people watching him get flogged, right? And then they had Satan there again, like, because hey, the Lord could have tapped out then. Nah, man, fuck this. It's too much pain. I ain't going to the cross.
Damn.
Best believe, up until the Lord gave his last breath, he could have tapped out.
Easy.
And if the Lord tapped out, then again, you have to read in the what was that? Ezra's
7.
Then he would have been overcome.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't have got the victory.
That's it.
why it's important, man. You know, you read about the Lord's crucifixion here. It's important to look at all points. He said he gave a loud cry and said, it's finished.
Yeah.
Then he died.
Yeah.
Because up until the point of the Lord dying, he could have been like, nah. Then the whole preaching for 3 years would have been in vain.
Yeah.
All the miracles would have been in vain. Getting whipped would have been in vain.
And he gave him that last one.
You know, carrying the cross would have been in vain. Imagine he actually got whipped, a crown of thorn on him, carried the cross, got nailed to the fucking cross, but on the cross, oh no, fuck this. What's that in today's term? Oh shit. That's the chip, man. That's
Yeah,
the chip.
yeah.
No, I'm an Israelite.
Yeah.
I'm in the truth.
Yeah.
I go to the camp,
Yeah,
I do my videos. Okay, nigga, you gotta take this chip. Oh, okay, I'll take it. Your whole ministry's in vain.
All of it, but it's true because when you think about it, yeah, it's a fact. Because you did all of this, you went through all of the ups and downs, emotional struggles, ups and downs.
Came all that way.
Came so far away, just so you give him the last one.
Shit.
Nah, man. Anyway, go on, bro. That's a beautiful point that the brother Urami is making because remember, he went through all of that stuff as well, but the ultimate thing he had to go through was the Most High turning his back on him. That was the last. That was the last one he had to endure that.
Yeah.
And what does he say? My father, why hast thou forsaken me? And that's when I mean, imagine that, man. You go through all that stuff, and the last thing you're holding on to is that connection with the heavenly Father.
Yeah. And it feels like he's turning his back. Yeah.
See, this is the ultimate story of the hero.
Yeah.
You see, the hero always overcomes the villain.
Oh.
And Esau's the great villain, but Yahushua overcame. So he's the great example that we're supposed to look to. I mean, this is the thing. You don't enter a fight not wanting to win. So if you're coming into this thing, you've got to be like, yeah, man. Like, for example, we're talking about coming out. I love coming out, man. Coming out to do the work because it's like, what soldier trains to go to war and then when the battle's like, no, I'm going to keep the doors for now. No, you want to get out there and use what you've learned. So this is the fun part, man. I mean, anyway.
So the point is, when was the elect made safe? When Yahushua died.
That's it.
That's when the elect was really solidified, man.
Covered by the blood.
That's why I said, death, where is thy sting? And oh, grave, where is thy victory?
Hey, that's deep.
Up until the Lord actually gave up the spirit on the cross, it was 50-50, man. And Satan's like, man, if I can get him, I can get him. But when the Lord gave up that goat, like they say,
Yeah.
gave up the ghost, gave up the spirit, and that's a done deal now.
Through him we all live.
We all live, man.
Took one
And through his
man,
blood, because he shed all that blood
Yeah.
for us. And he was bleeding on the cross.
like I was
Wow.
gonna say, it took one man that sin entered into the world, and it took one man that life entered into the world. So that's your Howard Shah. But going back to what you were saying, brother, about how the Howard Shah is the ultimate example, or the author and the finisher of our faith. Because when you read the story of the Howard Shah, right, as you elaborated on, Father, he could have just said, you know, I'm done. It's when the Most High gave up life. So that tells us that even when it feels like it's over, we still got to move forward.
Yeah.
Because that time is going to come where they're going to initiate that mark.
True words, Elder.
And you have to be ready and willing to give everything up. Even if it feels like, man, I don't even know if I'm going to do this, you still move forward. Because that spirit of doubt is going to come in. But that's heavy you speak about the check, because I want to talk about something that I found out. And all of these world leaders have already signed in with the World Economic Forum about these sticky Vicky passports. So, and as well as America, they're looking to do the same thing too. They're looking to do this. So what I'm going to pass to you brothers on the article that I found. Actually, I got it right here.
I forgot to take it on my phone, so I probably don't receive it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll pass it to you. Yes, and there's another one I want you to read this first, but just see if I can pick it up. Yeah, it's in G20. WhiteHouse.gov. I'll tell you where to start. There's so many different points of this. This one, G20. Let's start at point 23 because it's like, I think it's like 80 points or something like that. Let me just get to the point. Yeah, so I mean, sorry, the second one. Point 18. Yeah, point 23. Yeah, so you can read from. Yeah, just read the whole thing. Yeah, from 23.
All right, so this is
23.
all right. So this is from the World, what's it called?
The WhiteHouse.gov.
The WhiteHouse.gov G20 Bali Leaders Declaration. Now at where are we at? Point 23. Oh, this is a long ass one. All right. We're just waiting to. Yep. There we go. Point 23.
We can start from the next sentence. We support. Is what they're gonna do is, as Biden already declared, he declared that he's signed. He's gonna. I mean, I don't know if he's going to do or he's already done it already.
So this is from an extract from point number 23, and it says we support the WHO mRNA vaccine technology transfer hub as well as all the spokes in all regions of the world with the objective of sharing technology and technical know-how on voluntary and mutually agreed terms. We welcome joint research and joint production of vaccines, including enhanced cooperation among developing countries. We acknowledge the importance of shared technical standards and verification methods under the framework of the of the IHR 2005 to facilitate seamless international travel, interoperability, and recognizing
meaning to control travel. So, for example, and they spoke about this like a year ago, or maybe a year before that, 2 years ago, about those that haven't received the sticky Vicky, right, as we want to call it. And if you didn't have that sticky Vicky, then you would not certify to basically travel. So they're gonna bring this back. But what I also want to say is the fact that they can use this thing to where they can prohibit you from traveling to the Caribbean. Okay? They
can go from you can't travel to go to a different country to traveling just basically like everybody else within a country
Using public transport.
yeah. So it's gonna get to that point because once Esau brings in this certificate, this sticky wicky certificate, and all of that, then how far else is he gonna take it?
Right.
Go on, bro.
Second Ezra's chapter 15 and 17. A man shall desire to go into a
There
city
you go, brother.
and shall not be able.
Yeah, man shall desire to go into the city and shall not be able. And as we always talk about how you had this this situation that we was under the lockdowns, you can only but go out for a couple hours.
Yeah.
We wasn't able to go out free as we would like to prior before it came. So they're gonna set something up, man. And what they was also what I also had sussed out too, found out, excuse me, is that they're saying that bats can bring about the next pandemic. Yeah, angry bats, they said.
Angry bats.
Yeah, angry bats can spread out the new pandemic, can spread a new variant around. Because he saw they're desperate, man, and they got to get this thing up and popping. Like, what's the name just passed away? What's the dude's name? Evelyn. Some brothers call him Evelyn, I call him Evelyn. But he passed away, and they want to see the new world system in operation. And also, the same man that's the head of the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, he went to Bali in Indonesia, and he said something to the effect of we need to restructure our society. I'm saying that in my own words, but that's what he basically was saying. And he didn't really want, and I mean, he could have just said, look, we need to break this up, because that's the slogan anyway. But he didn't use that slogan, he had to say something else. Because that term is associated with the old school term, the NWO, basically, which is what they want to form. All right, so what they're going to do is they're going to come up with some nonsense, some psychological operation, and that's going to propel. And as you read, I mean, just to back up a little bit, when you read point 24, it actually says that the C-19 lockdown accelerated.
Is this moving? Is this moving?
The digital technology. So if you got some more, brother, read on that.
Right. And it says.
Start moving.
Right. And
You
it
read
says,
that same.
Can it go on this one? Because it's more,
we
it's more
support
bigger.
the WHO
Don't listen bigger.
mRNA vaccine technology
Yes.
transfer hub, as well as the spokes in all regions of the world.
This is
with
getting
the objective of sharing technology and technical know-how on voluntary and mutually agreed terms. We welcome joint research and joint production of vaccines, including enhanced cooperation among developing countries. We acknowledge the importance of shared technical standards and verification methods under the framework of the IHR 2005.
Yeah, under that law, which goes into how they can
Hold this, yeah.
what is
This
it,
one.
facilitate or control people that go in and out through like airports and spaces like that, and to see if excuse me, to basically, in other words, give certificates to those that have received the you know what. All right, and if those that have not received the you know what, they can't travel. That's what the law 2005 goes to. And I'm simply breaking it down how I remember it going, brother.
To facilitate seamless international travel, interoperability, and recognizing digital solutions and non-digital support continued, and international dialogue and collaboration on the establishment of trusted global digital health networks as part of the efforts to strengthen prevention and response to future pandemics.
Right, what is it? To strengthen it to prevent future pandemics. So even though we know the deal, because the thing of it is, people obviously, and it's not for them to be sued, right? Most High gave us that mentality, or as well as the Holy Spirit to foresee what's to come. The majority of the people, they're just swinging around and going about this. They don't really know the depth and the evil of their government. But we know what's going on, what their plans are. So we know that they're going to do something and lie to the people and create this traumatic create this traumatic story, and then push that story over and over again, and it's gonna bring about this situation, right? Because right now, people can travel up and down the place without having to get that certificate. But when they push that, and that's already basically being facilitated, guess what? Like I've said, and I'm gonna say this again, they're gonna use this thing and say that, look, this law, they're gonna say that, look, you can't go outside, you can't go among the people or public arenas. Just like back in I was reading an article even in what is it, the some area within the AU, what is it, the UAE, United Arab Emirates. I believe it was in Dubai, somewhere. And it was some time ago, man. It might have been about last year, but the article involved how people could go into public areas like the mosques, the malls, and everything of that nature, unless they had that certificate. As I can remember,
Right.
Nearly had it. He's gonna move.
This article, it says,
Still gonna slip. See?
it says, we support continued international dialogue and collaboration on the establishment of trusted global digital health networks as part of efforts to strengthen prevention and response to future pandemics.
Yes.
That should capitalize and build on the success of the existing standards and digital C119 certificates. Now we're on point 24, and it's
be quoted with this one.
and it says the C19 pandemic has accelerated the transformation of the digital ecosystem.
Right. So there you go. So they're telling you right there that they've used this situation that we was in 2 years ago to accelerate the digital world. And I just did a brief video on what Klaus Schwab was saying. Klaus Schwab said that China is the role model. You see how the Chinese government got the people on the straight conditions, the social credit score system, and got them on the constant lockdowns. And they're paying the people dirt cheap, working them in these large facilities, sweatshops basically. So that's the way they want to set up the world in dispute. This is the way they want to set up the Western world. Where people are just working, people are just dumb out here working and just working to build on the interests of those that are in that position of power. That's why he said, Klaus Schwab himself, he said that China is the role model. So they want everybody to be on the straight conditions. Or in other words, communism. Extreme high levels of communism is what they want. All right, because this devil, again, he wants to see this world play out. He wants to see himself exalted. And most importantly, he wants to gather all nations to himself. All right, under these social conditions. So, brother, you can't get this on chapter 2.
Okay.
Because the scripture says that he's not desired. Verse I think it's verse 6.
I'll read it, right? Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 6. Shall not all these take up a parable against it?
Verse 5.
Yea, also because he hath transgressed my wine, he is a proud man, neither keepeth at home. He enlargeth his desires as hell, and is as death, and cannot be satisfied, but gathers together in all nations.
And that's what happened. And it's just like what Herod the King, Nimrod did back during the time of Genesis 11th chapter. What did he do? He gathered all of the nations together in building this tower so that they can stay and claim saying that, look, we're a people as one. That's what Esau was saying. And then at the same time, control them in many different various ways. It's a monetary. This is why they set up these different these towers and all that stuff. Exactly. Why? So that they can gather all of this data about you and possibly predict criminal activity. These kind of sort of things. So overall, it's just a world where they're going to restrict the freedoms. And this is why they're using Kanye West and many other celebrities And you got people talking about this Israelite people, right? Saying that, oh yeah, this guy, he made an anti-you-know-what statement. So there's a reason for all of this, and the reason for this is to clamp down on freedoms, where they have all of the power and they can determine whether you are able to say what you want to say or not. And if it goes against the establishment order, then pretty much we're gonna X you out of the system. This is what they need. This is why they want everybody to be implanted. Because overall, really what it is going back to what you just read, Esau's unsatisfied. Esau has all of the power that he has already. So what more power does he need? But see, the Most High is messing with his mind so that prophecy can be fulfilled, so that he can get this mark going, and we can get the hell out of here. Okay, go on, bro.
Gathers to himself all nations and keepeth unto him all people.
And he wants on all people. That's what he wants. He wants all people. Jeremiah 49 and Canberra, if you Jeremiah 49 and it's verse 12, or maybe it's verse 10, something like that, where it reads, or you can get it too, brother. Where it reads, if these came to gather grapes, would he have not left one for you? Something like that. Because that's this devil's mentality. This devil's mentality is to get everything to himself and to gather all people into himself. Because according to Esau, we're not human beings. We're none of those things to him. We're not human beings to him. We're valuable resources. We're assets. That's why he throws music videos out there to make you stupid, and also even the food in your stores are corrupted. And all of that is to make you sick and so that you can be of a low degree. Once he got you on that lower degree, he can more effectively control you. This is the world they want to set up, where you're just a goddamn robot. You know what I'm saying? Like you just walking, and you're not even thinking for yourself. That's what they want. But you're gonna have the elect that are not gonna bow the knee to the image of Baal and receiving that mark. Because going back to what you were saying, we've already overcame through your house shop. All right? That's why we're standing up right now, because we're in a different spirit. We don't fear the spirit of this world. We fear the spirit of your own boss shop. That's what we fear. Go on, brother.
I've got 9. Jeremiah chapter 49 and verse 9 start. It talks about the grapes, yeah?
Yes.
It says, if gatherers came to thee, would thou not leave some gleaning grapes?
Yeah.
If thieves by night, they shall destroy till they have enough.
Right. They shall destroy until they have enough. So they're gonna keep destroying until they get what they want. Because ultimately they're not satisfied. And as you just read, but he not one grape. So we're just things. So we're just product. We're a human resource. So he needs to gather all of these resources together as much as possible. Because what they don't want is they don't want a group of people with a different idea. That's a threat to their establishment. That's why on YouTube you can't say what you really would like to say, and that gets exposed to the forefront on the public. That's why they suppress your content. So if they're able to do this on a virtual scale, just imagine what they could do to you when they got you implanted. How they can suppress you then. So let's just say you have an idea, you want to formulate some kind of a gathering, get together. They can just cut your shit off, man. Cut your chip off and get out the system. So this goes into Esau wanting to be satisfied or feel comfortable in his spirit, gathering everybody together, and in the same token, he can exalt himself like he's above everything else and above the Most High.
Go on, brother. We are talking about it earlier about making examples of people. Esau's trying to do that with the chick on the left hand side. They've got that Black Mirror episode where there was this celebrity dude, but he had like opposing views to the rest of society. So what they did was they exploded the chicken's head, and he started bugging out, and then he basically died. And that was a Black Mirror. It's like a futuristic show to show you all the things that could happen in the future. Everyone was chipped, and he had different views to the rest of the world. So they made the thing explode in his head, and he died on the spot.
And that's what they can be able to do. They can get to that level. And what I was speaking about that, brother, I've even seen videos, man, where they've said, this is years ago. There's a video out there where I heard that that they can actually release the cyanide in that chip, and it goes into your bloodstream. And then when it goes into your bloodstream, you're dead. So they can do all kind of nonsense with that technology, boy. You know what I mean? Just like you said, they can make a prime example of those that speak up against the system. You know, so go on, brother.
That's an interesting point, because remember, they already use it to monitor people's medical situations. So what's to say that they can't cause an anomaly to take place in your body via that chip?
No.
Like, you might be very healthy, but it's possible that they could say, for example, induce a heart attack. So when you drop dead from a heart attack, people think, oh, we just had a heart attack, but not knowing what was the cause behind it. Because they'll be able to control you completely.
Yep. You know what I mean? Like, just like, for example, you had this one guy, this comedian, what was his name, man? What was his name? Bernie Mac.
Oh, yeah, he died.
Yeah, they said he died of a cardiac arrest or something. But in some cases, what they do to these celebrities, they got implanted with devices where they can trigger certain health conditions to basically. You know, just like Fat Joe, he showed you in that song Lean Back, where in order for you to get in that particular club, you needed to have that device on, so to speak. So Esau's been showing you through videos, movies and films, program predicting this fall, so that he can get your mind ready for the future. And technically, you can't really say Esau didn't let you know, because he did let you know in these films. Even this whole thing about the virtual reality, they've made all kind of films about it throughout the 90s and the early 2000s and all that. Also, Esau never really lied. He just told you the truth in plain sight, and you couldn't see it. Go on, brother. You got something.
Jeremiah 49 and 10 now. I have made Esau bare, I have uncovered his sacred places, and he shall not be able to hide himself. His seed is spoiled, and his brethren and his neighbors, and he is not.
Yeah, and that's just what it is. Like, we know what these levels are all about. We didn't have to be in the secretive rooms that they get into to finding out what they're trying to do. We already know what they're going to do. Because what they're doing is already written in prophecy. All right, let me say that again. Whatever the thing is that they're doing was already written that it was going to be that. So they can't really hide from us. They can hide from the rest of the world, but they can't hide from the elect, because the elect already got their numbers, so to speak. But yeah, now if you can, brother, read the other article. So when you look at what's written in the Whitehouse.gov, they're in agreement with what the World Economic Forum is doing. So it seems to be, well, it's not that it seems to be, it's going to be the case that Joe Biden is going to sign the country away so that they can get down to business. Go on, bro.
This is from the Liberty Council, and it says world leaders agreed to implement vaccine passports. 17th of November 2022. The leaders from 20 countries at the recent G20 summit signed the declaration, which states they agreed to the vaccine programs.
All these countries are looking to adopt all of these passports. They're all in agreement. Go on, brother.
To facilitate all international travel.
In other words, to control. Go on, brother.
Current membership of the G20 accounts for more than 66% of the world population, right? And includes Argentina, this all the countries.
Yep.
And it says the two-day summit concluded in Bali, Indonesia, yesterday, and consisted of talks with the G20 member countries. Klaus Schwab, World Economic Forum chair, also attended. The G20 Bali leaders declaration signed leaders from all countries included a section of S23 on facilitating seamless international travel. It acknowledged the importance of shared technical standards, verification methods, which include vaccine passports.
Yeah, that's what this is what they want to try. Because we thought, by the looks of it, it was all done. This whole variant that's flowing around in the air was all finished. But they're saying, look, we gotta we got to get into this passport, because ultimately, like I said, they're going to use that travel. They're going to use that travel certificate in other places. They could possibly say, as I'm going to say the third time, you can't step outside your house unless you have that certificate. Well, you can't go in a supermarket or any market. You can even get to that. The little store around the corner store where you live at. They may even set up systems where you can't even go on them backwards. You know what I'm saying? So if you can, brother, go back to 2nd Ezra 16. Yeah, actually you can only but do so much. You let him get 16, right? Mm-hmm. The one that you just read where it reads the man shall desire to go to himself. And also, not only we're coming into that time, but also we're coming into the time of temptation. Where everybody is going to have to come under that type of temptation in order for them to get rolled by in this society. As we just read how many countries? We read 66%. That means 66% of the population.
To put that exact number, I think it's 23. It says that's 23. Numbers was. So this is from 20 countries.
20 countries. Yeah, so you got 20 countries, and it's not even just 20 average countries. These are the big ones. These are countries that they need so that everybody can get on board. Because once the major countries get on board, obviously the little small countries are going to have to get involved too. So this is a worldwide thing that they're setting up. Right? And it's not going to just be, oh yeah, I can't travel because, in other words, when I'm saying travel to a different country, it's going to be all kinds of base of travel. Whether you get on the bus or whether you get on the train, they're going to knock all that out to you. You don't have that mark. Go on, brother.
This is 2nd Ezra 15 and 17. It says, a man shall desire to go into a city and shall not be able.
Shall not be able.
For because of their pride, the city shall be troubled, the houses shall be destroyed, and men shall be afraid.
And you know what's going to happen too? Those that have taken the sticky with, they're going to be more upset than anything else, because they've already done what they were told, and they got the ill results that they got. And some of them have already, a lot of them actually have already died, and the deaths just keep going up and up and up. But those that haven't died already, they're going to die, and they feel their bodies acting up and up in various ways. So when they tell people to do what they got to do again, they're going to get really upset. So their New World Order agenda is not going to move forward as they would like it to. All right, because there's people out here, they know that they're going to want to die eventually. Yeah. So their thing is, you know what? I'm going to just go down to the gusto and just cause a mayhem. And this is what's going to happen. Yeah. This is when society wants people to be under these restrictions.
Yeah, under pressure. Under pressure.
If I could just say, in the purpose people there, IUIC, 24 under the responsibility of Nathaniel, because he said that should take it. He said it out of his own mouth. 24 people then dropped there. 24 there. And while I was waiting for the brothers there, I didn't know that. Yeah, because Apostle mentioned that. The elders, the apostles mentioned that. Under his watch. So they listened to him, man. And while I was waiting earlier on today, I see Jake. You could see he was messed up, but it was the dragon juice. You know when somebody got that Bell palsy and their body is all out of sync, they can't walk straight, and he had Enoch who was helping him push the road and helping him. Yeah. You might have been alright. I was visualizing that. Maybe he was alright last year, but that said girl, he was with him. too much, yeah. And she's staying with him, bearing up with him, but she ain't gonna take too much longer. The man can't, you know what I'm saying? The man can't. Young guy, you know, only had this late teens. So this dragon juice thing, as to your point, men, if you ain't dropped dead yet,
Yeah.
you're getting the symptoms. It's starting to show more and more symptoms.
Yeah. And it's beautiful, right? Because the elder Laban said something about 3 weeks ago. He said back in the day, people never used to use walking stick.
Yeah.
You remember you saying that a couple of weeks ago? But now everybody's using walking stick now, and it's true what you're saying.
And it's my age,
Yeah.
his brother's age.
Yeah.
You know? Walking sticks.
Walking
We
stick.
ain't never seen that before.
No,
When last
back in the
have you ever
day.
seen that?
Back in the days, you didn't see much.
Man, like the only person you see on a walking stick is someone that's like in the 80s,
80s or something, yeah.
or in their late 70s.
Yeah.
That's between me.
That's pathetic, man. 23 and a walking stick.
That's
Yeah.
madness, bro. Like, come on.
Yeah, so back in this article, right, and it says the G20 Bali Leaders Declaration signed by leaders from all the countries included a section 23 on facilitating seamless international travel. It acknowledged the importance of shared technical standards and verification methods, which include vaccine passports. It also includes the leaders' support continued international dialogue and collaboration on the establishment of trusted global digital health networks that should capitalize and build on the success of existing standards.
And as well as what I can't forget, what we can't forget, is this whole digital ID thing. Because I might have a list. One of the brothers have sent this list, and it lists what the next agendas are. And down here within Europe, or to be exact, down here in the UK, which is where we're at. As I just watched this show that they had on, showing people going through hard times, and this one guy came up and he said, basically we could almost wind up in a 1970s style recession, or something to the effect. He said that we're in the process of that, but if it gets worse, it can wind up in the 1930s way of setting up a recession. So the thing of it is, what they're saying is that or as I read, my head ain't really working today. It's barely brothers. But yeah, that's what I read. There's a list of agendas, right? So you have recession, and then the next thing is going to be what, digital ID. So the next thing in line now is possibly going to be something surrounding we just read. As we just read to you, how all these nations, 20 countries have signed that they're down with this travel certificate thing. Okay, I don't want to use the V word because it can end up messing the line. So I got to be coded with how I say how I'm saying, basically. You know. So yeah, this is the thing. It's just what they want to do is they want to bring society to a digital age now. So they're gonna blame it on the fact that, oh yeah, see, the currency's all messed up. We're under a recession. The economy's all messed up. So we need that reset, and that's going to be that digital system. All right, that's what they're doing right now. So we're in that transitional phase from the old world system to the digital system. And they got everything planned out. They got the infrastructure, they got the technology. All they need is another scenario to make something up and then make that impact. You know, take that bad boy in. That's what I meant to say. Anyway, brothers, go back to the precepts. If you got something.
Jeremiah.
And also somebody get Revelations 3 and verse, I think it's 15.
So in 12 of Isaiah 49, it says, for thus saith the Lord, behold, thy whose judgment was not to drink of the cup, have surely drunken, and art thou he that shall altogether go unpunished? Thou shalt not go unpunished, but thou shalt surely drink of it.
Yeah, and they're gonna drink of all of the iniquities that they have done. They're gonna get that payback. Just like it says in the Apocrypha, the Lord delivered the nations till they come to the heightness of their sins. So Esau is gonna come to the apex of his sins, and then that's when the Lord is gonna judge him after every ill deed that he has done. As it is written in the book of, I think it's in the book of Isaiah, I think it's Isaiah 20 or Jeremiah, something like that. I get them mixed up. But it talks about how the transgressions was heavy upon his place. So every transgression that Esau committed, he's going to pay for it. So I mean, if the nuclear destruction wasn't enough, they're still going to have to pay for other things that they did even into the kingdom. All right? And the Lord is going to show how much he hates Esau. Go on.
30. For I have sworn by myself, saith the Lord, that Bozrah shall become a desolation, a reproach, a waste, a curse, and all the cities thereof shall be perpetual waste.
This vision is going to come to pass. So, how do we know about a certain fact that this is going to happen? Because what the Lord does is the Lord makes things happen in the minds of the prophets by giving them these visions. And then they tell the vision, and then it comes to pass.
Yeah.
So it may come to pass in like 1,000 years later, or maybe 200 years later. However it comes to pass, it's going to come to pass.
Yeah, as long as it comes to pass. That's it.
So it may not come when people expect it,
Yeah.
but it's going to come when the Most High wants, where He wants it to come. As it is written also that there's a time and a place for everything under the sun. Perfectly paraphrasing the scripture. You know? Go on.
14. I have heard a rumor from the Lord, and an ambassador he sent unto the heathen, saying, gather ye together and come against her. Rise up to the battle.
Yeah, that's going into something else. Look, yeah, so get Revelation 3. I got that. Oh, you got that. I'm going. Get
Revelation chapter 3, verse 15. And it says, I know thy works, that thou art neither cold nor hot. I would thou wert cold or hot. So then, because thou art lukewarm, neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth.
Yeah, so I mean, that's not really the one that I wanted, but I could build on that. You got to be hot and shooting. Especially right now, like this is not the time to be in the middle. Lukewarm, like you got to be in this thing right now. If you're not in this thing, and your whole heart ain't into this thing the way it's supposed to be, then you've already lost the battle. Because now we're in the very end of this world. The same end of the world that we was talking about is already hit. All right, so yeah, go and get the temptation, brother. I think it's in verse 10.
Revelation chapter 3, verse 10, and it says, but thou hast kept the word of my patience, I also will keep thee from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world to try them that dwell upon the earth.
And the temptation is going to come by that little small empire. And your life is going to put up the big head. You're going to take that empire so that you can keep everything that you have and be in that comfortability, or you're going to lose all of that and become comfortable for a short moment to receive everlasting life and receive all of the comforts from the Heavenly Father. Because eventually, this is what's going to happen over here. The disciples, which is what we are in the grand congregation, which the term disciple just means to be disciplined. This is what we're going to have to do in order for us to obtain that eternal way Murray Paul was talking about, and as well as other things, which coming from the kingdom born with.
Matthew chapters 19 and 27 says, then answered Peter and said unto him, behold, we have forsaken all and followed thee.
Yep.
What shall we have therefore? And Yahushua said unto them, verily I say unto you, that ye which have followed me in the generation, when the Son of Man shall sit in the thrones of glory, ye shall also sit down upon 12 tribes, judging the 12 tribes
Of Israel.
And that's if you forsake all. That's what was told them. So that time is coming. That's going to be that temptation. And this goes right in line with what the brother was talking about how we already overcame. by the blood of the Lamb. How shall he overcame death? So we're going to overcome what we have to overcome. All right? Because you have to exchange. You want the kingdom, you got to exchange your life. How Shai gave up his life for us, so we got to give up our life for the sake of what he's going to give us. Everything has a price. Nothing is free. Okay? And this kingdom of heaven thing, man, that we're teaching about, what we want, is going to require your life.
Yeah, because Yahushua laid down his life for us. We have to also lay down our life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
God, as it is true.
Yeah.
The servant is no greater than his master. So if our master is Yahushua, he went through things, then we have to go through things like that.
You know? Matthew 6 and start from 32 says, well, after all these things, do the Gentiles seek. Let me put 31. Wherefore take now note, saying, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or whatsoever shall we be clothed.
Yeah, and then saying that too, food is not going to be easily accessible. You're not going to go into these stores to get your food. You're going to lose that under them. So you're going to just be out there wondering, or if not, you're going to be in a concentration camp. Or if that's not the case, you're going to be in a concentration camp getting ready to be beheaded. It's either one of the three. But we all have to have the mindset that we don't have a life fit for one, and that we have a life outside. And knowing that we have no choice but to move forward. Because what we're trying to hold on to is basically nothing.
Yeah.
Out here, society got us looking crazy out there. People got the wrong view of us and everything else. We got to work like slaves all day, every day. So I'd rather die being knowing I'm going to be a king.
Wow, beautiful.
Knowing that I'm going to see the Most High and all of these different beautiful things.
Sit at the table, drink the wine.
Because we know who we are. And we know what our destiny is going to be. So I'd rather get to that than anything else. And I pray that the Most High gives me more faith and more courage to overcome these things.
Beautiful, brother.
Because maybe I don't have enough faith.
Beautiful words.
It's going to get really bad out there.
Yeah.
Go on, brother.
Because you say, the old apostle Paul spoke to a brother, a high brother. He mentioned the name, but I can't remember the name. But he said the brother had a vision, and he said he saw a lot of those kind of taking, MOTV, and they asked him, is there anyone in our GMS taking it? He said, he didn't see no faces, but he said, yeah, there was some in GMS that took the MOTV. So that what came to me after I heard it, I said, boy, you know what? I said, it's not about because you're under the banner of GMS. Yeah. You have to make sure we have to, as we're doing now, just keep our shit wired tight at the Yan Slip set. Make sure we're keeping our shit wired tight, continue doing what we've been doing, like keeping up with the videos. And there's a precept in reading on down in Matthew 6. It says, but seek ye first the kingdom of Yahweh and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you.
Yeah, so everything that you want, whether it's like Rich was saying, whether it's Yahweh, or whether it's a wealthy lifestyle, whatever it is, you're gonna get that by your abundance. It's like I said, whatever you're saving over here, you're gonna lose your life. Plus, you don't have a life.
Nothing.
Go on now.
Except on the point you just made that we don't have a life. James 4 verse 14. Whereas ye know not what shall be on the morrow, for what is your life? It is even a vapor that appeareth for a little time, then vanish with the way.
And that's right now, because we're not what is it? We haven't evolved yet into eternal life. But that's not going to be the case. Right now, this is what we're experiencing. We're experiencing a kind of life where we could be here today and gone tomorrow. But in the kingdom of heaven, that's not going to be the case. You're going to be here forever. It's not going to be like how it was for Abel, which Abel means transitory. He was here and then he was gone. So we're not going to be transitory anymore. We're going to be right here forever and ever. So that's the reward of Yahushua. But we have to get that in order to give this up. Because this ain't shit anymore. Let's just be honest with you. It's like I was down there, right, and I saw those two couples getting married, and I'm looking at the floor, and the floor is dirty. Why would you get married on a dirty floor? Come on, man. Well, just a good point as well, because something that we said earlier is that we're here to suffer the punishment of our iniquity right now. And it's just like, you know, when you're a child and your parents says, like, you've got to do your chores before you go out and play. Right. That's what the Most High is doing with us. We've got to do our chores. We've got to do this work. Then when the hour shall returns, that's the time when we're going to play and enjoy our life and live life to the fullest. Right. Now's the time when we have to be like, you know what, man? We have to suffer for the wrong we did.
Ah, beautiful.
And you know what, too, as well, even though it sounds negative what we're saying, but it's all beautiful because you have to prepare your mind. The more you prepare your mind for what's to come and you visualize it should be all right. All right, because it's all in your mind. It's what the Lord gives you, you can bear is one time. But if your mind is in the right place and you're not expecting hardship, then your mind is in the wrong place.
Appreciate that, man.
Go on, brother.
The book of Hebrews 13, verse 14. For here we have no continuing city. Absolutely. But we seek one to come.
So over here in Great Britain or UK, as well as all of us are in America too, none of these ends are for us. All right? This society is only based on the JVW to succeed. And other versions of the Edomites to succeed. All right, we've tried so many ways possible to find a place in the society. We can't find a place in the society.
Sorry, are you recording them?
Yeah.
Sorry, can I ask you what is going on here?
Yeah, we're the Israelites. Are you drunk?
I am not drunk. I'm a statue right now.
Okay.
Sorry, I know what you mean. If I'm drunk, I just brought it now. I gave you a touch of it.
That's all right.
But I see like this here. I thought, brother, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Peace, brother. Peace, brother. Peace, brother. Bless you, brother.
Yeah, so, this is the thing. Like, and the thing of it is with that brother, he's a prime example of how bad we got it in there. We don't have nothing. So why the fuck are we going to be afraid to die if it has to be the case to get to the kingdom?
Yeah.
We're already dead in.
Can I finish this sentence?
Go on, brother.
By him, therefore let us offer the sacrifice of praise to Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai continually. As Brother Kaden said, we have to keep on doing the work to the best of our ability, what is pleasing to the Lord.
Yeah, and too as well, and saying all of that, we have no choice.
And
that's
choice.
The beautiful thing about it. Our life is based on serving Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai. Because if we know, if we go back to the world, guess what? We're going back to nothing.
Yeah.
So that's the end all be all. When you go back to this, what are you going to gain from this? This is a fallen ship.
Right.
This business or this enterprise is losing. So if you're jumping in bed for losing the business, you're going to lose. We want to win. We've already know what it's like to lose constantly. We've already experienced this day in and day out, over and over again. We've lost so many times that we become immune to losing. So much so that we expect to lose.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? That's how this shit is, man. So the thing of it is, we want to know what it's like to win. All right? And that time is gonna come when Yahweh Shah comes back and destroys fucking place, simultaneously gets us the hell out of here. Go on, man.
No, just you finish there.
No, just finish it.
Yeah, finish it.
Because the Lord is dealing with about that good fruit, not that dead fruit. You know. Let me finish it, brother. That is okay. Let me start again. By him, therefore, let us offer the sacrifice of praise to Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai continually. That is the fruit of our lips, giving thanks to his name.
Right.
But to do good and to communicate, forget not, for with such sacrifices, Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai is well pleased.
It is what we do.
That's what we
do.
do,
Come out here and we bear the elements.
Yeah.
The cold weather. He likes when we do this because we're publicating the work. It's just blessed on the feet of those that publish this ministry.
I just make a point because what we're essentially doing is we're living a life with a purpose because we're employed.
Yes.
And we're going to do this work. So we've got a mission, a goal, and an objective.
Yeah.
And that's something that most of these people in the world don't have. They're just living life on a day-to-day basis, like, oh well, what should I do today? Oh well, maybe I'll do this, or this feels good. So they've got no productivity. We're actually doing something that's productive. And the point I wanted to make is I was watching a film in the week, a James Bond film. It's called On Her Majesty's Secret Service, right? And obviously, you know, James Bond's a spy.
Yeah.
But we're on His Majesty's Secret Service because we're doing the work of the Lord. You know, so that's what we've got this mission, which like the guy who came up, he doesn't see like what you guys do. Oh, we're this way. Oh, what's that? He doesn't know. But like we're conducting our mission, the game plan that's been given to us by Yahweh through Yahweh Shai.
True.
So we're really doing that on the right hand side. So
Yeah.
we're employed on His Majesty's Secret Service.
Yeah.
It's like who greater could you work for
That's it.
than the Most High?
And Yahweh Shai is a fair power because he pays you fairly.
Exactly.
He pays you right. Not this kingdom here where they tax you over and over again.
No.
The more harder you work, the more they tax you.
Yeah,
So
but
he's a fair power.
I've got something to back you both up, yeah? Of where you're coming from. This is in Ephesians chapters 1 and 3 says, Blessed be the God and Father of our Lord Yahushua Mashiach, who have blessed us with all spiritual blessings in heavenly places in Yahushua Mashiach, according as he has chosen us in him before the foundation of the world, that we should be holy and without blame before him in love. The point you made about the employer, the best employer.
Yeah.
5, having predestinated us unto the adoption of the children of Yahushua Mashiach to himself according to the good pleasure of his will.
According to the good pleasure of his will.
Yeah, which gives us a purpose. Point that you made earlier. When you have a purpose in life, then you got a reason to, you got a reason to feel. All right. Sometimes you have your good days, you have the bad days, but the purpose will always still be there to strive for. Last one is 6 now. To the praise and glory of his grace, wherein he have made us acceptable in the beloved.
Nice.
So like, I just say one other thing. If you remember in the Matrix film, I think it's the second one, Agent Smith was saying to Neo, I want to take from you what you tried to take from me. He goes, what's that? Purpose. See, when you destroy someone's purpose, you destroy their will to live.
Yeah.
Like, for example, like if you look at a lot of old couples, like if they've been married a long time, when one of them dies, usually within a short space of
They
time, the
could
other
go
one
after.
dies.
Yeah.
Because they've lost their purpose. See, now what we've got this secret calling, you're dwelling of the elect.
Yeah.
And Esau can't take that so long as Urania was saying, we overcome. So don't allow Esau to take our purpose, man. Because that's really what's going to keep you focused and driven towards getting to the goal at the end. That's all I've got to say.
And that's a good point. And this, I have to say what I'm going to say about Yahushua being an example. When the Most High left Yahushua, that was that last part of ending his sacrifice on the cross. So again, it's going to get to the point where Esau is going to just make you feel like, oh man, I don't know if I want to go continue on with this fight against this implantable device. But that's when you gotta go hard.
Right.
Because that's where the change is going to come. When you feel like, oh shit, that's when you move forward, that's when the change comes. Because when you think about it, it's like, because I always use the analogy of lifting weights and just exercise and period. Like when you exercise, you want to exercise to the point where you're out of it. You're tired, you can't do no more, and you reach to that limit. And once you reach to that limit, that means your mission is done. That means your exercising is done because you push to the limit to where you can't go no more. So now when you relax yourself, then guess what? Then what is it? Your strength increases, your stamina increases because of the amount of exercise you put yourself in.
Yeah.
Go on, bro.
I'll read this one. Ephesians, jump down now to 11. It says, in whom also we have obtained an inheritance, being predestinated according to the purpose of him who worketh all things after the counsel of his own will. If I can make a little point, because ye thing that's that they've taken away his Adidas sponsorship, right? And now,
Oh yeah.
and now he feels like, well, you're going to take away my sponsorship. Well, I've got others too. But what in effect he's saying I'm gonna start talking more now. Because he's like, if you're going to take away everything that I've got to live for, what I might as well just throw the kitchen sink.
Yeah.
He's talking about Jay-Z and Beyonce, how they sacrifice. He says others that have sacrificed Cosby and his son, Bill Cosby and his son,
Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan. Well, so he's in effect saying, "Oh, my mother." He said, "My mother died." He's saying, and he said, "I haven't killed nobody, so I ain't got nothing to lose. I can talk. I'm not muzzled. You can't muzzle me. I haven't killed nobody because they hold that over others who have killed."
Yeah.
So in effect, he's saying, "Look, I'm gonna you took away my purpose in life, my sponsorship, and I'm into all that. Now I'm gonna throw the kitchen sink at you now. And if you're gonna come to kill me, it ain't gonna look good for you." So he's back to the point now. We got a purpose, and the more they come hard with this
The
thing,
more we gotta do hard.
trying to take away whatever we ain't got anyway, and we don't care for it. Whatever we got, we don't care for. But we got bigger things, bigger fish to fry, bigger ambitions, bigger goals.
Yeah.
He's gonna make us go harder.
Yeah. And that's all it's gonna do. Because when Esau goes harder, we're gonna get excited. Like, oh shit, I'm almost to accomplishing my goal. I'm almost to get to what I want to get to. So that's the mentality you gotta have.
Yeah, that's me.
Go on, brother.
Yeah, it's like Christian, right? When the Christians hear about these new things that he's put in place, like the censorship and
Nobody,
the
brother.
past,
Thanks.
he gets
Thank you,
angry
brother.
and scared.
Yeah.
Because like the Christian doesn't understand that these are part of the prophecy that
Yeah.
we're looking forward to, like you just said it. That we know we'll be one step closer to the return of Yahweh, but they don't really believe.
No. Well, them Christians, they're very basic. They're on a very basic understanding. And they don't know the scripture spirit anyway. But the thing of it is with them Christians, man, they're losing bad. And what I found out too, man, speaking about those Christians, I did a video, and there's like various different churches all around the world that have been struck by lightning. I had to do a video on that because that's like very telling, because they're supposedly speaking up for the Most High.
Yeah.
But the Most High is striking them with lightning. And it's not really, but it's not. But the thing of it is, the reason why they're getting struck by lightning is because they're preaching about a different God. They're not preaching about the God of the Bible. They're speaking on a different God altogether. If you can, brother, get me the shit that talks about they just speak up another Jesus and speak to the old. So that's what it is. These Christians, they're only talking on something else, something outside of what the apostles were actually talking about. It's a different spirit. Go on, brother.
This is 2 Corinthians 11:4. For if he that cometh preacheth another Yahushua, whom we have not preached, or if he receive another spirit, which you have not received, or another gospel, which you have not accepted, ye might well bear with him.
And that's the issue with these Christians. They're teaching a different Jesus or a different anointing that's outside of the truth. I know. So that's why they're getting hit with lightnings and different so-called natural disasters and all of that. Because the Most High is not dealing with these churches. And we've been saying this for as long as we can remember. Now it's starting to really fully effectively show that. These elements, as it is written in Isaiah 29:6, that the Lord will visit you with thunder and lightning and all of the other elements. So the visited of the Lord. Okay, but not to go off topic. I want to get back to the temperature and the times that we're coming into. And if you can, you're going, brother.
Revelation chapter 14, verse 9, and it says, and the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, if any man worship the beast and his image, and receive his mark in his forehead or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of the Most High.
And then at the same time, you lose your crown. You don't want to lose that crown. That crown represents everything. That crown represents that you overcame this devil, like how Shaw overcame the spiritual demon Satan.
That's heavy, because the devil Esau lost his crown because he was hungry.
Yeah.
You know, Cain, Canaan, you know, make me some pottage because I'm hungry unto death. You know, and he sold his birthright for that. So then now if you sell out the kingdom, so you can take the chip and eat some food. It's crazy.
Yeah, so Esau's trying to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Esau's trying to do the same thing we did to him. But that can't work. Because the remnant of Jacob, which we represent the real Jacob that wrestled the angel, he's gonna overcome. Yes,
Right.
men are gonna overcome. Go on, bro.
And it says in verse 10, Revelation 14 and 10, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of the Most High, which is poured out without mixture.
So that means you're gonna receive the laser and the nuclear destruction
Direct, man.
in the presence of the Lamb. So you're gonna be destroyed in all of this stuff, and the Lamb is gonna be right there looking at you while he's destroying you. And the angels. Who wants that?
Direct.
So that right there, like when you read that scripture, you visualize that shit. That's gonna motivate you even more to not take that fucking mark, man. Go on, bro.
Into the cup of into the cup of his indignation, and shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb.
Hey man, let me tell you something. I don't want that. That's not something that we want. So even if it means that we have to be homeless out the street or in a concentration camp, you gotta always keep that in mind. Remember the scripture says, I will keep you from the hour of temptation if you keep my word. All right. So always remember these scriptures because fear is the motivator. And the more you fear the Lord is, the more you're going to do the right thing and not be swayed off your purpose. Because just like you mentioned, we have a purpose. The reason why we live from day to day is because we have a genuine purpose. This is to serve the Lord. Go on, bro.
Just a quick one because it reminds you of that guy a couple of months back in the IUIC who was saying, yeah, well, you should be able to take the mark, right? I mean, you should be able to. Yeah, right? You should be able to.
Yeah.
See, this is the thing. This is why what's in Proverbs 1. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Because everything you've spoken about here, like being destroyed in the presence of the Lamb, that should move you with fear.
Yeah.
You don't want that to happen. But if you're like, well, you know, I'm not really worried about your house coming back, that's when you're going to get double-minded and be like trying to make excuses out of like, well, you know, I really want to take the mark, but oh man, fuck that mindset, man.
And that is fervent heat. It's not like a normal fire that we light, kindle. It's fervent heat, brother.
Your eyes
fervent.
are consuming their sockets and your tongue in its mouth.
Since you said that, this is Second Corinthians 5 and 11. Knowing therefore the terror of the Lord,
heavy scripture.
we persuade men.
Heavy scripture.
We are made manifest unto the Most High, and I trust also you are made manifest in your conscience.
Heavy.
That's why we tell them to repent among our nation, because we know what the Lord is going to bring about in the future. We know and understand this. And when the Lord brings His destruction down, man, it's going to be crazy heavy, bro. Like out of this world. So as it is written in Job 18, about how he's the king of terrorists. Esau ain't got shit on the law.
That's it.
Now Esau can jack you the fuck up, but it's only to a certain intent. But Most High can severely destroy you. Yeah. So we want to be on the right stance when the heavenly Father comes back. We're messed up, we're bugged out. You know, we're naked before the principal Lamb. He wants us to be so that we can be delivered. All right, because whosoever is it, as it is written, whosoever saveth his life will lose his life, and he that loses his life for my name's sake shall gain his life.
Yeah.
And that's the eternal life we're gonna get. Boom.
This is Job 18 from verse 14, talking about Esau when the judgment comes. His confidence shall be rooted out of his tabernacle, and it shall bring him to the king of terrorists.
It shall bring him to the king of terrorists, man.
I just recognize his voice.
Oh, he's drinking, man.
Yeah, he's shrinking.
This is what I tell always my mom. Because I smoke drugs, I want someone to support me. I want help.
Can I say something to you? First of all, right? First of all,
Yes,
the elder asked you about 2 minutes ago, are you drunk?
No,
And you
I'm
said
not
you're
drunk.
not. You said you're not drunk. You're not drunk at
I
all.
haven't been touched yet. No, I'm not
Anyway,
drunk.
listen to me.
So you can't ask for help, and then you lied to the elder a while ago, yeah?
I have not lied to the elders. No.
Yeah, let's
Continue, brother. Continue.
Sorry if
Just come and listen, brother. If you need to listen.
No.
Yeah, so the thing of it is, you know, at the end of the day, man, like this society is on its way out. You know, and it's all
Ooh,
really
what
is
did
all
all this
about
thing?
the elect. It's all about the Heavenly
So-
Father and his
So you be recording me?
Oh, here comes trouble.
Go on.
Sirach 33:1, it says, "There shall no evil happen unto him that feareth the Lord, but in temptation even again
Yeah.
he will deliver him."
Yeah, so there's no evil. In other words, there's no bad time that can come and overtake the elect. And even in temptation, yeah, he will deliver. Why? Because they're going to be keeping the word. Read that again, brother. Revelation 3. Whosoever keep my word, I will keep thee from the hour of temptation. So
Wow.
they're going to overcome when all hell breaks loose.
Precept.
Go on, brother.
Yeah, can
It
I,
sure does.
yeah.
Go on.
Precept, yeah. Esau wants us to feel that fervent heat. Yeah, I'll tell you why. Romans 8:35. Who shall separate us from the love of the anointing, Yahushua? Separate.
Yep.
Because when we come together, Esau wants us to separate by giving us that thing, that
Yeah.
see here individually.
Huh.
And he wants to separate us.
Yep.
You see? Right. Who shall separate us from the love of Yahushua Mashiach? Shall tribulation or distress
Oh, yeah, that's
or
what we see.
persecution or famine or nakedness or peril or sword?
Yeah.
Sword.
Nothing can, and that's the mentality you got to have. Because the
Yeah.
thing with Paul was fully persuaded in his own mind. And we have to be fully persuaded in our own mind as well. All right? As we are yet this very moment in time, but we keep on being persuaded to the very end. Go on, brother.
Yeah, I got one for you. This is Hebrews chapters 12 and 15 says, "Looking diligently,
Right.
lest any man fail of the grace of Yahweh, lest any root of bitterness spring up,
Oh.
trouble in you,
Yeah.
and thereby mainly defile, and mainly be defiled, and many be defiled." Right?
And just going back to what you brothers were saying, man, one of you brothers was saying about how Yahweh Shah, he did all of this work. And just imagine if he just gave it up.
Yeah.
That wouldn't have been cool. That would have not been good, because then that means there would be no reconciliation for Israel. That means we'd be dead in our sins. There would be no comeback for Israel, as what was promised. So Yahweh Shah had to go all the way to the very end. So read that again, Papa Shah.
Yeah, Hebrews 12 and 15 says, looking diligently, lest any man fail of the grace of Yahweh, lest any root of
So
bitterness.
you have to be diligent in this wisdom and this understanding. You have to constantly remind some of this knowledge.
Yeah.
So even when you get up every single day in the morning, you're thinking about the scriptures. You're thinking about the destruction of this place. That's the primary thing you're thinking about for most brothers. Or you may see something happen on the news. Oh yeah, that reminds me of that scripture. That reminds me of this scripture, etc., etc. So you're constantly reminding yourself, and it's really the spirit. You don't have to, like, once you keep operating in the scriptures, you're in the zone constantly. So you don't have to consciously be aware of that. But that's what it's talking about. You have to constantly be remind someone where you're at, and that your mindset has to be in the scriptures. Go on, brother.
And he reads on, many be defiled, lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright. Because of what he did, as you brother mentioned earlier on, for one morsel of meat. Now this MOTB, they're gonna maybe add some what's the word, man? Briberies.
Yeah.
You know, giving the bribery. Like it's the same similar thing.
Yeah.
Bribe, you take this, you know, you get, you know,
I can see you still doing that.
you know, and if you take it, it's going to be so easy for you. You can go anywhere, you know, and you wave your hand. So, and if you take it, that's what you're doing there. You've been following the bad example of Esau.
But just like I said, Esau wants us to be like him.
Yeah.
His forefather felt it because the most of the weak, right? So he wants to stop us to death, so that we can succumb and accept this mark, and then forsake the birthright which was given to us, and that can also mean that he can take our birthright from us. That's how these levels are thinking. And that's what the one world order is all about, as the apostles said time and time again. Really, ultimately, is about them getting the birthright back.
Yeah, man.
But how could you get the birthright back if the most out of the line?
That's why they have a perpetual hatred hatred for us. You know what I mean?
Because Esau is that person that you can bribe him. The high purchase. I remember hearing about these years ago. You can get a high purchase. You get it now, right? When you know advertisements and all you see on even advertisements. Get it now, buy now, pay later out. That's Esau's spirit.
Yeah.
You don't think, you don't plan, you don't think ahead.
Haste.
Yeah. Last one now. For one morsel of meat sold his birthright. For we know how that afterward, when he would have inherited the blessings,
Yes.
he was rejected, for he found no place of repentance, though he sought it carefully with tears. And if you took it as the dream was revealed that some in GMS took it, and even those that dropped dead in IUIC. Now the family members must have been saying, "What the, it's a serious thing, man."
So they're hoping that basically we get rejected.
That's it.
Yeah, man.
Just like how he got rejected.
This is it.
So that they can get the birthright back. It's all about that birthright. You know what I mean? And that's why they can't stand us. They hate us.
Yeah.
Because it goes back to Jacob supplanting them of the birthright.
Yeah.
So that hatred that Esau had, it descended down to his descendants. That hatred that was running through his veins is in their bloodstream.
And if I can add that, right? And it was a fair deal, right? He sold it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, what Christians say that he outsmarted him.
Yeah.
No, he didn't outsmart him. It was a fair deal.
It was a fair deal.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So why they have that hatred for us for when it's a fair deal?
Yeah.
The man was hungry. He said, "You sure?" He said, "Yeah, man, I'm hungry, bad enough." And that's it. He says, "Okay, let me cook up the thing for you and give you." Fair
And
deal.
all he had to do was be patient.
Be patient.
That's
That's
all he
it.
had to do. He couldn't bear being patient.
Yeah.
Going back to the video that you did about real quick. You know what I'm saying? I peeped that video. You know what I'm saying? But it's true.
Yeah.
Like we're all in that state of that. We're all in that Edomitic state of mind where we want things quick.
Quick.
That's the flesh.
That's that
That's
flesh.
flesh.
But that's Esau. Esau condition our flesh to
Yeah.
go on.
Yeah, Hebrews 12:16 says, "Lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau, who for one morsel of meat."
Just read it.
Just read.
Yeah, read it again though.
Spirit.
That's bang on point. Because the elder was talking about that. Yeah.
It says, "As Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright, for ye know how that afterward, when he would have inherited the blessing, he was rejected.
He was rejected.
For he found no place of repentance.
Yep.
Though he sought it carefully with tears."
Yeah, so again, he's hoping that he do the same thing. But the Lord ain't looking at the majority of Israel. He's only looking for the elect. The elect, they're the God of Israel. Excuse me. They're the Most High. Somebody give me Romans 9. They're the Israelites of the Most High. So they're going to be the ones that's not going to take the seat, so to speak. Because really, the elect, they represent Jacob.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that, when you read the book of Genesis 35, Jacob rested the angel, didn't he?
Yeah.
And the angel respected him because he fought to the very end. So then he renamed him. Instead of your name being Jacob, it is now known as Israel. Right? So that's the spirit that we come in. We know that we're in the war, as well as Jacob was in the war with Israel. Right? But the 2/3 of Israel, they're gonna give up, as they've already given up anyway. Go on, brother.
Romans 9.
Romans 9.
Starting from verse 10, it says, "And not only this, but when Rebekah also conceived by one, even by her father Isaac, for the children not yet being born, neither having done any good or evil, but the purpose of the Most High God,
That the purpose of the Most High God,
according to election, might stand."
because usually the older brother gets all of the blessings. It's not the younger brother, of course. It's usually the older brother that receives all the blessings. But the Lord will flip the script around, which he can do that because he's the Most High, right? He decided to have it to where Jacob got those blessings, the covenant, and as well as the birthright. Go on.
So like, can I just say something quickly? Just like with Ephraim and Manasseh,
Yeah.
and also Moses was younger than Aaron, and David was younger than all his brothers, but he became king.
He became
Sometimes the Most High does put the two of the younger
Deep.
Right, so it says, "For the children not yet being born, neither having done any good or evil, but the purpose of the Most High God might stand, according to election, and not of works, but of him that calleth."
And that's the point.
So I read that incorrectly. Let me correct that. I'll shut. For the children not yet being born, neither having done any good or evil, that the purpose of the Most High God, according to election, might stand, not of works, but of him that called.
And that's the point. The purpose of God, that shall stand, as it is written. There be many devices in a man's heart, but the counsel of the Lord, that shall stand. So it's all about what the Lord's purpose is. Once we understand that, then we can alleviate ourselves from putting pressure on ourselves. We don't have to think over the top. We go with the Most High says, and that's what it is. But Esau, on the other hand, he can't do that because whatever the Most High did didn't work in his favor. So that's why he's doing too much right now. Because he wants that he wants to be evil or to get over.
Yeah, get back.
He wants that get back, but that get back, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, he's a sore loser.
Yeah. And he has to be because he already lost 1,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So he's gonna lose to the very end. It looks like he's winning, but he's really losing. As he's winning, we've already won. As it looks like we've lost. Go on, bro.
We're talking about the birthright and Jacob and Esau, but this goes back to Cain and Abel. John 8:44,
Officially,
ye are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth.
And that's really what it is. Jacob and Esau, they're nothing more than Cain and Abel coming back in their life. Who are their descendants? And as Jacob wrestled the angel, his mother was the same way when Jacob and Esau was fighting, and that fight is still going on. That fight hasn't stopped. When they came out the womb, that fight is still going on through their descendants. So Jacob's descendants are still fighting against the descendants of Esau. And Jacob ain't giving up the fight until he gets the upper hand, just like how he fought with the angel.
That's right.
You see? Go on, brother.
And I finish this. It says, he was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth,
And the goal, not the truth.
because there is no truth in him.
Right,
Liar,
because there's
bro.
no truth in it.
Liar.
Because the truth didn't favor him. That's why he
Liar,
did the
liar,
vote of the
find
truth.
some fire.
And what I want to talk about is when the Most High said, look, I want you to give a particular sacrifice. He sacrificed fruits.
Yeah.
So he was away from the truth even from that time. If you
Yeah.
can, brother, give me Genesis 4. I want to go into that story so I can
Beautiful.
break it down more effectively.
Genesis 4 from verse 1. And Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived, and bare Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from Yahweh. And she bare again his brother Abel. And Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in the process of time it came to pass that Cain brought the fruit of the ground, an offering unto Yahweh.
Yeah.
And Abel he also brought of the firstlings of his flock, and of the fat thereof. And Yahweh had respect unto Abel and unto his offering, but unto Cain and his offering he had not respect.
That's when he did the vote of the truth. And because the truth is that you are to sacrifice first of your count. And that's what Jacob did. So Jacob abode in the truth of the Most High. He did what the Most High told him. Lord.
But Cain unto his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. And Yahweh said unto Cain, why art thou wroth? Why is thy countenance fallen? If thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted. And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door, and unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him.
Yeah. And that's just the thing. So and that's why what he did was he rose up against his brother in secret and smitten his brother. Because he was jealous of the offering that he gave. But had they both given the correct offering, there would be no issues. Or should I say, if Cain given the right offering, then he wouldn't have no reason to be angry. So that anger still continued on when they came back in the reincarnation as Jacob and Esau. Or Esau, should I say. He kept that anger because he's Cain. You know? So that's why they can't stand us, man. It even goes back to the offering too. Not just the birthright, but as well as the offering that Jacob gave. So we have to add that in with going, brother.
That's the same spirit that Esau has obviously now, because he wants to do everything his own way.
Yeah.
Everything he does is in pride.
His
It's
terms.
almost like, it's exactly the same thing there.
Yeah. Going, brother.
And verse 8, and Cain talked with Abel his brother, he was a liar from the beginning, man. And it came to pass that when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Abel his brother and slew him. And Yahweh said unto Cain, where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper?
Yeah, so he got mouthy with the Lord.
Yeah.
He was a disrespectful piece of shit back then.
Yeah,
Go on.
lying about it, man. Don't murder the guy.
Mhm.
I don't know, man. Am I my brother's keeper?
What am I supposed to do? Hold his hand?
Salakia elder. That hits hard because I've got issues with my brothers on this side. And that's the kind of spirit they've got. I know,
Yeah.
am I my brother's keeper? That kind of spirit fucking pisses me off.
That hurts, bro. That hurts. That hurts. That hurts.
I remember what Yahweh said, greater love have no man than this.
Laid down his life.
That he laid down his life for his friends. So that's how you're supposed to do with your brothers, man. Not fucking murder.
I'll say this too. I'll say this, yeah, just that quickly. That's because they're not really your brothers. I know it might be hard hitting to hear that, because I've said I actually had to come out and say to my so-called brother, I said, in other words, get the fuck out of my face. I didn't say that, but I said, no, we're not brothers. I learned this earlier when I used to live under the same roof. No, we're not brothers. And I know what I was talking about. I didn't give a shit how you took it. I didn't want to explain it. It's like, what more do you want to fucking do? Kill me?
Yeah.
You would be probably, if you could do that, you could get away with it. You probably would. So I know what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Some people may not get it, but back to you though.
So I think it's examples that you said that you can't call yourself a brother to someone if you're not setting the example that a brother would be to another brother.
Right.
It's impossible. You're just a brother in namesake.
But I'll say this again, right? Pass it back to you. Family ain't family unless it's family.
I know what you mean.
It's so simple but so
That
complicated.
ain't deep.
Yeah.
I was trying to say that he said mum and brothers and sisters came, and he basically cursed them out, man, to make the point that my brothers and my mother and sisters are going to be the will of the father. But could have come out the same father as his biological associates.
Yeah.
Biological associates, you so happen to have the same mum and dad as me, or same fathers.
Yeah, man. That bullshit ancestry.com, yeah?
Yeah, that's it. That's bullshit, man. But the real brothers are those in the truth.
That's it. See, that's a beautiful point. But see, this is part of the learning.
Yeah.
Because we're coming from the world, we think that, yeah, we're supposed to be brothers and stuff. But you have to go through those harsh lessons of, hang on a minute, who is this guy? And then obviously coming into the truth, you realize, hey, this is the real family. But unfortunately, we didn't come out and with that knowledge because the Most High wanted us to experience that. But anyway, and the Lord said unto Cain, where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not, am I my brother's keeper? And he said, what hast thou done? The voice of thy brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground.
Just like it mentions in the Apocrypha, that how those that have passed away unjustly have cried up to the Most High. And even when a person cries, their voice is being heard before the Father. So he couldn't really he couldn't trick the Most High and act like, oh, I didn't do no wrong. He did do something wrong because he cried. His spirit cried to the Most High, like, why did you kill me? Or whatever he said, we don't do wrong. Go on, bro.
And now thou art cursed from the earth, which hath opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from my hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength.
And this is why today Esau doesn't take care of the earth as he should.
Yeah.
Because the fruits are not yielding as it's supposed to towards Esau. Esau is eating good, but he won't be eating as good as we're going to eat. Because when the kingdom is set up, when the kingdom heaven is set up, the earth is going to be back in its old phase. The earth is going to be refreshed. Somebody give me that. So when the earth is refreshed, as it was from the beginning of time, the food that we're going to eat is going to be much more nutritious. And the fruits are going to be ginormous. Like it says in the scriptures, it took 2 strong men to carry a cluster of grapes. But why isn't that happening now?
The minerals.
Yeah.
The minerals in that.
Yeah.
He's rinsed out every part of the land.
Because the land needs
Part of
rest.
the land that he hasn't rinsed out, he's keeping for himself.
Yeah.
Bill Gates, he's an example to that.
Yeah, he owns what is it? Just about all of the land of the United States. Just about, he said. And we already know why he's doing that, because he wants to Frankenstein all of the vegetation.
GMO.
Yeah, that's why he's owning all of it. But the thing of it is, the reason why Esau's doing all of this to begin with, because Esau's not getting that potency of the fruit from the other.
Oh,
And it goes back to his anger that he has as well. So when the Heavenly Father sits in the kingdom, man, the earth is going to be totally different. The food is going to be more real, nutritious. It's going to be more minerals in the food, vitamins, and all of that. And this is the reason that's why when we eat something, we feel like we got to get something more else. You could have a full
the munchies.
and you feel like you're not full because the earth isn't yielding.
Yeah.
Very low, yeah.
Now read this next verse, Bible Sharp.
Boom, now.
Because this is the verse, again, I get angry when I read this because it shows that Cain was just a bitch made, right? Genesis 4:13. And let me read 12 again. And when thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shall thou be in the earth.
Yep.
And here's Cain being a bitch. And Cain said unto the Lord, my punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from my face I shall be hid, and I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond.
Yeah.
I'm being dramatic.
Brother, you're
I'm being
going off.
dramatic,
You're going
yeah?
off the brother. Your voice supposed to be higher than that.
Yeah, a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth shall I be, and it shall come to pass that everyone that findeth me shall slay me.
No. And I mean, it doesn't really elaborate on what plague that was. But we believe it was leprosy.
The mark, yeah.
That was the mark of that plague. So when Esau came in effect, or Cain again came back as Esau, he came with that same lack of pigmentation. And that was to show that he is the actual wicked one himself.
Yeah.
That's why it reads in the book of Isaiah 1 and 18, you can, brother. I want to whoever could get it, don't matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why it says in Isaiah 1, I think it's in verse 18, where the color crimson is symbolic of sin. Oh, we're going to put that out.
It's Revelation 21 and 1.
Yeah, brother, you got a precept. Any of you brothers just pull them out.
Yeah, Revelation 21 and 1. And I saw a new heaven and a new earth. For the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea.
Yeah, and the way that the Lord is going to bring this earth back to what it was in the beginning is by bringing it through the fires, to refine the earth, to cleanse the earth. That's how he's going to bring everything back. Just like, for example, when you burn precious metals. When you burn the precious metals in this house through fire, it's purified and it looks beautiful. So that's how the Lord is going to bring the earth back to his own self again. And when that's done, man, we're going to be living life. We're going to be eating that good-ass food. Even the beef is going to be good, because even the cows are going to be eating that raw. They're going to be
grass-fed cows.
They're going to be grass-fed cows, and the grass is going to have so much nutrients in it.
They feed them corn.
Steroids.
You're not supposed to feed cows corn. You feed the chicken corn, but they want to put everything and just make it, everybody eat the same thing. All the animals eat the same thing.
Yeah,
just
mass production.
Make it easy, cheap. But you feed cows on grass-fed. To make a good cow, to get good meat with a balance of fat and meat, which they did in China, they know how to do it. They do it. They got a special way of doing it. But they put them on the farm and they feed them special high quality grass. And they come out and they've got you see what they're
talking about Japan.
Japan, Slovakia.
Right, the way
Yeah, I was watching the documentary on it.
The meat, when they produce the meat,
Yeah.
it's got a good 20% fat.
Yeah.
It's the flavor to the meat. That's it.
But we're going to be on a high level than them, because it's all going to be natural. Ain't going to be, even they do it make it into a science.
Yeah.
Ours is going to be pure 110% natural, no science, no adding, no taking away. You know what I mean?
No.
But yeah, I hear you.
No, and that's a fact. It's when we rule the earth, man. Plus, on top of that, man, the kingdom's going to be kicked ass. Because the earth is going to be the way it needs to be, and Jake is going to add more flavor to it.
Oh boy.
Jake is going to add more enhancements to what has already been the case. And Jake is going to make it better. We'll see what Esau does. Esau would take something from the violet and distort it, as it is written that he is a crooked man. You can, brother. Somebody, you can hold on to that. Yeah, Isaiah 1 and 18, and also get me Ecclesiastes read where we can make something straight.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
good.
You read that.
Isaiah 1 and 18, it says, "Come now and let us reason together, saith the Lord. Though your sins be as scarlet,
Yeah.
they shall be as white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool."
Yeah, so this scripture here just tells you about the colors, what these colors are symbolic of. White is symbolic of purity, innocence. Red is symbolic of transgression, sin, which is the same thing. So when Esau came out and he was born, it was said that he was red as an hairy garment. So Esau, as a whole, the so-called white people, they represent sin on the earth. And if you look at everybody, if you look at all of the other nations have some kind of melanin on their skin. But they're the only people that have no melanin on their skin. And that's to show us that they are the people of wickedness.
And they call us the minorities. Because the face of the earth. And that's funny you mentioned it. I don't know why. I was thinking about that yesterday. Literally a couple of days ago, I was thinking about how they've got the world, I think someone mentioned to me about third worlds, right? How he's got the Western world talking about other countries as third worlds, where they have the same level of infrastructure. A lot of countries have the same level of infrastructure as the so-called Western society. So it's the trick that he plays, on society to big himself.
Yes.
We're the minorities, but he's really the minority.
Yeah.
He's the minority.
Yeah. And what he did is he used this doctrine of Darwinism to say that, look, the darker you are, the less you evolve, and the redder you are, the highly likely you evolve, basically. And everybody's under that indoctrination. And the standard of beauty is to be, white, leprous,
Pale skin.
having blonde hair and blue eyes.
Yeah.
That's not the standard of beauty at all. And the reality of the matter, that's recessive genetics.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
And blue eyes is recessive as well.
Yes.
Most of in America, they say there was one guy went in prison. He was an ex-model, but he had blue eyes. And enough woman, you may have heard of the stories on YouTube. Enough woman was right into him. They saw his picture, right into the brown skin man with blue eyes.
I think his eyes are green, though.
Huh?
His eyes are green. He had
Green.
bright green eyes.
Yeah. And some of them, they want babies. They want green-eyed babies, isn't it? It's really popular over there, the blue eyes and the thing.
Yeah.
But
Especially if he's a chick.
yeah, if he's a chick.
Black woman. Crazy for that shit.
I got a precept. This is second episode 5. Start from.
Black ass take.
Yeah. Second episode 5. Straight to the point. Go to 25. And all of the depths of the sea thou hast filled thee one river, and of all the builded cities thou hast allowed Zion unto thyself.
Yeah. So we're the chosen people of the Most High.
Well, that's where it's getting at. So that's the point, isn't it? And all of the fowls that are created, thou hast named thee one dove, and all of the cattle thou have made, thou hast provided thee one sheep.
And that's why Esau had to take our heritage and claim it for himself, so that he can say that, look, we're the chosen people of God. And what Esau used as well is Christianity to also actualize this notion that they're the people of God. And many people believe in this, man. All of these don't believe in it. Even in Nigeria, man, like a brother, he was going to them. He was speaking on how he went down there and he had this big ass Chesley or jail picture just right in the midst, because they believe that he's God. And because of that, when he come over here, they're like, oh man, I'm glad I made it over here. I'm walking amongst the gods and all of this extra stuff. But we can't blame them because they've been indoctrinated.
Yeah.
Everyone's been indoctrinated based on this Darwinism trash. Right? And that's what made them superior, is that doctrine. To believe that basically the darker you are, the more likely you come from the ape. And if you went more whiter, so to speak, or redder, because they're not even white, they're red people. But the redder you are, the more you evolve. But how is that the case when you can't even stand in the hot weather. You need lotion to protect yourself from the radiation from the sun.
Yeah.
And then what I also found out, or as we all found out as of recently, they can't even deal with the cold weather. Their genetics can't even deal with the cold weather. But we were taught that they could deal with the cold weather. So that's all bullshit. All right? And they use Darwinism to basically, and as well as doctrines that came out of that, like you have, what's it called, man? You know when you can go back into time. So way back in carbon dating, they use carbon dating to overturn the truth, which is the scriptures. So that Esau can support his narrative and his way as the dominant way. When in fact, all that he has to say, what he has to say.
Yeah. Go on, last one. Second Ezra 5, now 27, it says, and among all the multitude of the people thou hast gotten thee one people, and unto this people whom thou lovest, thou givest a law that is approved of all. Because you were talking about you've got the light skin, you've got the pale people, and you've got the dark people. My old man's dark, right? And it's going to come to a point where we're in the kingdom, we're all going to have the proper youth, which is probably more likely to that direction, more to the dark.
Yeah.
And so even one of the scientists I was watching years ago before I got into the truth, when I was waking up, so to speak, I was watching one of these Amalekite small hats talking about how their people are the most ugliest people.
And they are.
According to science,
And they are.
if you go by science, because why? Because they're the most pale people. If you go by melanin, so-called black people are the most attractive people. If you break it down scientifically. But I saw that and I said, yeah, that's true. But we're portrayed as the most unattractive people. The darker. And my old man is dark, and when I get my darker hue back, when I get into the kingdom, because I always thought black was more attractive. That's just my personal thing. Like dark was more attractive. White, they say white is all right. John sticks up, black sticks up. Exactly. But that's that Muta Maruka thing. And I was always out of the box, and I never agreed with that. I never thought it was better to be light. I always, and that was it. And that even as a young man,
Every woman in this world always said, I want a man tall, dark, and handsome. Yeah? Is he so dark? He's not dark, is he?
I just want to touch on something Arya said there about definitions of beauty. And because I'm into the art and stuff, I'm into principles of design.
Nice, brother.
Now, one of the universal principles of design is to do with proportions. For example, certain people's faces will look attractive due to the ratio between the space of their eyes or their nose. There's certain proportions which are just universally accepted as attractive.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of body composition, in men, shoulder to hip ratio is important. So basically, a man's shoulders, if they're broader than his hips, a woman will generally find that attractive. Whereas with a woman now, shorter shoulders and wider hips is more attractive.
Coca-Cola bottle.
Coca-Cola bottle, Now, with those small hats, if you look at them, they've got like a stick figure proportion in their shoulder to hip ratio. But most Jake have got broad shoulders and narrow hips. So on that principle alone, he's generally more attractive. And you know what's funny? Times have kind of changed. Like when I was growing up, it wasn't really cool for Edomites to date so-called black men or Jake. And now it's totally flipped around. A lot of the women want to do with Jake now because that's the truth. Like Ahab said, they want someone tall, dark, and handsome.
They know. Yeah, well, that's the spirit of the Lord coming in the earth, man.
Yeah,
and he turned it. We are his favorite people. Hence, on every single level you want to talk about, back to you.
And even Jake, when you look at Jake's skin, it's more elastic.
Yes.
It's got more what's it called, man? It's got more is it
collagen?
Collagen.
Yeah.
We got more collagen in our skin. So that's why when we get older, we age. It takes us longer to age. So I could look the same way I am right now, but I could be 54. So that's we still don't have that kind of they don't have those genetics.
And that don't go for you Hamites, man. You got tall, dark, and ashy.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yellow teeth, yellow eyes.
and just ashy skin.
And they got that matte tone. Like our skin is more
Ooh.
metallic. We got
Yeah,
a
it's got
metallic
the
glow.
glow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
that's
right
it.
now, I'm seeing your face glow.
Oh, man.
Metallic glow, brother. This
Sausage.
And Esau, I've been grown up around a lot of Edomites.
Sausage man.
They've actually come out and they've said it. You don't bro, do ya? You know that saying, black don't crack. So that's a form of the jealousy going back to Cain and Abel, Esau and Jacob, the sibling rivalry, the chosen people, 2nd Ezra and 5, we're the chosen people, and they know it, so they feel it they feel that jealousy, that sibling rivalry jealousy.
Okay, look.
I had an Edomite say to me once blatantly how he hates the way he actually said to me, he says, what the words literally like, I hate you, Blackie. He says, you don't age. And you know, and in truth, you know, there was more hate in there, but you know, I want to read this. This is Jeremiah 51:19. It says, the portion of Jacob is not like them, for he is the former of all things, and Israel is the rod of his inheritance.
Yeah.
The Lord of
my
Jamie
comment.
Foxx. Jamie Foxx is very talented.
Yeah.
He can sing, you know, he can play instruments.
Yeah.
Jamie Foxx did say.
It's like Common, he does the rap thing and then he does the acting thing, and he has this common ground foundation he helps kids. So he's doing 3 things at the same time. But name me one Edomite that can do that. What Jake can do. You can't do it. It's the thing with Esau. Esau's only one dimensional.
Yes.
They can only focus on one thing. And that's it. So even when it comes to music, like Esau, in order for them to get into the music, they have to work extra harder to get the music down back. And they need a group of other Edomites to help them out.
Yeah.
But Jake, on the other hand, he's just different. Once Jake get into something, he's in the zone, his mind takes over him, and he's able to work it out and to operate his talent.
Yeah. Esau is on a mechanical level.
Yeah.
When it comes to dancing, because I remember when even Michael Jackson, when he was alive, he was saying that when you got the choreographing and he watches other people, right? Michael Jackson, he said he used to watch other people doing the choreography, and he says they count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And he says you don't count. He says you just go by the beat, the rhythm inside you. You know, so they do things on the everything they do is on
You're right,
mechanical level.
brother. I was watching the other day. I don't watch it. I feel embarrassed to say, but I don't watch it. I was watching Strictly Come Dancing the other day, right? And there was dancing, and you see the woman counting like. Actually counting to the beat. They just have no rhythm at all. You know? And it's funny, in the spirit, you know who died today too? What a feeling! The girl from Flash. Flash Dance. Is it? I think so. Yeah, she died at 66 today. I think 60 something.
She didn't look that.
She looked horrible, didn't she? She looked horrible.
She could have been a Jake.
Yeah, she was. But she's a pretty girl, man. That girl was a lovely looking girl, man.
Let's get going to the show.
Select it, brother.
In Matthew 5:13 it says, "Ye are the salt of the earth. But if the salt has lost its savor,
Yeah, man.
wherewith shall it be salted?"
Yeah, exactly. So we're the flavor of the earth. We bring flavor. Like all of the empires that became great is really because we had something to do. Egypt became great because of us. Exactly. Joseph, he was the first businessman. The first educators was Jake's. All right. The first musicians were Jake's. So when you're dealing with all kinds of rap, I want to talk. When you're dealing with all kinds of variations of music, Jake had something to do with that. In this society, they make it look like, oh yeah, so-called black people, the only thing they're good at is rap music. No, but that music, like for example, the music that I was playing in my house, right?
Beautiful.
That classical music. That's the music that we was playing within the rooms of Europe. Of course, ruling Europe.
Yeah.
So where did Esau get that kind of music from? He got it from us. All right.
Yeah.
So Jake, we're the originators of everything. Jacob is the former born. Bottom line.
First, I like when you say first, Elder, because listen, the Yahusha is dealing with the first fruits.
Yeah.
They elect in it, the first fruits. We are the first in everything.
We're the first of everything.
Everything, brother.
Mm-hmm. All right, brother. You got some reset here. We will close at 8:30. Go for another hour. speaking about the first fruits. That's why we're also known as Joshua. In the book of Deuteronomy, where it reads Joshua wax fat cake. Joshua wax fat cake. So we're the first, even though he created us, and we were the least among the nations, yet unto him were his first. As a nation, going.
First Peter 1 and 2, elect according to the
Hurry up.
foreknowledge of the Most High,
Right.
the Father, through sanctification of the Spirit, unto obedience and sprinkling of the blood of Yahushua.
Exactly.
Grace unto you and peace be multiplied.
Yeah. Because first and foremost, as it goes for the other nations, we're the first nation. And then you have within the first nation you have the elect, which all happen to be in the first fruits. So it's going to be by the first fruits. They're going to obtain his knowledge and his understanding first before the rest of the nation does. The rest of the nation, they're going to obtain the knowledge from the kingdom itself when they're under that new covenant. Pursuant to the book of Hebrews, the 8th chapter. So the Lord is getting the heads in order first. You got something else?
Yeah, well, one more. I'm trying to find it here.
Keep going now.
It's interesting because you said that Israel is the first of the nations, but really the last nation to come up. So again, it's like that sort of rhythm, that story of the young gaining the birthright.
Yeah, that's it. Because Esau, like you were saying, is more about David being the least of his brothers. But he was showing. So the Lord picks whoever he picks. And
Yes.
to the Most High, they are the first.
Right.
They are the most important ones. So we're important among all of these other nations. And when you really think about it, the Lord allowed these other nations to win first. That's the same goal, save the best for last. Right?
Yeah, man.
So that's what Yahushua did. Yahushua. What he did is he's saving us for the last.
Beautiful.
And then we're going to be, as you said the word, beautiful. We're going to be beautiful at the last.
You last.
Best, that's it. That's beautiful.
Deuteronomy chapter 7 and 7, the Lord did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because you were more in number
Ouch.
than any people.
Ouch.
For you were the fewest of all people.
Ouch.
We were the fewest of
That's
all
heavy
people.
scripture.
So we were the least of all people. He favored us instead.
Yeah.
And he could have picked any other nation, but he picked us instead.
That's why Esau's jealous.
And that's why, and not only Esau's jealous, but even these other nations.
Other nations, yeah.
Because they know the accounts. And you know what, to a lot of these Muslims, they won't say it, but a lot of them know who we are. They know that we're the Israelites too. And when you read that Quran that they got in their house, it speaks about the Israelites.
They call us the people of the book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So they know the deal. But see, the thing of it is with Jake, they was able to get Jake into that Islam because Jake don't know any better.
Yeah.
See, the Israelites that know better, they can't get us into that book. All right? Go on, brother.
Verse 8 says, but because the Lord Yahweh loved you, and because he would keep the oath
That sounds
which
nice.
he had sworn unto your fathers.
That's what we have done. We've returned back to the oath.
Mm.
See, our forefathers and the multitude among us have left the oath. But the Most High had it to where we returned back to the oath. And how do we know that we're under the oath? By knowing that we're the Israelites. All right? And within that oath, which is the covenant, we keep the law, statutes, and commandments to the best of our ability.
Nice, Elder. Nice, nice.
And it says, hath the Lord brought you out with a mighty hand,
Right.
and redeemed you out of the house of bondmen, from the hand of Pharaoh, the king of Egypt.
Yeah. And using so many different miracles that Moses did. And it was all by the power of Yahushua. So we're going to get delivered by Yahushua through his Father, through the power of his Father, as he's going to glorify his Father with his power. All right? And this is all done because what? We're back to the oath again. Keeping that oath again. The oath was never dismantled, but we left the oath, and that's what let the problem. That's why we're going to be slavery. We're in slavery right now under these curses because we left the covenant.
Yeah, man.
So now that we're back under the covenant, which we're in a time period of grace, we're going to transition to the new covenant. because of that, Yahweh Shah is going to have to get us back and to reclaim this. Hence he's known as our Redeemer. In other words, he's going to buy us back.
Yeah, man.
And because we're what is it? We've been made to be under a contract. And in order for us to come out of this bondage, the Most High would have to send his son back to steal us from the contract of the system, so that he can claim us for himself. If you can, brother, give me the scripture where it says, they say, I think it's somewhere in the book of Psalms, that these two countries are mine, something like that. Because Esau already believes that we belong to him. You remember, Esau believes that we're only his assets. And he wants us to himself and only to himself. But the Most High is going to change that. And he's going to show that, no, they belong to me. All right?
Ezekiel 35 and 10.
I tell you, long time, brother, long time.
Ezekiel 35 and 10, because thou hast said, these two nations and these two countries shall be mine,
Yep.
and we shall possess it, whereas the Lord was there.
And you see, this is why you gotta, and this is what you gotta do. When you're out in the elephants, you gotta deal with the smell of cigarette, you gotta deal with the smell of weed, you gotta deal with the smell of this nasty, disgusting animals such as pig.
That's it.
You gotta deal with all this shit. Go on, brother. And it says, then you gotta deal with the niggas among our people too. Go on, brother.
Verse 11, therefore, as I live, saith the Lord power, I will even do according to thine anger, and according to thine envy, which thou hast used out, and thy hatred against them, and I will make myself known among them.
And I will make myself known among them.
When I have judged thee.
When I have judged thee. So when Yahweh Shah makes his second return, he's going to make it well known that these are my people.
Wow.
These are my people. You know, he's getting cooked.
They got the whole strip.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's sweet. And you know, that's the sweetest. That's why we want to be good. They read that, bro.
Yeah, read on that again. Ezekiel 35 and 10. Yeah, sister.
Yeah, but yeah. Yeah.
Because thou hast said, these two nations and these two countries shall be mine.
Yeah, and the southern kingdom and the northern kingdom. So all of these niggas are mine. That's what you saw. And including the land is mine. The whole world is mine. Go on, brother.
And we will possess it, whereas the Lord was there.
Right, whereas the Lord was there. So they're saying these people are my people. They're for me, so that these people can enrich me and make me appear better. So there's no power. As a matter of fact, I'm going to take over the seat of the Most High and sit in this seat.
Damn.
That's the mindset of these devils, man. If you can, brother, give me hold that, and give me what is it? I think it's in 1 Thessalonians chapter 2, where it reads that he sitteth in a place, he sitteth in something that is the Most High, something like that. Showing him himself that he is the Most High. So that's the mentality of this devil, man. He really believes that everything belongs unto him, including the tribes of Israel. But see, when Yahweh Shah comes back, he's going to shake the powers that are. And they're going to be trembling and shaking in their boots and shitting in their pants, man.
Yeah, man.
All right?
Yeah, man.
Because they're going to see the real power coming with that real power. And he's going to take his people from the hands of those that hate him. All right, go on, brother. You can go hold your things up.
Oh, you're waiting for me?
No.
Oh.
No, I thought you. My mind just went crazy. I thought you was over here, man. Go ahead. I remember the apostles when he was teaching in Times Square, 34th or 7th. You had these, you had these stand-up things. You had those standards, and they were cooking that pork. That shit stink too.
There was that time where on 34th as well, where some people started parking bikes.
Yeah, I remember that.
I was like, where's the fucking bike, man?
Yeah. It's true. I told you, dude, the fucking right. The next time, they're like, you know, we're gonna have to tell this guy, like, just go sit over there. So,
Second Thessalonians 2:3 says, "Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition,
Malachi.
who oppose him and exalts himself above all that is good, all that is the Most High, all that is worshipped, so that he, as Yahweh, sitteth in the temple of Yahweh, showing himself that he is Yahweh."
yeah, that's what the Renaissance period was all about. He painting the pictures and turning them into Edomites, all of the saints, all of the angels, so that eventually he can rule with deception and say to the world that I am the Most High, and everyone belongs to me this time. All right, especially with this Klaus Schwab character. He said, "You will own nothing and be happy." What kind of madness is that? Yeah, that's pretty much the deal. But the thing of it is, the Lord again is going to show them something different. Because in the book of Luke 21, that tells you that the powers on high, the powers that be are going to be trembling when he comes back.
Appreciate
All right, go on, brother.
You finish? Yeah.
They're hoping like hell that the Most High doesn't come back.
Oh, yeah.
Go on, brother.
The book of Philippians 2 verse 10, that at the name of Yahushua Hamashiach, every knee should bow, all things in heaven and things in earth.
Yeah, so even this goddamn devil is going to bow. He's going to have to bow the knee. And you know who's going to bow the knee to? The people that he hates the most. The people of the elect. As it is written that they should lick up the dust of our
Feet.
Go on, brother.
Right. And things in earth and things under the earth, and that every tongue shall confess that Yahushua Hamashiach is Lord, to the glory of our power, our Father.
Amen.
Amen.
You know what I'm saying? So, hey, man, like, these devils that are highly exalted right now, they're going to bow.
Yep.
And they're going to witness themselves bow. Right now, they're high and mighty and proud, and they feel like they'll never come down. They'll never bow to nothing or nobody.
Yeah.
But the day is going to come when they will bow. Right? We thought the same way. There was a time we was at the height of ourselves.
True.
But guess what? We came down.
Yeah.
And Moses prophesied. He said, "Look, if you don't keep my covenant, the law, such as commandments, you're going to be brought down to these levels." We never thought of that. Now look at us. But that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to be here forever.
Yeah.
Just for a temporal moment. Okay? And we're actually in the right place at the right time. It's better to be low now to be exalted later. That's where we come from. Go on, brother. I know it's cold.
Yeah. We got it. We got to soldier through. Like, yeah, you spoke about the Renaissance. Revelation 11 and 8, and their dead bodies shall lay in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom.
No. That's why people get whippy worms too. They need that shit.
Yeah.
So coming out their eyes and shit. Coming out their ears.
But
I mean, it tastes good, but boy, I'm telling you, man, that's just killing you with something.
yeah, it gives you worms. That thing under there, right?
It's 5%, man. The way he's doing it is not your business. Because what you want to do is you want to do it. People ain't gonna buy no Sasha.
I think he does. I think he does it here, then he goes over there.
No. But it's still bad business, man. What he could do is go over there because people are walking up and down the place over there. You don't come down here. Because we talking shit. Ain't like go buy stuff. Hearing us talk shit. Come on. That's a terrible way to present your business.
It says Revelation 11 and 8, and their dead bodies shall lay in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt.
Yes, so brother, what made you read that?
Because you were mentioning the Renaissance too.
Oh, okay, yeah, got it.
Yeah. Where also our Lord was crucified.
Right.
So yeah,
Go on, brother.
as the owner was speaking about the Renaissance and them changing the names and the images and stuff. That's talking about America, man. You know, and Europe. You know, the only people that kind of left the ancient icons alone were the Russians.
Mm.
They kept it, man.
Yeah,
That's
man.
why they, you know, you go over there and you
Yeah.
see their books.
Yeah.
You know, the paintings are sold to black men. But everywhere else, they fashioned it after Cesare Borgia.
Right.
You know,
Yeah, they flip everything. Judges still there. That's it.
Finish with that.
yeah.
First Maccabees 3 and 4, 5 through 6. It says, wherefore the Israelites assembled themselves together and came to Masra over against Jerusalem. For in Masra was the place where they prayed aforetime in Israel. Getting to the point. Then they fasted that day and put on sackcloth and cast ashes upon their heads and rent their clothes.
That's the season.
And laid open the book of the law, wherein
Yeah,
the
bro.
heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images.
Yeah. And you know what too, and that's
You had it like this
like what happened during the Renaissance period, that happened all over again. Because that's what the heathen, what they tend to do is they would, they would, especially the Edomites, they'll take something and put a different spin to it. And that's what they did to our art. They took all of the dark art in the realms of Spain and many other places and depicted them as Edomites,
It's not going in it. That's why it's not going in.
so to speak.
Oh, you know.
And that's so that they can show the world,
Why?
look, we're the saints,
Oh,
we're the holy men, we're the image
let me
of
double
divinity.
it up, sir.
And they had to do that
It's double up now.
because everybody's of heat. So they had to show, look, yeah, we're the
It's
heat.
double now.
Because if they came naturally by them being who they are, people wouldn't take them seriously. So they had to deceive the world.
They came. Remember, they were
Mm-hmm.
See you next week, yeah?
Oh, it's nice. Nice and stiffer now. Nice and stiffer now.
Stiff down.
That's nice and stiff now.
Yeah.
Should we double it up?
I saw this short video and see the he's doing an excavation in the
Nice. Better?
tombs in the pyramids.
It's only better now.
And they found some mummy, and obviously we know we're not
Egyptians.
just to clarify that, but it's the disappointment in this Edomite's face.
He let go.
Voice,
He let go.
Katrina, no.
This
Yeah,
Go on, go on. When you finish,
person,
that,
yeah,
go on.
yeah, that's right.
mummified,
Yeah.
will actually dance with us. They want to be everybody.
Yeah.
Remember, they got a lot of us, so they came to be us. What else? They claim to be the Spartan, you know. And when they claim to be the Spartan, they homo
Much better.
that shit up as well.
That's perfect now. Lovely.
They
Straight.
want to be everyone but Esau.
And a vagabond in the art.
He's running away from it.
It's like, no, I was just gonna say he's trying to what do
Hide
they
his
call it?
identity.
Identity theft.
Yeah.
Yeah, trying to make himself out to be everybody but the Edomites.
But that's who they are. So, I mean, you know, like I would just wear it, man. Like it's your jacket, bro. It fits you perfectly well. Just wear it, man. You're the Edomites. Your works show that you are the Edomites.
Okay.
All right. You lived up to that name. You lived up to that title. So go with it, man. Go on, man.
Starting to get precepts. Finishing on that.
Yeah. So basically, like you was reading, they crossed out the image because that's what it means to be crucified, meaning to be crossed out. So they crossed out the image of Yahweh Shai, and in other words, his ways and his understanding of beauty, and that took place in America, and that's where we begun to be awakened, because the true awakening begun in America. Beginning when we had our deliverance came on the scene, as we believe that he's Elijah, coming forth to return the fathers back to the historical accounts in the book of Malachi, right? So that was that period of time. And then guess what? The awakening came around the four corners, which is mentioned in Ezekiel 37. And this ties all the way back to what you was talking about and how we overcome.
I've got a precept in that.
And then you got Zechariah 13, verse 9. it talks about how the Lord is going to make way for the third, fourth, and final.
This is the book of, and that's a heavy point, Salafio, on that dude, right? The brother Ariel said this, like, you gotta be mindful of, who brothers may be around. We could go home smelling like pork now, and then it's like someone could say, well, you guys don't equal, but you're just around that.
Yeah.
You don't control the conditions of the battle, crazy.
Yeah, because you got all kind of spirits and elements coming towards you. Come on, brother.
This is the book of John, chapter 16, verse 33, and it says, "These things I have spoken unto you, that in me ye might have peace. In the world ye shall have tribulation, but be of good cheer, I have overcome the world."
Yeah, be of good cheer, I will overcome the world. So that's what we're supposed to be mindful of, is the fact that the author and the finisher of our faith overcame the world. All right? So that we can overcome the world. Now, we have a lack of faith, then we're going to be destroyed. So again, we're in a situation where we don't even have no choice but to believe. Actually, in the book of Proverbs somewhere, it says that it's a sin. I think it's in the book of Proverbs, or somewhere in the New Testament, but it mentions on how, I think it was Paul that said that it's a sin to have no faith in the Most High. So we're in a very what is it now? We're in a situation where we're trapped. We're like prisoners of hope, like Paul was. So we have no choice but to believe in this stuff. You know what I mean? So if we continue on with this idea of having this hope of overcoming, then we're going to overcome. And she can only but go by based on where you're at mentality-wise. As it is written, a man is what he thinketh himself to be. So if you thinking you're not going to make it, then you're not going to make it. If you believe that you're going to make it, then there's a higher chance you're going to make it.
Yeah.
So it's wherever you take your mind, there the body will go. As the saying goes, mind over matter, right? Go on, brother.
When I say something about the shop, as light as we might take it, that guy there selling pork, as I said, that's all set up by the Most High. It could be anywhere on the street.
True.
But he always comes and stands right next to us. Now, that's something that we have to overcome. We did overcome it. But it's like, when you're smelling that fucking, that swine's flesh and stuff, it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you don't even want to, it's like, you don't even want to be smelling it, but you have to do it.
You have to.
But again, this is conditions of the battle, little things that it might seem silly and trivial, but those are things we have to fight to overcome. Because it could be easy to think, oh no, that's nice, not get one off the camp or something. And then we're watching you eating pork. I mean, come on. Them kind of demons can jump on you.
But you know that shit smells terrible.
You know, I still smell it now. Yes.
Now they smell disgusting.
Yeah,
Yes.
That's the beauty of it.
That's it. I can still smell it now. I don't know if, you know, it's on the clothes. Damn.
Go on, bro. That shit stinks to high.
Stinks, man.
Talking about faith, disbelief, right? Romans 14:23, and he that doubteth is damned if he eat, because he eateth not of faith.
Right.
For whatsoever is not of faith is sin.
There you go. That's what I was getting at. So it is a sinful thing to have no faith. It's actually a transgression. Because remember, the whole duty of man is to serve the Creator by keeping His commandments. So if you don't have faith in the Most High, then what else do you have faith in? Because you're going to have faith in something.
Yeah.
It's either you're going to have faith in yourself, or you're going to have faith in some other entity outside of yourself. The beginnings of idolatry. All right? And also, rebellion is as a sin of restraint. So if you don't believe in the Most High, you're going to go against Him. You're against Yahweh. Okay, well, He doesn't serve a purpose. His purpose on here is to serve me, and He's not doing it. So He's expendable. I can expend it. Go on, brother.
I got one?
Yeah, go on.
Matthew chapter 21 and 20 says, and when the disciples saw it, they marveled, saying, how soon is the fig tree withered away? Jehoshua answered and said unto them, verily I say unto you, if you have faith and doubt not, ye shall not only do which is done to the fig tree, but also if ye shall say unto this mountain, be thou removed and be thou cast unto the sea, it shall be done.
Yeah, and that's faith. And you know what's heavy? It's the fact that we're moving a mountain right now. In other words, the society. This society is going the way it's going because of our words and our vibration. And that's all the ability of having faith in the Mashiach Yahushua. And so that you have the faith that we have shall flourish, as it is written in the Apocrypha. So, go on, brother.
You finish, Elder? James 1 verse 6. But let him ask in faith, nothing wavering. For he that wavereth is like a wave of the sea, driven with the wind and tossed.
You have to be straightforward and direct and believing in this.
Believe in it.
Again, being not lukewarm.
Yeah.
If thou art lukewarm, I will spew thee out of my mouth. In other words, the Lord is going to switch you out from the congregation of those that are among the holy. So it's in your best interest to believe. Despite the elements, despite what goes on, despite how angry you get when things don't go your way, you still have to believe in the Mashiach Yahushua.
Beautiful.
Even if you're sick. And I know brothers go through various sicknesses and all of that, you still have to believe. It doesn't matter how sick you are, it doesn't matter how sick and tired you are. You have to believe in this thing because your belief is going to get you where you need to go.
Get you through.
Go on, brother.
Matthew 8:23 says, and when he was entered into a ship, his disciples followed him.
Nice, brother.
And behold, there arose a great tempest in the sea, insomuch that the ship was covered with the waves, but he was asleep. And his disciples came unto him and awoke him, saying, Lord, save us, we perish. And he saith unto them, why are you fearful, O ye of little faith?
Right.
Then he arose and rebuked the winds and the sea, and there was a great calm.
And Yahushua was demonstrating his power through his faith. So when you demonstrate faith, everything has to operate according to the way, like the example, when Yahushua was in that situation, he rebuked the sea, and the sea went throughout his way. Which really that happened because Yahushua was on a higher level.
Yeah.
But again, he was demonstrating the ability of faith. That you can overcome just by having a little amount of faith too, as a grain of a mustard seed. All right. So that's what it's all about. That's the name of the game. It's the fact that you got to keep going forward, even if it's even though it seems like, man, it's just not gonna happen. You still got to keep going, even in this cold ass weather we're in. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really too much feel it. Maybe because because of the cold showers that I take. But it's cold. I can feel it in my hands. It's quite cold. And I know you brothers won't do it. I can understand that.
About in the freeze box. Yeah,
but we still gotta muscle it. We live in the cold world, so we gotta overcome it. You ain't got no choice. Well, yeah, read that again though.
Romans chapter 14 and 23. And he that doubteth is damned if he eat.
And the word damned just means to be condemned. So damn is not a bad word. It's another way of saying condemnation or to be condemned. That's all it ever means. So if you don't believe, then you're condemned. You don't prove that you're condemned. Let's elaborate on that. Let's get Revelation 21 in verse 8. Because if you don't have no faith right now, man, you're going to take that mark, and you're going to receive the same plagues and the same troubles that those that have murdered, those that have gone into witchcraft and idolatry. You're going to suffer the same fate as those people. And all you didn't do was simply believe, because you didn't believe. Okay? So this is the thing, man. This man has to believe in something. We went from believing in the powers that be of this world, we believe in our teachers, we believe in our doctors. Now we've turned it straight from that, and now we believe in a higher power, which we always knew, but we just didn't understand. All right? And because we believe in the higher power has given us a true, genuine purpose to live. Go on, brother.
This is very, very on the point of faith, because you can't give yourself faith, unfortunately. Ephesians 2 and 8.
I know you do.
For by grace ye are saved through faith, and that it is not of yourselves, it is the gift of the Most High God.
Yeah, so the Lord has to give you the gift of faith to believe in Him. So the reason why a lot of Jakes don't see what we're talking about, because for one, the Lord didn't open up their eyes, and number two, He didn't give them the gift of faith. So you have to be given that element to actually do what we're doing and to withstand it to the very end. Another one. Go on, brother.
Ecclesiasticus or Surah 1:14. To fear the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and it is created the faithful in the womb.
And it's created in the faithful in the womb. All Right? So if I'm correct, it has to be in you from when you're born.
Mm.
Yeah. Just like, for example, what did he tell Jeremiah? He said, "I knew thee when you was in the womb."
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it has to be in you. Yeah, I knew you.
Damn.
There you go. So this is the thing.
Which goes back to the election.
Which
Yeah,
goes back to the election, and as well as the first fruits.
Oh.
So it's all about the first fruits, baby. And they're gonna have that faith to overcome. That's why we're out here in this cold weather. The only thing that's freezing is my hands. That's it. Right? But everything is I'm all right. My hands is freezing. But we don't care about it because we're looking beyond what we can feel, what we can sense. We're not letting our senses dictate what we can and cannot do. We're not sensual men. We're not natural men. We're spiritual men. So because we're spiritual men, we've transcended to a greater state of mind.
Plus, you love Yahweh Bashem.
Plus, you love Yahweh Bashmi Shai. Most importantly, brother, fear
Yeah.
Yahweh Bashmi Shai.
Because if you love me, feed my sheep, and that's what you're doing. What is doing now?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why we out here like this, because we got the fire in us to be out here, which is the Holy Spirit too. Go on, brother.
This is Revelation 21:7. It says, "He that overcometh shall inherit all things."
That's what we want, because we never had shit in the society. We was nobodies in the society. We thought we were somebodies, but we were never nobodies. We never stood a chance in the society the way that we would like to.
Yep.
But the Lord said, "Look, I can give you everything, as long as you overcome, and I can give you a crown," which is to signify, "Well done, my son, whom I am well pleased." All right, just like how he told Yahweh Shai, I'm correct. Go on, brother.
It says, "And I will be his power, and he shall be my son."
Mm-hmm.
But the fearful and unbelieving, and the abominable, and murderers, and whoremongers, and sorcerers, and idolaters, and all liars shall have their part in the lake of fire, in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death.
Which is the second death. The first death was by the flood. The second death is going to be by the fire. So when the fire consumes all of these elements, that's going to be the second death. And in order for you to go under that, you have to take that mark. And there lies you not having no faith. All right? So you're going to be down just by you not having no faith. Right along suffering the same fate of those that were abominable, whoremongering, idolaters, and such. Which makes up a whole lot of the population that you see. There's going to be a lot of deaths out here. People that you love, people that you hate, people that you didn't know. Death is going to be out here because of unbelief. What's going to keep us alive is the vision that we have. All right, that's in the book of Proverbs. When the people have no vision, the people perish. So based off them not having the vision that we have, which is the truth, they're all going to die. We're going to remain alive because we're in conjunction with the scriptures. And we accept the visions of the prophets. And not only that, this is the truth. And as the truth does, it stands forever. We will stand forever with the truth.
Yeah, and it sets you free.
The truth will set you free. Go on, brother.
Psalm 30:1, it says, "I will extol thee, O Lord, for thou hast lifted me up, and hast not made my foes to rejoice over me.
Come.
O Lord, my power, I cried unto thee, and thou hast healed me."
And this is the thing, man. Like when you read the scriptures, this is the historical accounts of the so-called black man, so-called Latino Native American man. These are historical accounts. All of these different books, the book of the book of the Egyptian book of the dead, the Keeper Me guys, the Quran, right? However you say it in Arabic.
They said
right?
that's the way they say it. Exactly that way.
The Holy Quran.
Yeah. Correct. They twist it tongue.
Yeah. Right? All of these different books has nothing to do with our people.
Yeah.
This is the ultimate book of our people. And in this book lies every single thing that you need to know man, against the powers that be and against all of these spiritual elements. It's really what we're dealing with is a spiritual world at the end of the day. That we're going to overcome at the very end. Go on, brother.
It says, "O Lord, thou hast brought up my soul from the grave."
Thou hast brought up my soul from the grave. We're in the grave right now. We're in a dead state right now. So the Lord is going to bring us out of our graves. Well, actually, he's already done that by giving us this truth. You can, brother. Read Revelations 11, and then we'll go back to that. So he resurrected us on the third day in the book of Hosea, the 6th chapter. That's why we're standing with confidence. And we're speaking with confidence. We're not jibber jabbing with our words. We're not mumbling. We're not stuttering. We're speaking clear. As we know what we're talking about, and we're sure what we're talking about. All right? Just like how Sean was speaking, he was speaking with great authority. And the reason why we're doing this is because we know exactly that this is the truth. And because of it, we know who the hell we are and what our purpose is. And just to be honest, like the average person, they're walking to and fro, they're going to clubs there and there because they don't have nothing to live for. They're not confident, they're unsure of themselves, they don't know where they're coming or going because they don't have a purpose. But we have a true, genuine purpose. That's what makes us better than everybody else. Not to be braggadocious, but it's the truth. All right? Go on, brother.
Revelation 11:3, and I will give power unto my 2 witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth.
That's the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. Go on.
And these are the 2 olive trees and the 2 candlesticks standing before the Most High on the earth.
Yep.
And if any man will hurt them, fire proceedeth out of their mouth and devour their enemies. And if any man will hurt them, he must in this manner be killed. These have power to shut heaven, that it rain not in the days of their prophecy, and have power over water to turn them to blood, and to smite the earth with the plagues as often as they will.
That's that spiritual power that they're going to be able to go on.
And when they shall have finished their testimony, the beast that ascendeth out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them, and shall overcome them and kill them. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified.
Yeah, so in other words, when they conquered us, they put us into slavery, and they beat the Hebrew out of us, and we were dead. As it is written, they that remain out of the them that remain out of the way of understanding shall remain in the congregation of the dead. So the Lord brought us out of that dead state. And now we're invigorated and we're alive, and now everything makes sense to us. Now we know why we're experiencing this life.
Right, putting the pieces together.
Yeah. And everything makes sense to us. Okay, and we know exactly who we are. And see, when you know who you are, you know where you're going. When you don't know who you are, you don't know where the hell you're going. Okay? So we're in a beautiful situation, even though we overlook that, because life does that, like the elements of life makes us to overlook what we already have and appreciate what we have. But we should appreciate what we have. Be thankful that we're here, because we didn't have to be chosen. We could have been just like these niggas out there, walking to and fro trying to get some kumpy.
Yeah.
That's what life is all about. No. There's more to life than just getting vagina, man. All right? It's about doing the Lord's work, and then we'll be able to experience more than just getting vagina. Okay? Like that's the end all be. That ain't the end all be all. But we'll get tons of that in the kingdom and many other things. We gotta do this work. Boom.
I've got one for you. I've got one for you, quick one. This is in Psalms 139. I'll start from 1. It says, the chief musician, a psalm of David, the Lord, thou hast searched me and know me. Jump down now to 14. I praise thee. So this is David now. I will praise thee, for I am one fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are thy works, and that my soul knoweth right well. So you mentioned that we don't appreciate. Take the time to appreciate. We got this truth. Most High gave us, chose us, or called us at the moment, Lord willing to be chosen. But David is acknowledging that he says that he's wonderfully made. You know, knowing what he was able to do with the spiritual power, with that body, even though it's of the flesh, he acknowledged he had a woman there. So I would say he's totally an attractive man. So, you know, he was fertile, so he had some children. That's beautiful. That's a gift, man.
Yeah.
Highly fertile, and Jake is highly fertile too. Even now with the food that they're trying to fling us,
Still.
We're still for
we still got the
Yeah, man.
acid. The acid.
Yeah, man.
Right. So yeah, let me just carry on. We got the acid. We're fertile, right? At
Let me
15.
say something because I was just thinking, you know how they talk about the social, you know, what happened in the small vets, right? Keep it like that. Now, if you really calculate the amount of deaths that they caused to Jake, to compare that with that, and we're still here, and we're still a multitude.
Yeah, man.
The scriptures say so. There's no getting rid of us, man. And not only that, you think about all the towns that they destroyed,
Oh, yeah.
people, the disease that killed off people. We've had our own holocaust.
Yeah.
You know, then you got the Planned Parenthood in this in Babylon,
Yeah, yeah.
kill off our people before they come out of the womb, man. So you know, and that's all down to the Heavenly Father. Yeah, he did us as a nation.
Can't.
I'm on point. There's nothing under the sun that goes back to Exodus, the first chapter.
I was thinking about that.
When Pharaoh decreed that all the male children of the
That's the
Israelites
spirit.
should be put to death.
Spirit.
See, there's nothing new. It's just the same thing repeating. Yeah, back to you.
Yeah, 15 now. My substance was not hid from thee, when I was made in secret and curiously out in the lowest part of the earth. Yeah, well, I know there's a brother that can remember when he was in the womb. Right? Thine eyes did see my substance, similar to Jeremiah. Thine eyes did see my substance, yet being unperfect, and in thy book all my members were written, which in countenance were fashioned when I was yet thee, was none of them. So scientifically, right, and just common sense wise, we're wonderfully made, man. We're gifted. We're blessed people, gifted. Even just the way we are in this low condition. Like we say, we're still potent.
Salt of the earth.
And there's that saying, we don't die, we multiply, man.
Yeah.
And that goes back to the scriptures too, man. It's actually a saying, but that you can trace it back to the scriptures.
Yeah.
Because you know we're caught up, you know, when it's supposed to about getting caught up, and we're made new, man. We're really, that's going to be our proper state that we should have been in the first place. We've been brought low, man. But we just,
We shall be risen. This is the thing, man. Like he that is, base shall be exalted, and he that exalted himself shall be abased. So the Lord is going to exalt us. Somebody get on what is it, 1 Samuel chapter 2, and verse 6. I think it's verse 5 to be exact. Because it was really the Lord that brought us low. So it was him that brought us low, and it's going to be him that's going to exalt us to a higher degree as we're supposed to.
Even in the ancient Egypt, the scripture says, the more they oppressed us, the more we multiply.
Yeah. And you know what it's small? Like before you read that, bro, I just want to just say something real brief. In this life, we're knowing what it feels like to be a nobody. You know what it feels like to be unrecognized, unchosen. So we had to experience all of this, so that when we do become the exalted one, become chosen and all of that, which is good, then we can look back and be like, okay, we had experiences. And again, that goes back to making the heart better. Because of our failure, that's what allowed that to happen, so that we won't do that again. We appreciate the kingdom forevermore. Boom, bro.
1 Samuel 2 verse 6. Yahweh killeth and maketh alive. He bringeth down to the grave and bringeth up. Yahweh maketh poor and he maketh rich. He bringeth low and lifteth up. He raiseth up the poor out of the dust and lifteth up the beggar from the dunghill to set them among princes.
And that's where Jake is at, baby boy. Jake is begging for vagina in some cases. Jake is begging for a job. Jake is begging to get put on in the industry.
We're just begging out
We're just begging out here, man.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Let's keep this shit real. Right? Jake is out here begging at the foot of everything. So we have like somebody get what is it, John 16? You know the parable of the poor man and the rich man and the beggar. This is us, man. Like we have to just be, we have to be accepting of this. You know, if we can be accepting of our future, we got to be accepting of what's going on right now. So there you go. Finish that.
He raiseth up the poor out of the dust, and lifteth up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among
To
princes,
set them among princes, go on.
and to make them inherit the throne of glory.
Right, to make them inherit the throne of glory. So the beggars are going to become those that are going to wear the crown, as it is written. They that were not thought of to wear the crown shall wear the crown. All right? Because no other nation really expects the best out of us. Even ourselves. We don't even expect the best to come out of ourselves. But guess what? The best will come out of the nation that is least expected to become great. Okay? All of these nations, man, they've all been programmed under Esau. Esau's propaganda that Jake don't know anything. Jake has a low IQ. And all they are is a bunch of thugs and can't seem to get themselves together. Right? So that's how Esau's programmed these nations to be against us.
And, you know, Elder, that's why Esau has a lot to pay for, because
That's why
of so much distraction, the football, the World Cup, the phones, the mobile phones, everything. Women walking half naked in the street. That's all distractions. That's why
all
they're all
distractions.
dumbed down. They're dumbed down in the spirit. You know?
And you know too, that does break your spirit down.
It does,
You're constantly looking at women's ass, man. That's bringing your vibration down. When you're constantly thinking about sex, you're not looking ahead of what's going on.
No.
You down over here. You gotta be in the head. Esau wants you to be in the head. He wants you to be thinking about. He wants you to be thinking around your private.
Yeah, man, your second head.
Yeah, the second head.
This is Luke chapter 16, verse 19. There was a certain rich man which was clothed in purple and fine linen, and fared sumptuously every day.
Fared sumptuously every day. That's the stuff. Beginning with the JEW. So-called the 1948 is happening, right? Like one of the Rothschilds just perished at the age of, what is it, 92, correct? Down on what is it, the 8th of this month. And he knew no struggle. All of these elites, they don't know what it's like to get up early in the morning and work, bust their ass. They don't know what that's like.
Yeah.
So they're living good, man.
Yeah, they're not in trouble as we are.
They're not in trouble as we are. They don't have to bear the ignorance of the average folk as other men. And therefore pride compasses them about as a tree. So all they've ever seen is prospering, blessings. That's these JEWs that own all kind of corporations, that own politicians, therefore owning the countries. Come on, man. You tell me, come on, man. Get out of the phone, bro.
And it says, and there was a certain beggar named Lazarus, which was laid at his gate full of sores.
Lazarus represents us, the beggar which was laid at this gate full of sores, which the sores are indicative of the curses. Go on.
And desiring to be fed with the crumbs which fell from the rich man's table.
Begging. Oh, I need a job. Oh, I need to get put on. Hear my rap record so I can get off the hood. Oh, please. This, please, that. Baby, I love you. Fighting to stay in a relationship. When really, no, in reality, that bitch is supposed to be fighting to stay with you.
That's right.
Okay, you got all of these love songs that Jake has ever made. Oh, I love you, baby.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like, just begging out here.
Hey,
right?
Because you just reminded me. Remember the song End of the Road, Boys to Men?
Yeah,
You know
man.
when it cuts to that deep voice nigga?
Yeah,
and he starts talking about how all those other guys that used to run around, I knew about it, I just didn't care. That's some simple.
Yeah, that was big. That was that.
And so singing that shit. Listen, I won't even admit to singing that.
Yeah, some of that shit
Yeah,
was good though. I ain't gonna lie. Some of that shit
Oh
was
my
pretty good
god. Oh my god.
though. Like you got this nigga Ken, man. He be going in. I don't know if you brothers know who Ken is. Dude with the bald head. You gotta go check him out, man. He OD that love shit. He's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you type in KEM, you see his music. Go on, bro.
Right. So we back. Luke 16 and 21, and desiring to be fed with the crumbs which fell from the rich man's table. Moreover, the dogs came and licked his sores.
That's some other nations. They set up shops, all that. you know, what is it, selling the black police go on there and buy the weed, and they think they the shit. You know, and I mean, it's a billion. What is it? The beauty business is $1 billion industry, multi-billion dollar industry. All of them nations, they're just getting that. They're just making a killing out of it. All when they're special. And plus, plus they have these convenience stores that they set up as well around our communities. So they're actually making our situation worse. It's really, in all reality, Jake should be running their own communities, their own stores and businesses, in their own so-called communities. I'm not going to use the term community because the term community means, I think it goes back to Babylon. So I'm not going to use the term, but I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. The area with them Jake.
Yeah.
Go on, brother.
It says, and it came to pass that the beggar died and was carried by the angels into Abraham's bosom. The rich man also died and was buried.
Their conditions changed.
Yeah.
The beggar became the rich, and the rich man became the beggar. So Esau's going to become the beggar in our society. Go on, brother.
And in hell he lift up his eyes, being in torment,
Go on.
and seeth Abraham afar off.
As the old saying goes, the white man's heaven is the black man's hell. This time, our heaven is going to be their hell. And they're going to be begging us to lighten the affliction. Because the affliction is going to be so potent that they're going to probably want to kill themselves. But they're going to deal with the affliction. Go on, brother.
Yeah, it says,
You wanted to say something. So, okay, no, you didn't say they're going to kill themselves. That's Esau's spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And the first sign of trouble, they always kill themselves.
There's the saying, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. And Esau, he loves to do the crime, you know. But when he gets a little lock up,
tap on the ass.
tap on the, or lock up in a cell for one night, he finds a way to try and kill himself, top himself. And that happens a lot with these people.
They can't endure affliction by Jake.
Yeah.
But we had to be honest with it. So not he was going to put us with gorillas. But we have to get through it.
Yeah.
Go on, brother.
It's a beautiful point you just made. I've been thinking about this for a while, but I'll bring it out. Look at all that the Most High done to us. Put us on the slave ships, stripped us of our heritage and knowledge of who we are. And the Most High loves us. Imagine what it's going to do to the wicked, who he hates.
Yep.
We haven't even seen, we can't even comprehend the kind of terror the Most High is going to put on the Edomites when they're going to slavery.
Because, and if you can, speaking about that, and if you think about that, if you can, brother, get the Isaiah 14. Because the reason why the world is going where it's going, because we're transitioning, man, to a world where our enemies that have enslaved us and put us down so harshly, they're gonna have to go do the same thing. All right, go on, bro.
all right, this is the book of Isaiah 14:1. For the Lord Yahweh will have mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Israel and set them in their own land. And the strangers shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob.
Yeah, the strangers is referencing the Israelite foreigners. Go on.
And the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids.
So we, the Israelites, are going to possess those that possessed us, that made the killing of us, financial gain, and as well as we've kept the society going most effectively. So all of that they're going to have to pay for.
Yeah.
So now what's going to happen is they're going to become our resources. That's what you call justice. Complete balance. There you go. Go on, brother.
And the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids.
And handmaids. So we're going to possess those that possessed us, simply put. So they're going to go into captivity. The same way we went into captivity, they're going into captivity now because they basically touched the apple of the Lord's eye. Now, them guys that came up, they probably were Jakes too.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
You know what I'm saying? Just keep it real about it. You know what I mean? And that's why they walked away, because they're probably thinking, oh man, maybe I'm into them.
Yeah.
You know, but at the end of the day, the spirit is going to have it to where things are going to be revealed. And they may even wake up to this thing, man. Because hey, you know, you got the beast of the multitude. You know, but I mean, I could tell when certain people come up in the most simplistic way. I can see that in their spirit. And that's why he kind of got the going, because it's like, I guess he could read us and know that we're not going to be tolerating nothing. You know? Going, bro.
Revelation 13:10 says, he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity.
Right, so these so-called JEWs, they're going into fucking slavery now.
Right.
They're going into captivity. And they're going to do exactly everything that we told them. And the way that we're going to treat them, is harsh, and if not 10,000 times harsher than how they
Yeah.
treated us. All right? Through the spirit and power of Yahweh Ba'al Shai, as it is written, the Lord is going to put the spirit on us to jack Esau up, beginning with those small habits. We're going to get them more effectively. Because they made a killing out of us, man. A lot of money was made. The economy was booming because of our enslavement. The reason why their economy came into effect was because of us.
Yeah. Oh, if I could just say, the small hat people, them from the upper echelons to the common small hat. There's a brother done a video on South Carolina. One of the daughters of the typical small hat people was saying that they have conferences whether they should counsel someone. For example, you got the Yees at the moment, and she said that her family are involved, but the common small hat people they have a little sit down where they're going to discuss whether someone in the among the entertainment industry should be counselled or they should let them carry on. She said that that's what happens on a regular basis in her community, the small hat community. So it doesn't matter if you're just. She said her father was involved in Marlon Manson, that guy.
The guy with the penny on his
Her
face.
father was involved in the sit down on whether he should be charged or not. Huh? Charles Manson, that's the one. He had all the tattoos on his face, and he went in prison, and he was accused of raping a lot of women, having them as some kind of what do they call it? With that Dave Courage thing, you know that Dave?
Mind controlling.
Mind control. One of the small hat people, right, a relative to the woman who's on the video, was breaking down how the small hat people they run basically behind the scenes, which we know already. But the woman came out as a whistleblower and said what it was. So
Told the truth.
yeah, so the tongues are falling upon themselves, and so that's what is happening now, man. They're being exposed more and more.
Yeah, just one thing, brother. She's only like saying something we've already known.
Yeah.
That's why they say, oh yeah, well that's an anti-what statement to make, to say that we control the media. You do control the goddamn media. You know how you prove that? Because when we say something on YouTube, it gets stressed.
Oh, everybody knows.
But that's for the because we say it right. It's just us. But when one of them, for the 2/3 or anybody else, you don't want to hear it from us. Hear it from them. Nah, you understand? That's the Most High making the tongue fall upon itself for them to. They don't want to hear it from us, even though we know and we're just saying it.
It's a matter of power. Because like I said, everybody knows that they own and run everything. It's just the fact that you can't say it. And everybody knows you can't say it. They just got to tell you who's in power right now. That's why they have the anti-defamation. So you can, so anytime someone starts talking about it, they can come out and call you anti-Semitic.
Yeah,
that's
a lot of bullshit anyway. Because, as we know, they're not the only Shemites out there.
No, that's it. Because what they don't want, they want to keep their power hidden.
Yeah, so like, when you check it about this anti-Semitic, whatever it is, right? When you check it, man, apart from Ham and Jaffa, everybody else is Semitic. Man.
Yeah.
So what's the big deal? Man?
Yeah.
Or you're anti-us, anti-this, the anti-S movement. If you're a Hamite and a Japhite, you're excluded. But every other line of people comes from Shem.
Yeah.
So come on, man.
Yeah.
We'll be playing it.
Pretty sure there's a definition. I'm not going to try and go into two things. There's a definition in the dictionary definition of being Shemitic and then Semitic. So they basically coined the Semitic phrase to separate themselves from the Shem definition, which involves the so-called Negroes, as us. Right? But that's like that's obviously a new thing. So basically, what I'm saying is they've separated themselves, and now you can't say that everyone's Semitic because they're anti-Semitic.
Yeah, but that's foolish. That's foolishness. You know why that's foolishness? Because that term that they're using, right, originates back to the original term, which is Shem. So it's silly that they're using that, and it don't even make any. And you know, well, actually, I do understand what you're saying. They're trying to use that term for themselves. But at the end of the day, man, like, listen, man, that term goes back to the original term anyway, right? So when you look at the people like the brother was breaking down, there's multiple different nations that came out of the Egyptian, right? And that's just the thing. And what they like, what it is they just do that. You know what it is, right? Just to break it down simple, they don't want nobody to talk about them.
Yeah.
Just like you said, brothers. That's the ultimate thing. Yeah, that's what all it is. Because they know that we know what's up, but they don't want us to keep talking about them. Because the more we talk about them, the more people are going to be aware of them, that they're the ones that are behind everything that's going wrong.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then people are going to go riot and storm down their buildings and everything else and cause a ruckus. And ultimately, they call you the deceiver. Because if you know that the deceiver exists, remember the saying, the biggest, what is it, y'all? The best trick the devil played is to say that he never exists. There you go. So the thing with these JDWs, they don't want you to know that they're around and not saying them so that they can keep deceiving the world. That's what it's all about. So really their power is by staying in secret so that they can deceive. That's why they don't want you to talk about it.
If they manage to fulfill their MWO exactly how they want it, they'll be happy to let you know that they're not by then it'll be too late.
Yeah.
But they need to keep that, you know, they need to what's that? I remember there's a song, He Diddy says the bad boys move in silence and violence.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, they're trying to, the elders said that they've got to maintain a low profile.
Yeah.
They need to keep it moving.
Yeah.
But everybody already knows.
Everybody knows, man, the rappers up the back. Their heads have been exposed. Going with stuff.
Yeah, so I said the cancellation of people is what stops people from opening their mouths.
Yeah.
It's the same way it stops people from opening their mouths against the alphabet group.
Mm-hmm.
Because they just don't want to get looked upon as being hateful.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever else goes, whatever things are hate speech is true.
That's it. Oh, and you know, too, it's funny how when the kingdom is set up, we're going to expose ourselves. We're going to let you know, look, we're the ones that's running this shit. We're controlling you. We're telling you what to do. Right? We're the ones that's going to lead you in the way of righteousness and that you keep the law. It's going to be a well-known fact. We're not going to be hiding behind these nations. We're going to let these nations know straight. We're the Israelites. You are under us.
And you know, Elder, that is hard work to hide, cover up your tracks. All that is hard work, you know,
It's too
to
much.
cover up your tracks every single day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we just free. We just tell it as it is.
It's not truth.
You know what I mean? There's truth.
Mm-hmm.
The truth in
The
it.
serpent has to do that to survive. They have to do that.
Yes.
Lion just lion. I like the way the lion just the spade, man.
Yeah.
Comes straight,
Straightforward.
pretty straight.
Going on.
Yeah, this is Luke 19 and 24, and he cried and said, Father Abraham, have mercy on me, and send Lazarus that he may dip the tip of his finger in water.
Yeah, so in other words, lighten the affliction. Please, I beg you. Don't be too hard on us, please. You know, he's gonna be begging now. Because we're gonna have his foot on his neck, and he's gonna want our foot to get off his neck to a little degree. Just to lighten the load a little. Up this how that we have to go going, bro.
And it says, and cool my tongue, for I am tormented in this flame. But Abraham said, Son, remember thou in thy lifetime receivest thy good things.
In this lifetime, they received good things. They was living loftily, telling people what to do, manipulating people by using the media and just being rich. They had that time.
Now all of a sudden they want to be fucking best friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now he wants to be best friends. We all
equal
equal now.
now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Too late for that shit.
And they just want us to wash away the shit. That
Yes.
they're taking the fucking
Yeah. Can't we all get along? That kind of spirit.
Yeah.
Forget. Let bygones be bygones.
Yeah.
But they don't do that.
No.
They got you constantly being mindful of their so-called, I would say, pseudo-Holocaust.
Yeah.
And when you talk about your real Holocaust, we don't want to talk about that. They have an issue with you talking about what really happened to us. Come on, man. So when this shit happens, we not going to care about how much they're crying, what they're feeling. We not going to give a fuck about it. Excuse my your language. I was doing good up to now. Go on, bro.
And likewise Lazarus, let me read that again, verse 25. But Abraham said, Son, remember that thou in thy lifetime receivest thy good things, and likewise Lazarus evil things.
Right. And likewise, Lazarus evil things. Like we're going through right now. We're going through the evil things. What are the evil things? The person that we're experiencing. And they're living good. So when we live good, it's going to be reasonable for them to suffer like how we suffer, but much more greater. Because what we're suffering is light. This is nothing really. This, what did Paul say? Paul said that
Light
this
affliction.
is light affliction. So this ain't shit in comparison to how we're going to treat these motherfuckers. Go on, bro.
But now he is comforted, and thou art tormented.
Right, now he's comforted and thou art tormented. So them JEWs and all those sons of Edom, they're going to be tormented. And we have our foots on their necks. And I mean that from an economic perspective. Go on, brother.
And beside all this, between us and you, there is a great gulf fixed,
I would say literal and that as well.
so that they which would pass from hence to you cannot, neither can they pass to us that would come from thence.
Right, there's a great gulf fix. It's like, for example, man, like down here in the UK, London to be exact, you have the bridge that separates from the other side of London to the
London Bridge, you got Tower Bridge. Huh?
A load of bridges. A lot of them. There's certain bridges where Jake is at and where Esau lives at. Go on now.
And he says, then he said, I pray thee, therefore, Father, that thou wouldest send him to my house, to my father's house. For I have 5 brethren, that he may testify unto them, lest they also come into this place of torment. Abraham saith unto him, they have Moses and the prophets, let them hear them. And he said, Nay, Father Abraham.
Yeah, and he said, no, Father Abraham. Yeah, because the 5 book of Moses tells you what it is. An eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth. And many other various scriptures. So we're going by us ruling the kingdom, we're going to go by the 5 books of Moses. Yeah, and all these books, as well as even in the New Testament, does not give Esau a good. Esau is not really presented well in these 5 books of Moses. So we're gonna do Esau viciously when he dealt with us. Go on, brother.
In Revelation 18 and 6, reward her even as she rewarded you.
Absolutely.
And double unto her, double according to her works,
Right.
in the cup which she hath filled, filled to her double.
Right. And that's what's gonna happen, man. Esau's gonna get double on what he did to us. Because yet we're still fighting Esau. You're fighting against us, we're fighting against you.
Yeah, man. You said it boldly too.
To the death. Right, to the death. Just like Jacob fought the angel.
Yes.
And withstand the angel, so much so that the angel respected him and gave him a different name. Israel, which means he is the principal power. So we're gonna fight to the death. And you're gonna fight to the death too, because you don't have no choice. So it's like we don't have no choice but to fight to the death. And this is a spiritual war. Now we fighting these regular peons, no, we're not fighting. We're fighting the elites. And the elites are fighting over us. That's what this is all about. But we're gonna win at the last, because it's already written that the righteous will overcome. Go on, brother.
Verse 7 says, how much she hath glorified herself and lived deliciously. So much torment and sorrow give her. For she saith in her heart, I sit as a queen, and am no widow,
Proud.
and shall see no sorrow.
Proud.
Right. And that's the pride, that's the absolute pride of these devils, especially these American devils. They believe that they're too great to fall.
No, boy.
And that really goes into the minds of all of these devils. They believe that they're too good to fall apart because they've been in power for too long. They've been hypnotized and brainwashed in their own success. They're feeling themselves too much.
Too much for them.
That they themselves feel like they can't be stopped, like the Most High can't be stopped. But they will be stopped in the greatest fashion, in the most dramatic fashion. Go on, brother.
2 Ezra 6, starting at verse 7. Then answered I and said, what shall be the parting asunder of the times? And when shall be the end of the first and the beginning of the following? And he said unto me, from Abraham unto Isaac, when Jacob and Esau were born of him, Jacob's hand held first the heel of Esau. For Esau is the end of the world.
Yes, so there you go. So Esau's end of the world is right. We read it in Revelation 18, and we're reading it in the second issues, and many other places we can go to. That the end of this world, the end of the so-called white man's world, is already written, and it's going to come to pass. As a matter of fact, it's happening right now. It's transitioning right now. The end of the society is happening right now, and the beginning of that, and that which is fallen is rising back up, and that's the sons of Jacob, the elect, because it's going to be the saints that's going to take over the next kingdom. Okay, by the behest of the one and only, the one that died on the cross for our sins, Yahweh Shah. So this shit is up. That's why these people are bugging the fuck out. And they're drinking themselves to death. They're not drinking because they're happy. They're drinking because they're upset about life and things ain't going their way. Lost their jobs property, lost their woman. Yeah. You know, women cheating on them, sleeping around with all different kinds of men and shit.
That's torment, man.
That's all kind of tormentation.
Shit.
Drinking to forget, trying to not remember, trying not to
Yeah.
You said it best.
Grinding their sorrows.
Yeah. That's why they out here like this. At least we out here because we're We're compelled and we're inspired to be out here to do stuff.
I remember as the scripture says, and the meek shall inherit the earth forever.
Yep.
The meek, and we are the meek.
We are the
meek. Because we have to put ourselves right down.
Mm-hmm.
You know, take all this bullshit what's going on.
So that's what it is, man. Our victorious times is coming. That's written, and Esau's end is written, and it's going to come to pass. It's going to happen. All right, it's happening right now. Excuse me, I keep saying it's going to happen. It's happening right now. So with that, we want to give all of the praises and glory to the Son. Yahweh, Hashem, Yahushai, Hashem, Kodash,
Shalom from Yeshua.
That's all I have to say.
And it's beautifully said.
Praise the Lord.